be fucking worried about some like dumbass shit, you know?
Yeah. Okay, man. I can't find your request here. Um, where do
Oh,
I?
let's see.
What is your name again?
Well,
Me?
it should be
This is
Gong
Gong Show.
Show. It should be. I would think if you open up friends and chat, it might be there. I can try again.
Let me see chat. It's just unyielding space tardigrade, so it should be two separate words.
Yeah. I have it. Dude, fuck off.
Add
My,
chat name, invite to group.
it's my snipping tool.
Hey, Duds.
Yeah, pretty sure this is you.
Finally woke up of my nap.
Uh-huh. How was it?
Kinda good because of this.
Wow.
It was cold.
Why'd you sleep with it on?
Because I put on this dress and I love it.
Yeah, but you're not supposed to sleep in it probably, huh?
I don't know.
You do know. You do know. Sleeping.
Oh, there you are. Okay. All right. That might actually not have been necessary to begin with, but do you have Brawlhalla downloaded?
Yeah, I should.
Okay. So I'm going to open Brawl and I will send you something.
Alright. Never played yet. Is it just like Smash though? Like,
So it is different. It is just as good as Smash. There are tournaments and competitions at the same level and payout as Smash, and it's highly respected at the same level. But it uses angles differently. So some of your attacks in the air with certain weapons will be restricted to diagonal attacks, and also the stages are diagonal as well. So if you're trying to recover from outside the stage or like off stage, sometimes it's more difficult because they don't have straight edges. It's diagonal. There's certain you'll notice certain things where it's like it's similar to Smash, but it's like deliberately made different, unique.
okay.
It's very fun.
Okay, how do I? Okay, so I move like that, and then okay. Alright. Yo, C ain't working, dog.
I want to download Smash though. I can't find a good emulator. I don't have any consoles anymore. I just have this PC.
Yeah. Well, I have a Switch. And what the fuck does it want me to do? Like, I hit C, and then I have the hammer, and then it wants me to hit C again. Like, what?
Are you training?
Yeah. I didn't see.
I'll show you how to play. Bro, you can play it too if you want, man. Who am I talking to right now?
Me?
This is Brandon. That's Wally.
I'm Wally, yeah.
What's up, Wally? Yeah, we're just playing Brawlhalla. It's a really good fighter. It's on par with Smash Bros, but it's free.
Where do you download it? Anywhere specific?
Steam for free.
Okay, it's on Steam. All right.
Let me turn the music off real quick. Here.
Why in the fuck? Okay. Okay. Okay, so.
All right, I'll make a custom room. Pick for me. A minute.
Oh, maybe I already. Oh, am I? Dude, I get it now. Holy shit, I'm like an idiot.
So it's all just like quick attacks and heavies, or special attacks, and each character so quick attacks work the same for pretty much all characters, based on the weapon class that you're using, but heavy attacks are particular to each character. That's your specials.
Yo,
So
what's
weird
up?
without a controller.
What up, brother?
So, that was like some OG Modern Warfare.
Are you trying to stream this?
Who?
I'm not. I
Dude,
don't stream.
dude, yesterday I went through a rat. No, this morning when I got woken up like at 3 from my roommates and they were up. So
I
I'm like,
mean,
fuck, I'm gonna
I
get
don't care if anybody else does. Never do.
up.
Okay.
And I went
I'm
through a
looking at
rabbit
our-
hole because I started thinking about the Indian tsunami back in 04. I just went through a rabbit hole of just natural disasters, made like earthquakes and volcanic activity, and just learned a bunch of that shit.
Isn't it fun? Krakatoa.
Yeah. Yeah, I was like, holy shit.
Oh,
Yeah, dude. Krakatoa.
Oh.
Learning about the trenches. Yeah,
yeah, I'll be
Krakatoa,
able to get
yeah.
this. This isn't too complicated. It's just the weird.
It's fault lines.
Oh,
Oh, the
5,
game.
6, 3, 2, 3.
Welcome to Brawlhalla.
The number is 856239. That's the room number I just created. Send that to you. Oh, sorry, it's 856325.
Oh my
My bad.
God.
3,
Oh, there we
2,
go. No.
1.
Let me download
Yeah, dude, get in the game.
that.
Dude, it's super fun. Brawlhalla is a game that's been around for quite some time. It's on par with Smash Bros.
Yeah, I know. I played it
That's
before.
Rayman, right? Dude.
Yeah,
Oh
Rayman
my
is
God,
one
I
of my
suck.
mains.
I suck. I
He's
suck.
super
I
fun.
suck. Oh, I got 3 lives. Okay, it's all good. Oh, so it gives me my weapon. Okay. It gives me a weapon. All right.
It gives you AIDS.
And you can
No.
check your stats too. Or once you have some experience with characters, you build up points, and you can unlock defense modifications or dexterity, speed, and strength. So you can
Okay.
put points to different stats. That's a little different than Smash Bros. And it makes a significant difference too. And sometimes the difference is more than just 1 point. Like it'll say it's 1 point, but it might actually be the equivalent of like 2 or 3, depending on the character you're using.
Okay. Oh, look, this guy's like Link. No, give me that weapon.
Too bad
Can I stream?
Link never like use chickens as his weapons.
Who? Chickens?
Link on Super Smash Brothers, yeah.
Yeah.
What about the one game? The one in Wally's been playing a little bit. The Warriors one or the fucking
Calamity
Age of
Warriors?
Calamity. There's always
yeah.
weird ass fucking weapons in the first one, so
Yeah, the Hyrulean Warriors and shit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
Age
the
of Calamity.
Dynasty Warrior type game. That was pretty cool. I had that. It was fun.
It was fun.
Dynasty
It's
Warriors
pretty
is-
fun. I like the
yeah,
story.
dude.
Getting all the extra story shit is cool to me.
Yeah, I'm like button mashing at this point.
Yeah, it reminded me of that old PS2 game called Dragon Guard.
Kinda, yeah.
You would ride upon different dragons, and you could descend and jump
Oh,
off and
there's
just
Hulk
ensue in chaos. Yeah, there was a lot of hidden weapons in that game. That game was fun. And then I think the third one for the PS3 was like a launch title, and you were like just stuck on the dragon the entire time. It's like, okay, that defeats the point of what the game was, you know?
Yep.
It's like kind of
Yeah.
Armored Core 4. When that came out with Armored Core 4, they were like, you get blueprints and just like certain mechs instead of customizing yours.
Nice. Well, yeah, I'll probably play for like 20 minutes or so here. I have another appointment coming up here in a bit, but yeah, y'all feel free to join. It's 856325 is the room number. You just go to join room. I think it's you go to custom game room. Here, I'll show you. I'll make
you
another
gotta
number,
complete
I
all the
guess.
training ground shit. I'm assuming first, right?
Oh, you have to do You have to do that? That's
I don't
lame.
know. I was just asking if you have to.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
What did I say? It is 826. No, I can't remember. 856325.
What the hell?
Oh, I have to make another one. All right, I'm gonna make another room. My bad.
Like,
Alright,
for some reason, it just disconnected me.
Where we find the
971533.
Annihilation.
You can see the room number here.
Oh, okay. There's a custom game room. What?
Yeah, this
Yeah, I
character's
wanna
super
fucking-
good. This character's really hard to use. She's also one of my mains. And this is Rayman. And I guess they bought the rights to Rayman. He's one of the original characters from the beginning of this game. It's
Oh,
really
really?
fun. He uses an axe and fisticuffs, or fists.
Wait, what was it? 865329?
No, I have a new number. It's 971533. Hey.
Okay,
Wait, is
there
that
you go.
y'all
Oh,
joining?
dude.
Yeah, what is it? Bro, let's join.
Meme
No.
Jesus 12.
What's
Okay,
the number?
wait, is this y'all here? Are y'all Taznote and Meme Jesus?
No,
I'm Gong Show.
I'm dang excited.
Yep, that's them.
Yeah, I need that.
Sure.
I need that number again.
It's 971533.
All right, is this you doing
It'd be
offline?
green, bro.
It's online.
975133.
971533.
Oh, 533.
Hey, you're in Gong
Ah,
Show.
let's go, actually.
I have to keep kicking these people though, because I've made it public.
That's me. I'm the one with all the random shit.
I see your Gong Show here. Wait.
I see,
Who-
I see
So-
it says you're choosing a legend, and
This can't be peanut.
oh, we have 2 random people here.
Yeah,
No,
hold on. I gotta.
I'm all the
That's because I made
numbers.
it public.
I'm all the random
You're-
numbers.
You're the random numbers. Okay, I'll keep
Oh,
you there.
okay.
Yeah, people will join on if you make it open. I should have made it private. My
Mm,
bad.
Yeah, we don't like people.
yeah,
What?
I know.
Someone named Butt joined. I'm gonna kick him.
Well, hello there, butt.
All right, that's it. I'm calling.
How do
the
I join
game.
your
All right,
room?
let's- Oh, go to custom game room and click join room. It's like the fourth
Okay.
option
Oh,
down.
I gotta pick.
There's
I
some
gotta,
cool
pick- I
guys
gotta
on
pick a
here.
Naughty or Nice first.
Yeah, there's so many characters.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
that's a
there's a
Christmas
fucking-
special.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
see that. All right.
The fucking Kappa's on here. That's cool as hell. They got a Kappa.
Who's Kappa?
Join room. What's the
Kappa,
number of the room?
the
It's 971533.
971533.
it's the mythical Japanese lord, like the humanoid
Oh.
turtle that goes around and kidnaps people and drowns them or some shit like that.
Oh, dude.
Oh, Umugi?
No, it's a Japanese folklore.
I am
Oh.
enriched by that.
Yeah, it's really cool. I like to look up like folklore. But they're just cool what people make up, and what spreads and what doesn't.
It's like a serial killer in mythology or something,
Yeah.
dude. Like, what
Yeah.
the fuck?
There's some
There's
really
a-
cool characters here too.
Oh my god, Tiny Tina, fuck yeah.
There's a whole freaking lore behind each one of these characters too. They have a whole backstory, and it's actually quite
Okay.
detailed.
Sweet. Oh,
And the
dude, yeah, look
stages
at
are
these
really
maps.
good, too, yeah, there's like 30. There's way more than that. I have to open them. I didn't select for that. My bad.
I'm gonna be absolutely
Okay, I don't know
fucking
who
terrible.
There's
You're
the
fat.
only limitation to it. So there's less. There's way less items than in Smash Bros. There's only like five or six items,
Mhm.
but it's still really cool. This game's really fun. So you can fight without a weapon, but ideally, yeah, you just pick
Did
up a
I change
weapon.
My key bindings. Hold on.
Careful.
Apparently, when I
And
went
so
to
your
this room-
characters have.
my shit's on key binding. I don't know.
No.
So your characters have 3 jumps, just regular jumps, and then you have a
three,
recovery jump. So you have a 4th jump as your recovery, and then you also have a dash. And so you can use your dash wisely to gain a little bit of distance, or you can do an over attack to gain distance and recover that way. Jeez, well done.
Oh no! Pressing the wrong fucking buttons. Why am I pressing the wrong buttons?
Oh
Stop.
no!
Okay.
I lost right there. Fucking stupid me.
Okay. Nice. You
Thank
threw your
you.
weapon. So yeah, I guess the L is the dash. I think that's the yeah. L is dash. J is your normal attack. K is your special attack. And your special attack is particular to each fighter.
Whoa.
And y'all are not making this easy for me. That was a taunt.
Talking shit, huh? Oh shit.
Get off my platform.
Platform
Oof.
9 3/4, bitch. Yeah.
Platform 5. Platform
Oh, dude.
5.
I suck.
Oh, you dick.
I got the Buster Sword right now.
Ah. Where the fuck am I?
And so each character has their own combos too, and you just kind of got to fuck around to figure out the combos. The combos are done with regular attack or quick attacks with the J key, and you do
bitch.
diagonals. So like with this character, like this is a straight, and then it's down diagonal, and then I follow that up with another something
Oh.
hard to describe.
Okay. So like shit that you can't like recover from, basically, like the opponent can't. The combo shit.
Yeah,
like
well,
phase.
yeah, unless
Get the
you're
combos up after it.
so like this game is just as nuanced as Smash Bros. So if you're really good, you can escape out of any combo. Basically, you just
Okay.
got to know when to
Okay.
time things. It's all timing. Like it's
What am
frame
I
by
doing?
frame based.
Oh my god. I suck so bad. I just my brain is like crisscrossed.
Dude, it's so fast. I love it.
Yeah, I have
You can also
to
throw your weapons if you're good.
Oh, shit. All right. Game changer now.
No.
Who will win?
Damn it.
Ah.
Man, this must be a Disney movie. A chick one. Just kidding, joking.
Whoa.
That shit
Hilarious.
can't happen. That shit can't happen.
Yeah, Fate. This is Fate. She's really hard to use. She's got a crazy learning curve, but she's really fun once you
Okay.
learn her.
Whoa.
I'll play as Rayman. This is a more normal
Oh.
character.
See for next time.
I led the accidents. I like that.
Yeah. Yeah, there's also it's kind of like the Fortnite approach with this game. You can choose your animations. You can buy the explosions that happen. You can get
Yeah.
customized explosions. The platforms that we're standing on right now, you can get customized platforms and
Yeah.
different gear and customized weapons
Is
and
that
all
gold
that.
currency like the main currency of this game? I'm assuming. That's whatever the fucking gold.
Well, that's so there's different currencies too. There's just general gold. Yeah, that's the primary currency, and then there's another one that's something that you earn from playing battles.
Hmm.
And then there's another one too. I can't remember what it's called.
It was 975.
975
971.
971533.
971.
Oh,
Yeah.
97. That was weird.
Okay. You gonna use random?
Yep, I don't know any of these characters.
Neither do
Right.
I. That's why I just picked a different character this round. I'm like, fuck it, let me try this one now.
Oh wait, hold on. Let me open up more maps. And we'll make all the gadgets on medium. All maps, max players 4, test maps on, test features on 2. Okay, now we have crazy items and more maps. The Fabled City.
Tits. Hey. Hey, Brandon, remember that group you made me join? That politics group?
Oh yeah, I saw a couple like I didn't read the
Oh,
post
dude,
yet,
they
but I
already
saw you
kicked me out
posted
because
on
like
there.
this chick's like, stop sending me headlines. I'm like, no, they're articles. If you read the article, you know there's more than the headline. And she kept be like, "You're not bringing any evidence." I'm like, "Ma'am, it's the fucking article. What do you think this is?"
Oh my god.
Kept be like, "It's not evidence. You're just giving me headlines." I'm like, no, that headline leads to an article. I promise you. That's how it works. You can just call me fucking saying I wasn't doing shit. I'm like, Jesus Christ. She's like, "You didn't give me any evidence." I'm like, "I thought I did." I would say something, and then I would show you an article that says exactly what I just told you.
Oh.
I thought that shit
Yep,
was
they're
funny.
not
that's
using
right.
evidence, man. They're just I
Well, I
don't
just
know.
kept telling her,
I don't know.
I was like, you know, if you actually read more than like a sentence, you would know what I'm talking about in this article.
Oh fuck!
Dude, yeah, dude, it comes. That's how fucking yeah.
I don't know
Well,
what the
because
fuck I
Buys
just
such
said.
an extreme thing.
She put like one article like in the very beginning. I was just like picking through it, and I just debunked whatever I could find, you know. And I was like, here's what it's here's what these people say. Nope, never good enough.
Right? Yeah. Yep.
Good
Yep.
enough.
Because it's like a danger. I don't. It's like a danger line. I don't fucking know, man. Like,
Well, she's like a conspiracy chick. She's like, you know about all these excess deaths? So I show like a fucking article. I'm like, I don't know if there is. And then I'm like, here's a population of the world. Like, if there was excess deaths, why do we have the same amount of people, like same percentage of people growing than past COVID? You know, like, wouldn't we be like having way
Dude.
less numbers and shit?
swear to God, everybody's gonna have like a like at
Found
one
out of
point,
here, bitch.
people are gonna have like a I'm retarded moment. You know, like if you've seen like I don't mean to be like insensitive, but
No, I
like
get it, dude.
yeah, like that's what's gonna happen though. Like,
Well, I just
dude,
laughed because I kept telling her, I'm like, why is it
everybody
that,
has
why
that
is it
moment.
your article is good enough for you to post and mine's not? Like, I just thought that was so funny.
Facebook gets real sensory. I get kicked out of groups pretty often too.
Oh yeah.
That's because I challenge psychology too much.
Well, that's my whole point. This
I
chick
get
was like anti-vaxxer. I'm like, okay, so like, and then she's like, China did better. I'm like, well, let's read what China said. So like, this article was like, China's like, oh yeah, our shit's not as effective as the United States and all this shit. I'm like, so even their own government and shit admits that our shit was better, if not, you know, whatever than theirs. So how are you gonna say that they did a better job than us? And then he's like, we got the most deaths here. I'm like, do you know that we also have one of the lowest vaccine rates out of like major countries and shit? Like we're like 80% vaccinated. Like China and all these people are like 90-95%. Do you think that doesn't make a difference? Like, you know, like all these things. And I
Well,
show,
so there's
him like,
arguments
he would never argue. He'd be like, he's like, you're just giving me headlines. I'm like, no, the headline leads to an article. Read the article. Like this is the China government saying it. And he just kept being like,
I mean, there's arguments for herd immunity,
Yep.
but that applies to COVID. Like, I've only seen arguments for that for COVID
Mhm.
and not other diseases.
well, like, yeah, I mean, herd immunity. That does work. And in general, like, I don't think that you don't need to necessarily get vaccinated unless you're fucking like old or comorbidities and shit. Like, I can be realistic. Like, not necessarily like you know, like a 6-year-old probably doesn't need the vaccine because they'll just get sick and they'll be fine. But like old people and people that are like overweight and all this, like have like 3 big problems, you should probably get the jab. Probably, you know.
Yeah.
The jab. That's what the English call it.
That's the nonsense way, I think.
Did you get your jab?
Right.
Might.
Get the jab, right?
I mean, like I said, I look. Well, I think it's like there's been 8 billion shots worldwide, and it's like you would think it was horrible as you claim. There'd be like millions, if not almost billions, of people dying right now. If it was nefarious, it's like it's not nefarious.
Yeah, I mean that's freaking. Oh, Thatch is really good. So Thatch, he's kind of a little broken with his specials. He shoots freaking cannonballs, and they have a huge hitbox. Like the entire time that the cannon's in the air, it hits.
Oh,
Just
I'm
FYI.
He's
Also,
banging away. I've tried to.
he's Captain Hook.
So Thea is really good too. Thea is one of the new characters. The last 5 or 6 characters that they've released are all in a different class, and it's kind of unfair, but also, if you're good, you can kind of fight them. So Thea she's crazy fast. She does feet, and the feet, or I forget what it's called. It's where you fight with your feet, and it's
Taekwondo.
that's a new weapon class that they recently introduced about 6 months ago or so. And yeah, you can do there's like a 5 or 6 hit combo, so an infinite combo with that too, where it's over quick attack and then diagonal quick attack over diagonal, and you just keep repeating. then you could follow that with a down special to take people off the map.
Wow.
I'll do my
The theater
best.
is super fun. Very fun. Chasm.
Of course, I get the basic bitch elf.
You got, you got,
Yeah,
Basic
she's
bitch
one of
elven
the-
bull.
you got Link, bitch.
Yeah, that's one of the original characters.
Yeah.
Oh, where am I at? All right, dude.
I know I had to figure it out
Damn.
that I was on the left side. I'm like, wait, never mind.
Oh my god. I swear to God, I can't stand the fucking map. I can't stand the fucking map. All right.
I picked a better map.
Okay. There we go. All right. We got our
Oh.
guns. All right. Get away, mate.
Do Nickelodeon.
Oh, it's something.
Oh!
Oh, okay, that's
Bro.
what I'm saying, bro. I'm like too stupid to even
Comprehend it.
in this game, dude.
Aw. So bad at thermal weapons.
Dude, I just want to throw the damn boomerang already.
The boomerang, you can catch that too with the J button or with your quick attack.
Okay. Jeez.
So when it comes
Jay.
back to you, you can catch it and keep reusing it.
I have to figure out the. I don't even know, man. I'd be better with a controller, I think. But
I think so too. I
Fuck
I
out of
haven't
here.
PC'd in a while, so I'm just starting to get back into this shit.
know where this damn thing is. There
I
it
just
is.
caught the spike while you
RB.
threw at me.
Jump. Come on, Link.
Oh shit, nigga.
Link's dead. Just kidding.
At least I'm the only one who killed him. Yay, I got seconds.
Da-na-na-na-na.
Wait a minute. Somebody has a fancy podium here. Whoever's the numbers has
Mitch.
has a fancy podium.
Yeah, he's
Fancy poet. Oh, the little what? No, I
Got
know.
like some kind of Twitch drop or something.
I don't know.
That's
Many
true.
moons ago.
I don't know.
I'm so
Years.
fancy. You already know.
What the fuck is this?
All right, random. Who am I going to be this time?
I don't have the USB connection.
USB.
Red Factor.
That's what the ladies call me.
What the fuck?
Yep.
Choose your legend. Oh yes, sire.
Fulgrim's good. He's got the lance. That's probably the most broken weapon in the game, or just very powerful.
Distance.
Oh, just by staying reach.
Yep. That's what I'm.
It's got really good reach, and it's just got a good hitbox in general. I'm really bad against that weapon, to be honest. It's my worst rival.
It's your arch enemy, huh?
Yeah, but I have barely played this game. I haven't played it in years. There's probably like a handful of characters as the last time before they started doing all the crossovers and shit.
That's why you've got the special podium or insignia or whatever it's called.
Shit. Star Wars bitches. Let's roll.
Oh yeah.
Yes, sir. Yeah, this has got a cool map. There's freaking laser walls on the sides, so you can get trapped on the outside.
Ooh.
This is also pretty recent. They added this a couple
Why am
months
I not
back.
moving?
Goodbye.
Peace. Oh,
Why am I not moving? Oh no, I think I got it.
Sorry, I'm cheap. I will hit you if you're not moving.
No, I just noticed.
I am a cheap brawl player.
Dude,
I
you
would
have
too.
to. That's how you can't fucking show mercy. These games, you just cannot.
That attack is ridiculous. Yeah, this character I'm playing is a little overpowered too. All right.
I gotta get centered on my play.
Oh
here.
yeah, so when you dash, like you can run dash as well. So your dodge is your dash.
Oh,
And when you do that and you continue running, that's how you start running.
Yeah, I need to.
Like it
Okay,
lets you
okay.
run.
It's good to know.
So you can do it like surprise attacks that way. Now you're gonna get it.
Oh, you jerk.
you're gonna get in your booty hole.
Oof.
So
Yeah,
that's Captain Hook.
I gotta really get the like muscle memory with shit and
This is a fast-paced game.
yeah, there's like a centering for sure. I feel like element to like learning game, like to come from a point of like of neutrality.
Yeah, it's all about frame rate and hitbox. And so you can do like Smash Bros has the training where did I die 3 times? The fuck.
Oh, shit.
Smash Bros has training where you can see the hitbox. That you can bring that up in training mode if you want to practice.
Oh right, yeah.
Just
Oh, man.
Suicide.
I did suicide myself. They call that an accident in this game. I had 2 of them.
I love Snuckball.
Man.
Yeah, that guy's pretty broke. He hits
That's like
hard.
freaking baseball terminology accidents.
I done fucked
Oh,
up.
the characters level up or what? Is that how it goes?
But yeah, you play this game enough, you can unlock whatever you want. I've never paid a penny for this game, but I've unlocked all the characters that I want to play.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love
as
games
long as
that
you
are
put
like
enough
that.
time and effort into it, yeah, you can do shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's not unreasonable. Like it's not where they force you to pay for it. Like you can unlock what you want if you just put a little time into it.
I like gameplay as a reward, like another part of the game. You know, like
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's
Yeah.
not pay to play like other games, like collector games and shit.
mhm.
Yeah, the only thing you pay for is just if you're impatient or if you want to get fancy gear, like if you want to get cool skins, you pay for that.
Yeah.
But you can unlock those too with time.
If you're 14, that's what you want.
Yeah, exactly. And your meaning structure, your existential phenomenological meaning structure is based on rudimentary trophies that you see in a digital form.
For sure.
Yeah,
You go, hey, look,
exactly.
at friend, look what I got. And they go, oh my god.
That's
This
pretty
is
much-
my identity, and then you brag about it at lunch in your middle school, whatever.
Yeah, that's pretty much why I
Cutting
stopped
edge
playing
title I
MMOs.
got in WoW. You know, I'll still wear like a cutting edge title or something in a while, but it's not like something I care about or signify my worth with. Because like people have to be able to be like, hey, I did this without like bragging, you know.
Mhm.
What does the horn do, anyways?
Oh,
Oh,
Oh man.
Oh yeah, so this is the equivalent of the
Ooh, I know exactly what
the
you're talking about.
the Pokeball game. Or fuck, man, I
Oh.
just died. It's the like Poke Floats in Smash Bros. I don't know if y'all remember that,
Oh,
but
that
the
is what I
Poke
was
Float.
thinking. Yeah.
Yeah,
My
this
God,
is
fuck.
their interpretation of that. This also came out not too long ago.
And what was the other map? The Mario one, like the Rainbow Cruise or whatever.
Yeah.
I love that.
Oh,
yeah.
sweet.
Yeah, dude. Melee is
Yeah, it's not that
fucking
cheese.
memories, dude. That first fucking Christmas playing that shit that came out for me.
Melee was the prime Smash Bros. Because it had the gravity right. Like all the characters weren't floaty. It was all equal gravity.
They had the dash or the what do they call it? The wave dash.
Yeah. And so
Yeah,
you can get
mutation
like
pitch.
Melee was so good that they made emulators for that, so you can imitate the gravity on it.
Project M and stuff.
Yeah, Project M.
That shit,
Oh, yeah, I
that was
remember
my
that.
shit. Hipster Ness was my favorite.
Yes, hipsterness.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Who disturbs? The motherfucker.
No.
Why?
Booba.
Oh, yeah,
I should have
she's a
known.
hard hitter,
Should have
too.
known.
She's a
Yeah, Sidra's
she,
pretty cool.
Oh,
Mhm.
now I see your codes from earlier.
Let's see, what are the stats?
Dude,
I'm not
Nice
playing
to
very well
meet you.
tonight.
Nice to meet you.
Who the hell is
Whoa.
that? Who the hell is that?
Was that old Greg followed by King of the Hill?
Yup. You're welcome, guys. I got really bored. I was like, I have Nitro Prime. I might as well fuck with the soundboard so I can fuck with people on other
Yeah.
servers.
100%. 100%.
And then I did it with the other one, so I had twice as much.
Mm.
Oh, I have
That's
coffee, don't I?
hilarious. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
And I'm just like, you know,
It's
fuck
only
it.
9:19, boys.
And like nobody knows who
Oh, it's
old
plenty
Greg
early today.
is.
So.
Oh yeah. I was like, what? You guys don't know who old Greg is?
Nope.
Oh, Greg, and I've got a mangina.
Old Minjay. Old Minjay.
Old Minji.
It's a funky ball of teats.
Nobody
drink
plays with
Baileys
you.
from my
Nobody
shoe?
plays with Gary the asshole.
I love the crab too. The crab is great.
That's so funny.
What a classic. There's some. I watched somebody do a really, really nice painting of old Greg.
Oh, nice.
It was like the most high quality painting, and it took him hours to do it. That has become memeified over the past few decades.
I want Tiny Tina. Oh, Krieg would be awesome too. Yoshimitsu, nice.
Noise.
Oh yeah, Yoshimitsu is one of the skins.
Yeah, that's fucking dope.
Yeah, there's Darth Maul, there's freaking
Yeah.
SpongeBob and Patrick and
Yep. Now Wally's gonna be breaking out the card now.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, there's a ton of cool skins.
You got me for Darth Maul,
Massive
bro.
grief. Yep.
Dual wielding lightsaber.
And it has the
that?
laser. It has the lightsaber and the laser sounds too. Like it has a lightsaber
Yeah.
sound effect with it. So
Oh, that's
they bought the
awesome.
rights to that, I guess.
That's funnier than hell. They got Poe.
What, baby? You cute, baby.
Yeah, I'll definitely have to get a Tiny Tina one of these days if I continue playing this.
This game's been out for quite a
Yeah,
while,
they
right?
have
Like
the-
5
Oh, yeah.
years at least?
Yeah, it's in
I think.
2017, so at least 7 years actually.
Okay.
Yeah, this game's been out for a while. Yeah, there's full tournaments for this that are at the same level and cash payout as Smash Bros.
At
This game
Evo
is
and
taken
shit?
very
Or where
seriously.
am I? Oh. I used to watch some of the Evo tournaments. Oh, Jesus! I cannot. My fucking just.
Oh, damn.
This is one of the
You
new
are
characters.
Fucking, oh my god.
Oh,
my
Beehive.
god. I need to like go back to tutorial mode or something. You know.
Eventually, I might have to get a remote control for like this kind of game.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get a
Dude,
new
I think, oh, I
controller.
just threw my weapon. God damn it. Dude, I'm.
Bye-bye, Hook.
Just, I am like just I need I need to take a look at go back to the drawing board. Need a new
I didn't know
brain.
you're an artist.
Okay.
Oh, the backdrop's
So when you do
cool.
fall,
I love it.
you can direct your fall. So see, like I can change it in midair. Trying to like teach while I play. It's not a good idea.
We'll just learn. Don't worry.
Yeah, so
bro.
you can like wall ride and then you can jump off the wall ride or whatever.
And so yeah, you can do that. This what I'm doing right now. This is called a gravity cancel. So you hit the dash button in midair, and it lets you do an
Oh.
attack. So you can do your special attack in midair at any time.
It stops you. Okay.
Yeah, it lets you hover
Oh.
and lets you do it in midair like that. But there's a timer. So when you do your dashes, you have a 2-second delay, I think, or it's a little bit under 2 seconds before you can dash again or dodge again. or shield again, whatever you want to call it. It's all the same.
Mm. Dominated.
You can also gravity cancel your freaking taunt.
Oh, what the hell? How did I get stuck to me?
I transferred it back to you.
Oh, you can do that.
Yep. Gracious.
Oh, what the hell?
Jesus.
I was hoping you would fall first.
Freaking feet, dude. Yeah, that was close actually. the feetsy cuffs. Wait, you can do emojis from here? Oh yeah, you
What's up,
can.
North? How's it going?
I asked you how it was going.
Oh, you asked me? It's alright, you know? It's going. I'm Brandoning, you know? Gonging.
Big braining it.
Just gonging it real hard.
Oh man, Randy.
He's gonging it.
Radiating
I'm
out
hitting the
to
bomb.
the transcendent level or something. I don't know. Fucking
So what, you're like shooting up ketamine
trying
or
to be
something?
across reference frames or something. Whatever the fuck I'm doing with my life.
What?
Who knows?
Heard that.
Oh, no.
Mm-hmm.
Heck yeah. Ultimate defense.
That's why I'm like looking at like all these layers of realities, just
Get
like
outta here,
language
Nirvana.
realities,
You
you
know
know? Like
I know,
it's
you know,
like
it's fucking around.
fucking intuition is there between like like in terms of like causality between interactions of things, you know? Like it's
No,
fucking
yeah.
wild.
Yeah.
Everything's just connected by like an intuition
Apparently
of like a
problem,
multitude into
Talking
a
shit.
singular, all the way
Fighting motherfuckers.
from the lowest levels up.
So you
Oh, shit.
have been shooting up ketamine while playing Scrabble.
Yep.
No.
Yeah, causality is pretty lit, bro.
Just all of it, yeah, like the whole fucking structure of it. It's like unknowns all the way down.
Causality influences humanity to the extent that you wish it to. You can consider all of life to be deterministic and causal in nature and wholly reductionist, or you can consider yourself having as
Yeah.
much free will as you want. And
Exactly.
I prefer to try to avoid the causality.
That's a big.
When,
I think
it's an illusion. I think we feel like we have free will, but we really don't.
do we not like wish for it though? Do we
tend
not
to
wish
agree.
for it? And like that
well,
is.
we're evolved to
you have it. Yeah.
believe that we have it. Like evolution
Yeah,
set
it's
us
a
up with
concept.
prefrontal cortices that
Yeah.
allow us to guide ourselves with a sense
I'm
of
just red
agency.
pirate.
And like it's kind of defying that when we start to think in terms of whole causality. But then again, if you were to grow up in the East, the whole concept of interdependence, pratitya samutpada, interconnection, and all that, like we are one with the earth, and it is always living through us. So I feel like it's more comfortable for the Easterner to consider causality and determinism than it is for the Westerner.
Probably.
I've been writing on this for a while. I'm not really sure, but
Okay. Wait. I got interrupted. I missed like a lot of that. I'm sorry.
sure.
I was saying, Brandon, that I think that life and shit is deterministic, but it's like we have the illusion of free will.
Oh, yeah. That's where we're at. Yeah.
Totally.
Well, what does freedom look like? What does it seem like if there is freedom? You know, like I feel like we do accomplish that. We maintain that that appearance. Like if it's.
Oh, yeah, fuck it.
I feel like a deterministic system gives us freedom. Like
gives us freedom.
like it's sort of what it wants to. Yeah, like we are made free through the deterministic system that we are created out of or emergent from, you know? Like
Right. Yeah, I mean, we arise from these causal forces that are bound by materialistic nature. But if you look into analytical idealism and the stuff that Schopenhauer and Bernardo Kastrup are talking about, it's kind of a perspective that evolution allowed for these properties while the metacognitive nature of the universe is always present, and it's just working through these mechanistic properties to understand itself. And there are other philosophies that get at that. I don't really ascribe to analytic idealism. I'm more of a complexification.
Yeah, I think things are complex as fuck. I hate when people try to give like one word set or like one sentence phrases for answers and shit. It's like, dude, nothing in this world's usually that cut and dry. It's usually things are usually more a roundabout way.
I don't know. There's one thing that is very cut and dry.
There's a few things.
Everything's a piece though, a piece of the whole.
It's her ass.
Ass.
Oh.
Her ass? Oh.
Yeah.
I was like, wait, what?
Man, I like me some titties. I like some titties, man.
Ass holds up though.
It does, yeah.
Ass holds its value over time.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
It's always a key
That's
necessity to
the thing you
to
gotta
the
have.
play.
Do you think it's absolutely ridiculous how much women are sexualized in social media?
In social media.
Yes.
I don't think it's
Yes.
ridiculous because they bring it upon themselves because they flaunt it for money and clout or whatever.
Well,
Yeah,
so
it is
going back
that,
to
yeah.
so like with the deterministic aspect of this, like
I think they only flaunt it for money because it's what the entire system is.
That's what I
designed
said
is
for money or clout.
is only
yeah, that's what I mean, yeah.
yeah.
Like they don't know.
No, for money or clout because that's the only thing that the system allows for them to make money as.
Path of least resistance, right?
It's the
it's
easiest
the
way to make money for
resistance.
a woman, I suppose. Yeah, it's definitely the easiest.
It's like a backdrop. It's always there. It's
Yep.
always the.
There's some women that have given up their PhDs in neuroscience and like really valuable occupations for OnlyFans account.
Yep.
Yeah. Dude.
All the power to them.
If you're a good looking chick, dude, yeah, why wouldn't you?
Yeah, I know. If the industry is that toxic towards accepting the knowledge that you possess, let it fucking burn. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I can say.
Like I'm a YouTuber, man, and I put a lot of work into my videos, many hours, and I try to I put a lot of nuance into what I write and the way that I record and my editing, and then I'll get just like maybe 100 to 200 views if I'm lucky, without some kind of promotions, and then I'll look at something that's on like videos that are uploaded to Pornhub or these other websites, and they'll get millions of views with no editing, and it's like, man, this market scheme, this marketing model
I mean, it's always been the brainless activity with little thought process behind it has always been the easiest way to connect to the broadest audience. Hence why, standard entertainment television and movies will always exceed that of like anything National Geographic could ever produce.
Well, just in
It
general,
alienates men and
women
from each
have been
other.
making money that way since the beginning of time. This is nothing new. Like
It's nothing.
I know.
It's the oldest fucking thing they've done. Like literally. So
yeah,
it's human nature. We like our distractions to be things that we don't have to learn.
Right.
Yeah, I can see that. Most people, like I said, most people don't want to take 5 minutes to read a fucking little simple article just to learn anything. Like one thing. Like yeah. So it makes sense that people want to be dumbed down.
That I think is
a market that creates itself. Though, is what I'm trying to say. It's a market that creates itself because men and women becoming alienated.
Everyone's attention span changed the moment Vine became popular.
Probably.
Oh, where are we doing?
Well, like I said,
I have to. Okay, I promised my brother I would play, so one of y'all is gonna have to leave. I'll start another.
I can
or whatever it is.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Oh,
Just let me know when you guys need me back on. I can go play it.
But
I got you.
Yeah, I'll probably play something else, and then I'm just gonna be in the chat, obviously.
Yeah,
I'm
hanging out. I don't gotta work tomorrow. I ain't got shit to do, dog. It's Friday night for me.
Yeah, I'll probably be playing tomorrow too. But yeah, I promised my brother I would play. So I don't.
No, that's cool. Dude.
I'll be starting my new job on Wednesday.
What you doing now?
Just dishwasher right now.
Oh, okay.
Fucking chill out in your own
Like
head.
a higher
Okay.
class, probably like a 3-star place for right now. I mean, it's winter, so it's slow. It's just like, whatever. At least it'll be a job and bring in some money.
Yep.
Probably some cool fucking people, dude. There's always fucking cool people. And then there's the shitty people.
Well, yeah.
you gotta
When you
fucking-
like as a guy that works at a bar, bro,
cool.
yeah. When you deal with when you deal with public people, it's literally 50-50. Like half the people there are
Yeah.
fucking awesome, the greatest people ever, and the other half are just scum of the earth.
Oh yeah.
Like it's
and
so
they're
weird.
like the loudest, like, you know.
Loud's one thing. I'm saying like, dude, those are the people that like will take $10 if they see it on the, like, you know, like if you leave it at the bar for something, you know, like them kind of
Yoink.
people. Like, dude, come on now, you fucking kidding
Yeah.
me?
It's like, I just fucking saw you.
I know that's a thing too. And then yeah, when you call them up, they're like, it wasn't me. Like, bro, I have 7 different people say it was you. All of them are fucking lying. Like every single one.
Yeah, I don't
It's a big conspiracy just to piss you off somehow today.
Yep.
Right, dude. Exactly.
Because everything's a conspiracy. But no,
Exactly.
it's like
I cut to the
like
core of it.
it's
man.
like 18 to 20 bucks for like a burger, you know. It's spendy, and then they have like prime rib night, so
Oh,
there's
yeah, it's
and
better
there's-
than fucking regular bar food. You know.
yeah.
I feel like some people feel like they can get away with being an asshole. Like
Yeah,
life,
I know.
like life owes them the ability to get away, or like they think like, oh, everybody gets to be a piece of shit now and then, you know. Like
I think some of it is like narcissism because you think like you're the best. So like if you, in order for like, you know, if you were to rob somebody or fuck
Right,
somebody
yeah.
over or something, you just don't give a fuck because they're less than you. So what does it bother? You know, who is it hurting? Nobody.
a weird perspective.
Yeah. You got to be like an asshole or in a bad
Where
mood
they
or
like
every
absolve
day.
themselves
that's a
and
lot of
like
work.
justify themselves. Yeah, dude, that's way too much fucking
I'm just
work.
saying every day. Like I get having bad days and doing whatever. I mean, I totally get that. But like I said, to be constantly
Mhm.
like, you know, 3 days a week, you're just like fuck everybody. That's a dude. That's a lot.
Alright, guys, I'm out of here. It was good talking. Y'all are awesome.
Hell yeah,
Yeah,
brother.
you too, man.
Have a good one.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Talk to you again later. Peace.
Yep.
Peace out. Yeah, I just happened to look at my phone and I seen you're on the chat room with Patrick. Like, oh shit, I better start my computer up and we get on.
Yep. That's what I was thinking. Yep, perfect time.
Yeah, because he said something. That's why I was like, "What's going on?" I'm like, "Oh, I see you in the room. Oh, I see he's in the okay."
Yep. First chilling, he was like, "Hey, you want to do?" I don't know. I think he maybe wanted to just chill, but
That's cool.
I was like, "Hey, let's get more people. Let's get more people."
Dude,
in the mix."
anyway,
That's how I am.
we were playing
yeah,
a game too,
yeah.
anyways. Fucking, we're having a good time.
Yeah, exactly.
I never played that game. I've heard about it. I never played it though, but it's kind of cool. It's like Smash
Dude,
Bros.
keyboard.
Exactly. Keyboard is tough for me.
You can use the mouse to attack. That's what I've been using.
Oh,
left
I
and right
thought
click.
about doing that. That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, it's set up. I looked in the controls. I'm like, oh, it's already set up for that. Sweet.
Oh,
And then-
yeah,
and then I started getting a little
make
bit
left and
better.
right be your quick and hard. Okay, yeah, that'll probably be a lot
Yeah.
easier. Okay.
Yeah, I need to get used to the timing of attacks.
Yeah, for
That's
me,
the big thing.
I try
Timing of
to
attacks so they connect.
I try to switch my buttons to make like, because usually, you know, like the left and right are your index and your ring finger.
Yeah.
But I was using my index as
Yeah.
my attacker, so I'm like, it's hard for me to move left and attack like this fucking. So I tried to change
Yeah.
a couple configurations, and every time, then I get confused. I'm like, fuck, why am I not move? Fuck, it's this button now. Fucking, you know.
That explains.
But yeah, I like your idea.
Yeah, I
If
had to
just
set
make
up
it
for a Q and E for my attacks.
Yeah, if I make up.
I was like, wait, Q and E doesn't work because I can't move in one direction if I take my finger off. Fuck.
That's what I was getting at. So like it was really difficult for me for a minute, but I figured it out. Like I said, I like if I use the mouse for attacking, yeah, that'd be cool. Like I said, the left and right, be like quick and hard. Cool.
Yep.
But
Dude. What now?
Brandon, you need to get off the meta shit. Just kidding.
The meta shit? I know it's too much.
It is too much because you know what the problem is in general though. Because like when I listen to people talk about it, it's just there's never gonna be an answer because it's outside of you. Like meta in
It is.
just in
Yep.
general
It
is
is.
outside of you, which means it's out of our control. So even if it was right, dude, again, good luck getting 9 billion people to think your way. It's hard enough to get 100
No,
people.
no, it's more like it's hard to like the whole. I just see a sort of future where that's sort of like it's like an eclipse, right? It's like crossing from one fucking like
For sure. And it
phase
could.
onto the
Only
next.
way I see it happening though is through fucking, like I said, simulation theory. It had to be a simulation. So
Yeah.
basically,
Well,
where
there's
everybody
some
has the
things
same
I
kind of brainwave.
see, though, like there's like an unconscious like schema production that's going on, right? And then language seeps its way into there, like through like philosophy in a way.
In
Like
a way,
and
yeah. Like I said, I
philosophy
get what you're
constructs
saying, and you're not
reality.
necessarily like wrong. It's just it's too much. It's like we should
Yeah,
probably fix hunger in your city. It's hard to do world
yeah.
hunger. You know, like when people are like, oh, I want world hunger list, but good luck, bro. Can you fix your fucking city and your state and your town? You know, like
Well,
do that. That will be
the
a good
point
start.
is to pass empathy on to people, like
For
because
sure.
like the all perspective is like empathic, right?
Well, yeah, man.
And
That's you mean like
I think
I'm
people
saying if you break it
get
down
driven
simpler,
crazy by it 'cause it's like, yeah.
I'm saying if you just say simply
Oh,
like,
I
man,
mean,
just be nice to people. Like honestly, like I mean, honestly, everything comes
it's
down to
really,
the golden rule is the simplest and best rule, dude. Like I said,
yeah,
I don't want to be hit,
really.
therefore I don't hit you. I don't want to be killed, therefore I don't kill you. I don't want to be raped, therefore I don't
Some
rape.
people
You
are
know, like
so stuck in the head of ideology that they can't like understand objective reality, like a natural reality. That's kind of what it breaks down to.
a little
Like
bit.
it really does.
I get that part. Like I mean, I
Like
do. Like that's
like
the part I
if you're
agree
not
with you.
looking at everything from like a unified lens, like of like, oh, this is nature, like you're
Yep.
fucking
And like I agree with that, but
you're like, oh,
my problem is you're
homosexuality
not
is
going
a
to get
sin.
a
Like, no, you're
unified lens. There's no way. You're never going to get a unified lens with 9 billion people. That's always a problem. Like I agree with your like I agree with the
well,
premise 1, I agree with. With premise 2, I don't think you have it. You can never get it. So I think the conclusion is never going to happen. Like if you're to break it down to syllogism. Like yes,
it's
we
all
should do this.
circling like one grand quote unquote truth. So like whatever everybody's talking around is basically what is the quote unquote truth. So and that stops at a certain point in like our language, essentially. Like that stops. Like it's not about people adapting, it's about this being like a natural like sort of tipping point in people's understanding of the world. Like but it is a way ahead thing, but it's like happening in my fucking brain. So it's like,
No, like I said, I get your
well,
like I said in general, I get what you're saying. I get like that probably should be what we should do, but like I said, to me, it's you got to break it down small.
well,
You got to try to convince like friends and family, these people, like how to change. Like I said, basically just try to open up how they think and stuff. And
you gotta undercut it. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do though.
oh, I know.
Like you gotta fucking get in their brain.
I
You gotta get in
understand
their
that, but
fucking
I'm
brain.
saying you got to go smaller. Don't go with the meta shit. Just try to break it down to be like, you know what? If you were homeless, wouldn't you want somebody or something to fucking help pull you up out of the gutter and help, give you a little place, a little nudge start, and try to get them to
Yeah.
agree on these little issues, which will lead to the like you agree with me on 8 issues, right? But how do you disagree with me on the conclusion now? Because that's where the schism is for like a lot of the people. Like, like if you ask them this,
Right.
this, they'll be like, oh, that sounds good. Well, then why don't you want to have like one single payer healthcare? You agree that the system's fucked up. This is wrong. We shouldn't be paying this. All this stuff. But at the end, you don't agree. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Why do you not
But
agree
it's
with
a
me at the end?
them perspective and not a we or an I perspective. It's not like they can't put themselves into the shoes of the person that's being like looked at. You know,
That's
what I'm
why.
saying?
That's why recently I've been trying to stress to people like stop being individualistic and try to think society in general. Like we're a part of a society. Like obviously you got a city society, you got your state society, you got your country. But you can only control and help what is in your society, and you got to understand that. Like I was saying, like a kid going to school, you paying for it will help you out long term. You need to realize like you helping a homeless person might help you out long term because they might help do something. They might save your life for all you fucking whatever the fuck the case is. Like but helping people out might not affect you today, but it's gonna affect you. If not, it's gonna affect your kids. It's gonna affect just society as a whole. That's more important.
People are retarded when it comes to others because they are retarded when it comes to themselves. Like they don't understand themselves, so they can't
Yeah.
look at how they you know, it's just a projection from like, hey, oh yeah, yeah, this, yes, I want to be a good force in the universe, not the asshole, you know, like
Mhm.
was done to me. Like that's
You know,
it's really not that hard.
Oh,
It's none of this stuff
retarded.
is fucking hard. No,
think about
none
like
of it.
this. Remember when we freed the black people, right, from slavery, and they didn't want to do it because they thought they would, like, fight us and try to take over the land back, right? The reason why we thought that, it was our projection. That's what we did to them and everyone else. So we would think that these people now are going to do the same thing what we would do to them.
Right.
It's like the opposite effect of what you're saying. Like, people project things because that's what they think inside themselves. Like, man, if I could do this, I would do this.
Well, it goes both ways, you
It
know.
does.
Like,
That's what I'm saying. You
projection
said
is
one
like,
way. I'm saying that there's an opposite way. Like, the opposite way is this
Yeah.
way. Like, people also project goodness or badness because that's what's
Yeah, they
inside
do.
them.
Yep. Yep, because that's what our fucking history is so far. That's what it comes down to. That is really what it comes down to. We have not been held strictly by morals because we have to find the integrity within ourselves
Well,
to be
unless you
more
believe in a
moral.
god, there's no like objective moral. I don't like truly objective.
There is. There is. It's like a social harmonizing thing.
It was.
It's
It
it's
is,
all
but it
through
isn't though. Because like I
It's
said,
all through
almost
pragmatic.
anything you say though, like I said, if murder is wrong, I bet you I can tell you a time where it's right, or I can make a hypothetical where you'd have to bite the
Of
bullet and be
course,
like,
but it all comes down to value. It all comes down to how does it affect the collective? How does it affect
yeah, it's like the
us all
trolley the
down,
train
like
kind of
down a win?
problem in the
Yeah,
sense like
it's all we can prove it all. You can prove it. You know,
you
like
can
I
prove a
don't think
lot of
any of
things, but I
this.
don't think everything. But yeah, I get what you're
The
saying.
wider the lens you take, the more objective it is. Objective it is.
No, like I
Like
said, I get it overall, but I just like I said, it's just
the reason that we have problems is because we look at them as subjectively, like
maybe.
from a subjective lens, right? Or we look like the Christian person that's worried
Well, it's
about
usually your upgrade bringing.
fucking
That's usually the big
people.
thing. Whatever you're raised in, or your family, whatever.
Right.
Like,
With a, they can't take on the bigger lens, and they know the bigger lens exists. They just can't fit them together.
well, again, it goes
There's
back
like
to like I was saying
we
about
believe
healthcare.
in
People know
prohibitive.
that healthcare is a problem, and we all agree that there's a problem. There's something should be done. This, but nothing ever happens. Why don't we agree at the end? Like, what's the problem?
Ideology. Like we don't
It is
want it's
ideology.
government.
People are
It's government
retarded.
fucking interference. But yeah, so they think our problem's caused by government interference. But like, look at the other countries who pay less
There's
for
worse
fucking
corruption.
healthcare, and it's all done by government. It's all well, I shouldn't say that. That's a
It's a
generalization on
combo.
my
Like I
part,
said, the rich people get
but
private insurance because they're rich, so they get the top insurance in any country because that's just how your money. You got a lot of money, but in general, yeah, everybody has at least the option to get fucking mediocre to good healthcare.
well, that needs to be the bottom. Like it just has to be the bottom. Like you can't move forward as it. See, it all comes down to individual versus collective shit. People can't fucking wrap up the concerns that they have with being a part of the collective, which everybody has. Everybody has their individualness, their individuality, the things they want to authentically be, and then there are the collective things where we just transferred those same desires that we have about being ourselves onto everybody else. So we're all just one big collective, authentic fucking family. After that point, like it's all stupid. It is all very stupid.
I mean, yeah, if you think about it, like technically, in the sense, we're all human beings, we're all animals. Like we all have that shared common thing, right? And from that, we should be able to branch other smaller common things, to figure out where we get together and like where we disagree, where figure out things that as a collective unit instead of just being individuals.
You figure out how to tolerate shit, and then you fucking move on. Like you wrap your head around, like, oh, well, okay, well, maybe a woman isn't just a woman, I guess. I don't know. Okay, well, see you later. I don't know. Like, whatever. It's all the way that people fucking present the problem, right? Like, because it's like,
For sure. I mean, that's definitely part
and
of it. Always
with the
is
language.
wording even.
Yep.
Like, like I said, if you ask somebody like should we have universal health care or something like that, they'll say no. But like I said, if you ask them 5, 6 simple questions that hopefully lead you, like, can you see how you kind of are a fan of it? You just don't realize it, you know, because you agree with these 5 premises leading up to the conclusion,
Mhm.
you know. But I'm saying with the meta shit, you're going too broad, and I don't think that matters to people. People need to get back. You need to get like I said, try to get to like that kind of thinking. You got to try to get people to think like, you know, like there's a
Mhm.
reason why we have the logical like map, whatever, like the premises and the conclusion. Like you should be able to say like Latinos are bad, you know, make less jobs, therefore this, you know, kick them out. You know, like you should be able to make a sound argument just simply like, you know, like a math problem. And if it doesn't make sense, well then why do you think this way? Why do you feel this way? Why do you, you know, and try to get in there, you know.
Mhm.
That's kind of like I said, that's if people have actual like good faith conversations with me in general, then I try to you know, break it down like this. Like I try to be like, you say this, but then why is it on this? You say, you know, the big conspiracy part or whatever. You know, it's like, what the fuck, dude? Do you not see how this is your conclusions way the fuck off?
There's so many like knots to untie.
Yeah.
Like when,
Well, especially when you
yeah,
don't have an
that's
actual sound. Like I always say, if you don't have a good foundation for what you think or believe, then yeah, you're gonna have fucking pieces of thread holding a billion different things instead of having a fucking concrete slab on the bottom. Like, here's my foundation, bitch. You can't break it. You know why? Because it's sound as fuck.
it's like just the concept of like epistemology entering into somebody's like consciousness. You know,
Yeah. But I, like I,
it's
said,
and it's such a
I
it's
think
a
the problem
word.
is in
It's
general
like
people don't know about it. That's what I'm saying. You just got to try to
yeah,
teach people about like you need to look up this phrase, look up what it means, and like why is it important? You know, like just things like that. Because that's what when I'm arguing with people like online and shit, I always tell them like I blatantly tell them like that's bad epistemology. Like you should really think about what the fuck you're saying, because if you don't realize it, then you might not know. You might just be ignorant of the fucking what it is. So you hope that maybe
what
if you teach someone, maybe they'll learn about it, but usually not. But
it's like epistemology isn't a good or palatable word to some people. I feel like or something. I don't know. Like
I mean, yeah, you can
swear to
always
God,
say
some people have that
how do you know what you
surface.
know? Can you show me what you know? How do you get there?
Yeah,
'Cause I mean, that's why I
yeah.
would
I
just
don't
ask.
even know.
That's why I just ask
Shit.
for evidence and fucking stuff
People
like that.
are. I swear to God, so many people are stuck in the world of fucking science. I'm telling you, this is fucking real. This consciousness fucking unravels around different concepts. So like when you're in the level of language, you then have to learn the level of like objective structures and shit, and then yeah, and like epistemology and philosophy and ethics.
Well, yeah, all of it matters. Like I said, there's like probably it's like a lot of things. There's probably no one philosophical like thought process or whatever that's perfect, but all of them together
Mm,
make a fucking good foundation to how you should think and feel and believe. You know.
yeah,
But like I said, to me, epistemology is only to me it's one of the more important ones because you should know what you know.
well,
Like,
it's
how do you
practical.
know? Like I
It's
said,
practical. Yeah,
if you say
yeah.
the sun's yellow, you should be able to say like, well, because of this, and you kind of have an answer. Even to me, I probably don't know, but I can Google it, and then I'll believe what the fuck it says. So I'm not going to be arguing and be like, nope. That's that file that came out. Like I say, like, how are you going to act like you're smarter than all these people that know?
Like people like to form opinions just to feel like they're involved, I think.
Part of it, yeah.
And then then it's like, oh, there's more to it than that, you know?
Well, that's why I'm trying to stress
I
people.
don't know.
I was talking to this lady at the bar today because she's like, I don't think Biden was a good president. I'm like, you know what? If we had real amount of time to fucking talk, I could probably tell you why he's good. And she was like, you know what? And then she kind of did this thing, but she's like, you know what? If you actually told me some shit, I might be changed. I was like, you know what? I appreciate that because at least you're open to being swayed.
See, people feel the pressure, you know, and then there's also a room to be honest without being shamed, I think.
Oh yeah, I try not to even people that are like,
Yep.
I try to just be like, you know, I don't like him, but here's why. And if you like him, that way, it is what it is because especially at the bar. But it's just like. But I just tell people like January 6th was a line I can't cross. I'm sorry I don't know what to tell you. Like, That was my line. Once that happened, I don't know how anybody could ever vote for that guy again. But
So much wrapped up in it.
yeah, there always is. Who fucking knows? Either way.
Dude, I saw this video of, I think I posted it on my Facebook, a fucking greyhound like running into like a hamster wheel thing.
Oh,
It's
really? That's
just,
funny.
dude, he's fucking spinning the fuck out of that thing. Just guy could run like a fucking factory, I swear. Fucking,
What was it? My girlfriend.
that's the future.
It's the future, right? It's the future, dude. You know what the government should do? I thought this was a good idea. They should pay people like $500 a year to be like a BMI of whatever's healthy weight or fat level. You know what I'm saying?
Right? Yeah, I get
Like,
that.
if you're fucking like 8% body fat or less, yeah, we're gonna give you $500 at the end of the year for your taxes or whatever. Like, incentivize it.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Because I was talking, like I said, I was talking to my buddy the other day on Discord about universal health care, and he was bringing up things and stuff, and I was like, yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, because he's like, it's really complex. I'm like, I know, bro. I'm one of those people, I understand things are complex. But then I found out America spends about $4.5 trillion a year on healthcare. So it's like, all right, if we can figure out how to make that number, like have universal style with that number, we should be fine, right?
That is such a staggering fucking number.
Yeah, when we spend, I think it was $6.7 trillion in a whole year, it's 2/3 of our budget.
Fuck's sake.
I know, it's crazy. Yeah, it's fucking nuts. That's what I'm saying. There's got to be a better way. And like, so like we were talking about like adding sin tax, maybe like make it higher, because it already sucks. But it's like, because I was thinking about like what Bill was talking about, how Canada basically tries to make things that are bad, more money and shit like that. So I was like, all right, if we raise the prices of shit, and like I was thinking then to incentivize people instead of just being all negative shit, like I said, then you do like the whole, if your body weight's this much, then you get $500 every year or something, like maybe 1,000. I don't fucking know. Just something. Try to keep your people healthy so they don't go to the hospital, so it actually doesn't cost money for the government.
Right. It wouldn't be like a poor tax necessarily because it's a fucking refund. It's like a.
Well, yeah,
fucking...
I mean, if you live healthy and you're probably not going to be on the system, cool. You didn't go to the doctor this whole year, and you're going to get $500. I mean, cool.
Yep.
Because I mean, in America, we all know that in America, and I'm still big too. Like, we have a fat problem. Like, so if you can incentivize people to fucking go work out, make money.
A reward for success rather than a punishment for failure.
Yeah,
like
I'm saying like that's why I was saying like you have the punishment shit for taxing maybe more for cigarettes and bullshit, but then you also have the positive side where you be like, you know what?
Yep.
Besides just that, you do this, you get to make money too. So it's one of those carrot and stick. You get a little bit of both. And then I don't know if you were around when we were talking about it. Might have been Mitch, but I mean, right now the tax system, if you make $608,000 a year, you get taxed 37%. Okay.
Okay.
But if anything more than that, so up to $1 billion a year, you're getting taxed the same 37%.
All right. Yeah. Okay.
Like that's the cutoff for like going up. And me and him were like, dude, why can't we make it like $1 million at like 40, and then like 5 million at like 42, and then make 10 million at 45? Like it's just, man, yeah.
Shit.
Because if you did that,
yeah, at a certain point, yeah, it's just flat. It just ends up being
not flattens out at 37% at 608. Because I'm just saying, like, man, that guy that makes 607,000, he gets paid or taxed the same amount as the billionaire guy, like the same exact percentage wise. That's fucking nuts. And like the average person, so the person making, I think it was like 20 to 40,000 was getting taxed like 10%, and it was like 40 to 80 was like 22%. So like technically, like someone like me is paying 15% less taxes than a billionaire, percentage wise.
So people justify this with like Like, what most of their money is tied up in assets, so it's being invested back in. Is that
Sure,
like?
I mean that part, sure, but guess what? They also have a lot of fucking money too.
Mhm.
Like you're right. Like if they were if Jeff Bezos made $500 million next year and 490 million went back to the business, he still made $10 million.
Yeah.
You know, like yeah,
Nobody
he
should have like a private fucking yacht. Nobody should own like all this shit. Like
well
you gotta add it all up.
the whole point is if they were to if we were to make it go to like 42, 45, that's a lot of we did them what was it? In America, we have I think it was 24 million millionaires.
Wow.
And we were talking about like, all right, you tax that 40%, right? That
Dude.
almost pays your fucking whole healthcare, like your fucking universal healthcare number.
Right. Okay. Dude, this dog's driving me nuts.
That's all right, but yeah, people don't realize we have I think it was 16% of our population are millionaires in America. No, I think it was 8.8. 8.8.
That's a lot.
Yeah, almost 10%. Like I was saying, like think about it, you go to school with 30 kids, 3 of them are almost millionaires. You know.
Yep.
It's fucking nuts when you think about it.
Yeah, I mean, clearly our system works pretty good for generating wealth. I don't know.
Oh, it does. It definitely does.
Very good.
Yeah, we have this people say 22 million millionaires. And like I said, just if you just do math, you tax 40, but I mean, it's obviously they're not making that every year, but in general, you still get a lot of money. I should look up how many people make $1 million a year. Cause that's a lot of fucking money in 1 year. No. Because it keeps going to households, like total. I'm like, no, I just want to know how in a year, not total. Biden tried to fucking if you make $1 million a year, Biden wanted to raise the long-term capital gains tax rate from 20 to 39.4%. Nobody wants to do it.
Huh.
And really, it's only 39%.
Of course
Again,
not.
you make $1 million, dude. Yeah. Again,
There's
you're
like
you're acting
never a
you're acting-
reason
people
for
act like
them.
$610,000 cash today is, or like in a year is poor.
They look at it like there's never a reason for them to give up their money because they think they are using it responsibly.
Yeah.
I think.
Well, like I said, for me, it's like again,
I don't know.
like we have to fix healthcare, and they have the most money, so I suppose that's probably who has to take on the burden the most. I mean, it is what it is. Again, it comes down to society in general. It's like, why are we the only country that has to pay? Again, we do always say we do have the best healthcare, but we pay fucking $14,500 per person compared to like $5,000 like everyone else. On a different note, do you see that Trump people are losing their mind over Elon Musk? They're having a civil war going on right now.
Wait, really?
Yeah, dude, MAGA and Elon Musk and those people are fucking losing their minds. It's funny.
Fucking, I keep
because
seeing
Elon
bullshit, man.
It's because Elon wants to keep the migrants in the sense of he wants to have they're called H-1B visas, so like Indians and shit for like factories and stuff. He's like, oh, we want these kind of immigrants, and all like the racist MAGA people are like, no, we don't want no immigrants. We said no immigrants, America first, and all this shit. And then Elon Musk basically called them retarded and shit, and people are losing their minds. Oh, dude, it's so fucking funny.
Love it. The nerd.
Oh
in
my-
the jock or
it-
whatever, you
it's
know.
it's
fucking,
the techno
I love it.
bureaucrat guys and the fucking redneck racist pieces of shit in MAGA fucking fighting over who's right. It's so
Mhm.
fucking funny, dude.
Dude, I swear to God, you will see the fucking like just the duality, like against
Dude, wait for
duality thing,
fucking like
dude. It's
RFK
there.
to say
It's
something or
there.
do something that Trump doesn't like any of them, dude. Like really,
Mm-hmm.
like once that happens, dude, people are gonna lose their minds because
Swear to God,
they
there's
hired
a
you for
like
this
a
reason, right?
dagger. There's a dagger that's being dragged through fucking society right now, in a way. Like I swear to God,
Yeah.
I fucking swear to God. Basically, in a sense, what's gonna be the next wound? It's so
It's
nuts.
crazy. But yeah,
Yep.
I've been watching it for
Then-
the last couple of days. It's been fucking pretty fun to watch. Laura Loomer and all these fucking racist pieces of shit are just fucking mad. Oh, apparently, I forgot to tell you, it's getting so petty where now he's starting to take all the blue check mark people that are like MAGA people, and he's taking them all away.
Oh, okay.
Like he's fucking
What the
pissed at these bitches. He's like, no, you guys are all fucking retards. And, oh man, it's so fucking funny.
Holy shit.
There's probably a big long Twitter thread or whatever the fuck you can read or find somewhere on YouTube or whatever. That's fucking hilarious. So
So much drama, just like out of nowhere. God damn.
it was because, like I said, he's like, oh yeah, we need immigrants, and these people are like, we don't need immigrants. We don't need them.
It's
so
like a
funny.
South Park moment,
It
dude. I
is,
swear
dude.
to
It's
God.
Mr.
Like, what?
Gargars.
No! Yeah,
It's so
exactly.
It is, though. It's unironically becoming one.
I love it, dude.
I know, that's why I had to say it,
Dude.
because I thought it was funny as fuck, too. Like, Jesus.
Swear to God, man. Like, reality just ends up fucking imitating fiction. Like, it just fucking
Well, the thing
happens.
is, fiction is just people talking about what happened in real life. You know, that's what people forget. It's like, no. Most people's like imaginations aren't like they imagine like sci-fi and shit like that. But
Well,
I mean,
right,
like the
but
idea
yeah.
of like the play, like the drama, the this, it's what you've seen in real life. The guy that wrote The Sopranos, he's like, oh, it was about my relationship with my mom. You know, like that's what it was, and then it just spiraled to a new story. But that's like everything else. It's all stuff that you dealt or seen or whatever. Thought it was interesting, and you had to put it on paper or whatever. Get your feelings out.
So fucking funny.
Oh, I know. I've been laughing for 2 days. And it's only funny because you're seeing who like the truly racist piece of shit of fucking MAGA people are, and like who's like kind of smart. Like, oh, you're kind of smart. You're still kind of stupid and piece of shit, but at least you understand business, like how it works.
Exactly, dude. And
Like,
then
yeah.
these ideas that so like they get closer and closer to the objective, and then they're like, oh, okay. Then they spiral back down and
Well,
look at
again,
the whole thing again.
because
I swear to
they
God.
ran off fucking being that way, like
Yeah.
catering to the racist South pieces of shit. Those kind of people to get votes. I mean, so now they feel obliged that they should get something. We voted for you. And people keep forgetting that it's Trump and them. They're egomaniacs, dude. Like, they give a fuck about you. If anybody thinks
Question is
Elon
how
Musk
many-
cares about you or anybody like that, you're fucking silly.
How many smart conservatives?
There's a
Fucking
few,
split
but
off
I
from
mean,
that.
they grift now. I think that's a big thing. Everybody, I think that switched like that. The
Oh,
end,
yeah,
all,
for
it's
sure.
money based. Like I was saying, like Ben Shapiro and all those people hated him, but then he brings in ratings and money and shit. Oh, now we love him. I feel like
Yep.
that's what most of it is with these motherfuckers. So like, yeah, I feel like some
They're
are
like
smart.
the other side of the wave in a sense. Like, yep.
Well, like I said, you can watch it. Ben Shapiro, the day after January 6th, called it an insurrection and said it was like one of the worst days ever and all this shit. But now,
Tucker Carlson.
yeah, well, I'm just saying now they're all like, oh, the
Yep.
cops let him in. It wasn't no big deal. It was this. Like, oh. But the day
Yep.
it happened, like your actual raw reaction, like seeing it live, you're like, oh man, that's horrible. He even said, he was like, it's almost tuned to 9/11 and shit. So, but now when people say that on the left, they'll be like, you think 9/11 is not worse than, or January 6th worse than 9/11? It's like, in a way, yes. In a way, no. Like, not with death, but it was actual attack on our fucking society,
Yeah.
or institutes and shit. Like, all those buildings that fell on 9/11 weren't gonna fucking overthrow our government. You know,
Yeah, it's curious what this all builds to, man.
who knows? I just hope that Trump decides to be like a lame duck, where he just wanted to be president and say fuck you and just doesn't do much. Like the first term, he didn't do much. So hopefully, he just kind of does that, like
How many days did he golf?
a lot. I just know. I always say all I know is he only passed one real bill, like actual bill. That was
Hey,
the
we
tax
got
cut.
concepts of a plan.
The
Watch
tax-
this drive.
You ever watch a video of fucking John McCain turning down his repeal and replace? You ever seen this video?
Is repeal what?
When Trump tried to repeal and replace Obamacare,
Oh, okay.
it came down to the last vote, and the last vote was John McCain, and John McCain thumbs down and said, "Fuck you, Trump."
Oh, yeah, yeah.
You seen that video?
No, I don't think I've seen the video, but
Oh
I think
man, it's great. Just because you see all the Dems in the background, they're like, and like all the old ones are like, "Shut the fuck up!" Like, shh. Like, it's kind of funny.
yeah, dude. It's like oh, he's a rhino.
Oh, that's when they started hating the changes
Rhino
and shit.
now.
Yeah, for sure. I know.
Yep.
That was the moment. Dick Cheney, thumbs down. Meet me in the club. It's going down. How do I screen share? Share your screen. We'll go with this one. All right.
Get ready for a pride-filled night of hoops, Wolves fans. On Monday, January 6th, celebrate all things pride.
You'll be right here.
Thank you.
Mr. Peters.
Nope.
Mr. Portman.
Just walks off like a boss.
Mr. Reed.
Fuck.
Thank you.
But yeah,
Oh yeah.
it's so funny. But I don't know if this is the one. There's certain videos where you can fucking see
Mr.
people in the
Peters.
background. Well, I'll turn on the video.
Oh,
the
skinny
voice.
repeal portions. Okay. I
Like
got you.
watch
Okay.
it like these people and like I think a couple
30
people
years
over
ago.
here. They lose their minds. Once he puts his thumb down, they don't fucking know what's gonna happen. Like he's kind of interested. He's like, "What the fuck? The fuck?" Like all these people. Holy shit! Oh, look at this man. Tell him, shut the fuck up, people. Shut the fuck up.
Wow.
It's so funny.
Yeah.
That shit's so funny to me, man. It was just it was a thumbs down to fucking Trump, piece of shit. And it's only funny because Cheney hated fucking Obamacare, but he knew you can't trust it to Trump. Trump will just be worse, no matter what. The great irony.
Well, what's gonna happen now?
I don't know. Like I said, I don't know what version of Trump we get.
Like, I assume they have like a plan that they're, like the Project 20. What is the
Yeah.
Project 2025
Oh,
shit,
I
man?
gotta
Is
read
that
more into it. It's I had
legit?
nothing-
Like, I don't fucking know. I'm not gonna fucking dismiss that offhand because
Oh no,
it's.
they already said like a couple of these people already said like, oh yeah, we lied the whole time. That was the plan. We just couldn't tell you. It's basically the whole mass deportation, fucking get rid of fucking abortion all the way, fucking and a couple other things I can't remember. Basically, they want to put all the power into the presidency. They want to put, they want him to point to every single. Because how about I found this out the other day. The FBI leader is supposed to be a job for like 10 years, and now Trump's fired 2 of them. Like that's so unprecedented. You're not supposed to do that.
Mhm.
It's supposed to be apolitical. Like it doesn't matter who, But now, yeah, he's done it twice. So like he's about to have that. Like that's the whole thing. He's supposed to fire everybody basically and point all of his loyalists. So then whenever he needs something done, they'll all vote yes.
Everything is just like an inherent lack of trust. Like,
True, that is the biggest thing, especially like the government. Everyone hates the government, and I get it somewhat to an extent. But it's like you realize we're the best government in the world, probably. We have so many people and so many different various. Like, dude, for as much racism and shit we have here, It's really good compared to like other places of the world where they're like literally are racist as shit. You know, like we do a really good
Mhm.
job, dude.
So does like the expansion of like the lack of trust now go to the Trump
It
people
never
themselves?
does. It never does.
You don't think it will?
No, because
Well,
if something fucks up in the when Trump's in president, they'll blame the deep state. That's what always happens. It was Mitch McConnell that stopped him. It was whoever, the rhinos, like you said. It'll be that kind of shit.
mhm.
They never blame Trump. Like I said, when you ask someone what did Trump do in this first election, in his first term, he had all the power for 2 years. He got his tax cuts done, and nothing else. Why? He can't even get his people on his own side to agree with him. Like realistically, like the more moderates, the ones that are actually smart, not fucking just clout chasing, going for money and shit.
Yeah.
I always say he ran on infrastructure bill. Why did it take Biden to pass it? You had 4 years to do it. You said you were going to do it. You didn't do it. Why? All these things, because as much as he always says he's a great fucking negotiator, he's pretty shitty. Obviously, it looks like he only did one. 4 years, he did one negotiated deal, and it was actually a bad deal overall. But at least he got one done.
Wait, what deal is his negotiated deal?
Well, I'm saying his tax cut's the only thing he ever did in his 4 years.
Oh,
I'm saying like he did all this negotiating, trying to get infrastructure bill, try to get the healthcare thing done, try to get all these things done, and they all said no.
yep.
I'm saying every time they said no. People don't realize
These people are just
I'm saying like
fucking
he
gathering
runs on being
around
a good
bunch of hot
negotiator, right?
noise.
He's supposed to be the
That's
big
all this guy is.
negotiator and all this shit, and he sucks.
He's a hot bunch of fucking hot noise or whatever. That's all it is.
Just hot garbage. But yeah.
Just fucking mass appeal of trash. I don't know. Like,
Yeah.
he's like a
It is what it
structure.
is, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
Swear to God.
On a sidebar, I'm about to win 2 Super Bowls in my fantasy football shit, so I'm about to win like $1,000, like in a week.
Oh shit,
I know, it's
dude! I
nice.
should have gotten into fantasy back in the day. Damn.
I mean, as long as you know who's kind of good in matchups, you look at like, oh, this guy's gonna play a shitty team. He's probably gonna have a good game. Play him.
That's true.
I mean,
Yeah.
a lot of it's just that. I mean, there's some skill to it, but a lot of it's just luck.
Wait, what happened with the Lions game?
The Lions are winning. They're about to win right now. I was just checking.
Okay.
They're up by 4 or whatever it is. 6.
Oh shit.
With 40 seconds left, but they have the ball, so they're kneeing the ball out right now. It's game over.
Sick, dude. Dude, that game next week is gonna be fucking tense.
Oh yeah, dude, it's gonna be nuts for people. Lions should
That's
win,
fucking
but
insane.
they're crippled. They're always hurt, so we'll see.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Mr.
Dude.
EK might be jumping on in probably a couple of minutes because the game's. He's like, when the game's ended, maybe I'll jump on. I'm like, all right.
Who the fuck is this guy?
All right, I gotta go piss. I'll be right back.
All right. Thermobaric based multiverse. A temporal thermobaric verse multiverse. Thermobaric based. Thermobaric. So like. Thermobaric. Thermobaric meaning. Terminal bear, fucking retard.
What up? What up? Back on.
Yo, yo, yo.
Let me go see. I'm gonna text Eric, see if he's gonna hop on now the game's over. Talk your shit, Lions fan.
Dude. Should be interesting playoffs for sure.
It'll be fun. It's fun to play games that matter.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm waiting for him to talk about the game, bro. Come on now.
Mm-hmm.
I think whoever loses next week loses the first round of the playoffs, so that's my hot take.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see
Because
that.
we got to play on the road against a division winner, and it's probably going to be Tampa, and Tampa's a really good team, too. So
That's a huge momentum shift.
that,
into the
too, and then
negative.
you having the down of you losing, so you're kind of like, fuck.
Yep.
I told some people at the bar, they're like, no fucking way. If we lose, we're going to win. I'm like, dude, I'm not trying to be mean. And I said it's not necessarily the Vikings, it's either team. Like, if the Lions were to lose, I think they'll lose, too.
And the Vikings maintain the momentum.
That's kind of what it is. It's both teams. Both teams are hot. Obviously, they're 14. It's the first time in NFL history where two 14-2 teams are in the playoff or are going to meet each other. That's a record.
That's fucking
That's
insane,
nuts,
dude.
isn't it?
Fuck.
Like I said, I think I was like either a freshman or sophomore in college. So I was like 2007, maybe 2008. It was a big deal because Green Bay played Dallas, and they were both like 11-1. I mean, that is a big deal, but like this is like that on crack. Like, dude, 14-2, like, dude, it's so crazy to think about. There's gonna be a 14-2 team, whatever, that didn't win the division. That's nuts.
Yep.
What? We got 6 days to figure it out.
Fuck.
Boo, boo, boo.
Final 40-34.
Yeah. It's official. Not gonna answer my phone call either. Oh man. Didn't even answer my phone call. What an asshole. I know you watched the motherfucking game. It's like the other day all over again. People keep saying, give me 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and they're not on. There you go. Somebody asked you what happened. That was from COVID. That's good. You say the quarantine fixed our ozone layer above the Arctic, healing 1 million square kilometers worth of it. There you go.
Wait, what was it? Dude, I gotta get out of
That's all right. Saying COVID during that quarantine time, because nobody drove cars and shit. The Earth was
Yeah.
able to fix part of the ozone layer by the Antarctic. It
Jesus
healed 1 million
Christ.
square kilomiles of ozone layer.
Well, we need to
during
like
that
plant
1 year
trees.
of not using cars and shit.
What else do we do? We need to do like a lot of shit. Hella tree planting.
Well, again, they got to figure out how to dispose the like I said, I trust the scientists. Like I said, they got like 15, 20 years to really figure this out. When all this shit starts to got to be thrown away. So.
They figured out some crazy shit though. Like,
Oh, for sure. And it's only gonna get better and crazier.
Fucking, yeah.
As
I
long
mean, it's like the fucking War of the Worlds or no, what's that fucking movie with Keanu Reeves?
The Matrix?
No, the fucking one where he's like Klaatu or whatever. He's like an alien. The Day the Earth Stood Still, right?
Okay, yep.
Like at the precipice we change. It's just like that.
Mm-hmm. I can
Just
see
like
that.
that shit. Because everybody sees these movies, everybody sees the signs, and they're like, "Oh fuck, we gotta get to work." Like, that's how people are.
Yeah. No, most people are just on the grind. They fucking just do what they do. 9 to 5, come home, eat, watch like whatever for an hour and a half.
Well, yeah, most people, yeah. Well, it
That
depends
is-
on.
Well, I'm just saying that is most people. Like, there's very few that
Pretty much.
come home and like take time to read stuff, or like I said, something like me. Like I said, I try to read or learn something all the time, dude. Once in a while, I game out and do my bullshit, but normally I'm trying to fucking learn something. Even when I'm gaming, I try to listen to something in the background, learn something in the process too. I don't read books, but I've audiobooked on YouTube probably like 10, 15 books.
Mm-hmm.
Where I just play video games and listen to the background. Sometimes I have to re-listen to like a half hour or something because I didn't pay attention. I'm like, what are we talking about? Oh, there we go. But I mean, whatever. Still trying to learn something. That's the whole thing. I was a young buck and someone said a phrase and I always took it to heart. It was said, when in doubt, find out. Figure it out. I don't know.
Yep.
Some things are truly out of my grasp of actually learning, but most things I can at least comprehend what the fuck people are talking about. And I want Eric come on and talk shit, so I can tell him that I won both Super Bowls.
Hmm.
I get a championship
Dude.
belt this year, baby.
Yeah, dude. Roll up, do the belt.
Dude, you gotta do the Stone Cold fucking just wear it on your hip. Oh yeah, dude. That's the fun part about when we do the draft next year. When I come into the draft, I'll be rolling through my belts, talking hella shit. Like, oh, look at this. Don't you want this? Don't you? It's really cool. You don't have it. All that kind of dumb shit. Lions had a trick play today. They did a hook and ladder, evidently. Let's see here.
I gotta eat something.
You gotta eat some.
Food. I got some food.
We got it.
You're
We all
good.
gotta eat once in a while.
Yeah, that's the thing we tend to do.
Oh yeah. Here we go.
Body
You should
can't
watch.
stop
I'm
fucking-
gonna make you watch this video with me because I watched part of it earlier, and I think you'll appreciate how I find it. Let me see here. You know
You're
Alex.
looking
You
good
know
in
who
it?
Alex O'Connor is, right?
No.
You don't know? Okay, he's big into philosophy
No.
and shit. I thought you might have known him from.
Hey, sometimes I don't know things.
No, that's all
And
right, brother.
okay.
That's what I'm saying.
It's all right. We all know things.
I know. That's all right, my brother. Like I said, I just assumed you would have because that's kind of like your shit. But hold on. So
I'm like, dude, I'm too lazy to fucking watch every video. Like, I can't watch every video.
no,
just
I
can't.
understand
can't
that.
watch-
No, I get that.
It's so I'm not even like, I don't know. Everybody's a charlatan to an extent, like.
Well, yeah,
I'm just
I
trying
know.
it from a different angle,
Well,
because every time you try it,
You know what sucks
every
though
time
is
you
when you
I
know
don't know.
something, and then when someone's like, "Oh, how do you know?" Then you just can't exactly remember where you fucking found like that factoid and shit. It's like, fuck, man, hold on. And then you try to look for it. It's like, fuck, I found it like twice. I know I can find this. Let me just fucking give me a minute. Like that kind of shit. That shit's frustrating as fuck to me, but it happens. All right, you can see my shit.
Yep.
All right, we're gonna watch it together. You tell me
Yeah.
when you want to pause and talk about it.
Oh man.
Here we go. We can do our first trial run of a React video. He's talking about existential.
Rarely, I'm on TikTok. And not long ago on that app, I came across the so-called existential crisis iceberg. Now, as far as I can tell, this was originally posted on Reddit.
What was that?
Existential crises and shit.
Yeah, this is the existential iceberg is going to go over.
That time I didn't get a large parva or whatever, or a liter cola.
Liter cola? Hey, yo.
By a user called Cosvic into r/iceberg charts. I don't know if they made it, they were just reposting it, but the version on TikTok has over 5 million views and 500,000 likes. So it's obviously captured some people's imagination, and I thought we could take a look. We start at the top of the iceberg with everyone has...
Or do you have time? Or I do have soundtrack off, okay.
You see?
Yep, now we're good. Okay. Everyone has their own complex life. Worry about future. Simulation theory. Okay. Acknowledgement of death. Sympathy is created.
What do you think of these topics philosophically?
That's Thursdayism. You are alone in your own brain. Let me think. Okay, so
just
well,
without him talking about anything, what do you think of this little part of the shit?
So is he saying like the bottom is like where we start and then we move up?
No, the up ones are like what people talk about more, like the things that most like everyday Joe Blow worries about the future. Every Joe Blow worries about, this complex life. And then the more you get philosophical the more down you get, you know.
Oh, you are alone in your own brain. I don't know. Like, I kind of feel that a little bit, but then it's like, I also it's such a weird last Thursdayism. I think everybody has a little bit of that, right? And then afterlife skepticism. No, I'm not really. I mean, of course, yeah. I mean, yeah. I would say that all this stuff is real, and then there's a little bit of like a weirdness to quantum fucking reality, and then
That might be
there's
slow. I only watched half this video, so I only got to so far. I got
let me
I
think.
got to this section right here. Like I didn't go below this part actually, so that's actually convenient.
Aloneness, yeah, the aloneness is pretty big. Sympathy is created by self-pity. That's not a thing I do, I don't think. No.
You might do without knowing it. I think that's kind of something that he talks about.
Maybe.
Like, it's one of those, like, it kind of goes back to the golden rule. Like, I don't want people to feel bad because I don't want to feel bad. You know, I see them in me. You know what I'm saying? Like, so like that's kind of like the thought process of that, I guess.
Oh, okay.
You ready, or you want to keep talking about it?
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, sounds good.
Their own
Sounds
complex
All right, here
life.
we go.
This doesn't seem like an entirely radical realization, but it's a common enough revelation that it has a name. They call it Sonder, which is defined by one website as the profound feeling of realizing that everyone, including strangers passing in the street, has a life as complex as one's own, which they are constantly living despite one's personal lack of awareness of it. Like I say, this isn't super revolutionary on the surface. Everybody knows that you're not the only character in this play, but we do almost always feel like the main character, and we kind of forget that to everybody else, even to our closest friends, we are just accessories to their life. We're side characters to their play. It's quite profound when you really sit with it for a while and realize that this world is just brimming with conscious experience, most of which you'll never even know about, let alone get to engage with, much less experience. Next, worry.
What do you think of that?
Yeah. I mean, that's a big thing. I think it's got like phenomenology built into it too, because you're like looking at your present, like being over time, you know, like looking over there and then over there, you know, like all these people are doing the same thing, and it's like, oh, what's going on in their heads? Oh, it's something, you know, like.
So me and my brother the other day were talking about like celebrity people, right? You know. And we're talking about like how many of those like crazy fans, ones that go, man, if I only met them, I would be their best friend, or like I would get them the most, and I know them most, you know, like because they think that they're so special and that they would connect on a special level, even though like he was kind of getting at like if you were like in Eminem's mind or Kanye West, you'd be like, dude, I don't know you, I don't give a fuck about you, you know, like if you were to, you know, think about if you were to take out of your brain and went to their brain, that's how you're nobody. You're just like you said, you're a side character in their life. But to you now, you're trying to make your life become the main character in their life too. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of funny when you think about it.
Dude, it's fucking crazy. It really is, because you have so much access to yourself.
Yeah, exactly. I'll never fight for somebody who can't, especially if they're gonna be a fucking dramatic bitch. No.
Oh shit! Fucking EK, show the fuck on.
What's up, boys?
Oh shit! Not shit,
nah.
brother.
Hang on, let us get out of the car comfortably.
You ready for that 14-2 versus 14-2 matchup, brother?
I'd say
I'm ready. I'm ready to give you guys loss number 3. Not you, as in Wally, because Wally's a Lions fan with me today. Week.
I love it.
Brandon, you want to say hi on the podcast? How you doing? Wally's trying to start this up. You know, Wally.
What up, B-Rad?
Well, John got upstairs and ran away once Brock Purdy threw that second pick to my man Kirby Joseph, who is best safety in the NFL. Period. Name one better. No one's had, including Ed Reed, no one's had more interceptions than him in their first 3 years since I've been alive.
We'll find out, man. He's got a young career. Hopefully, don't get hurt. Nothing stupid.
Nah, he hurts tight ends. His tight end stays safe.
Not to be mean.
He keeps his ends safe and tight.
He's on the Detroit Lions this year, right?
Hey, our safeties don't get hurt, boy. Neither do our nickel.
Notice the rest of the team gets hurt.
Hey, you want to see something cute?
Sure, why not?
All right, let me show you a couple things real quick. This right here is my son's new crock.
New
Hang
what?
on, how do I flip this around?
Your son's new
Hang on,
what?
can you see me?
I can see you.
Can you see me?
Just flip the phone around, bro, or a tablet.
Flip the camera.
There, I got it, bro. Oh, you fucking crock of shit.
That's for my son, bro. You think my feet are this small?
Dog,
I'm not Chicago Bulls fan.
No, I don't give a fuck. I like the Detroit shit. It's just Crocs, man. Fuck the Crocs. You could have got him J's or something. Get him anything.
Fuck off. The boy wants Crocs and he's 6 years old. Fuck off.
You know why?
Fuck off.
He did it because everybody got Crocs. He's a pawn in the system. No, I was kidding. Joking, fucking around.
I did it for the right.
No, I like the lion shit of it. I like that, but I'm never gonna be down Crocs. Fuck Crocs. It's a crock of shit.
All right, Brandon. Oh, Florida, baby. We've done this much number on it so far, though.
Where were you guys? Went to the bar?
No, we just went to get cigarettes.
Oh, that's
It's healed up pretty good, huh?
Uh-huh.
All right, I gotta take a piss. I gotta turn this fucking heat down too. It's hot as fuck in here.
Oh shit! Is Johnny?
Hey, if you're trying to fix that back end, did you find that clip?
Home?
We didn't fix that clip. It could sit.
Hey, is
on
Johnny
the back end? That's the clip on the back.
Is Johnny on the spot home?
Yeah. Johnny, Wally wants to talk to you. Hop on Discord.
I want to talk shit to you because I beat your ass in the Super Bowl, dog.
A password for what? That's
The password is I'm the
wasn't on
champion.
Look, it's the same one for my phone. You know that one, right? Or don't say it aloud. Hey.
Don't say it out
It's
loud,
my
bro.
ATM pin. Yeah.
Nobody's really watching, but in case they do someday, they might steal your phone in like 3 years.
It's not my phone. I mean, fuck, dude. It's all my fucking ATM codes too. I don't give a fuck.
Dude, I was actually
It's all
kinda
insured.
I was getting mini scared because by halftime, Brock Purdy had it where it was like a close game. I only won by 7. I had like a 35-point lead.
So I was rooting against you for a moment.
I bet you were. That's fine.
Just because you're winning your league.
Hey, all I really care about, if I look at our Super Bowl, I was supposed to score 131. I got 145, so I did way better, and he did better too. He was supposed to get 126. He got 138. So we actually did really good for a Super Bowl. I can be happy with that.
Yeah, that's true for sure. I feel that.
It sucks when it's a blowout. I won a Super Bowl one year where it's like I already knew I won because the guy his quarterback got 2
Yeah, I did
points.
the hands free test. I thought it was hanging, so I just do the bounce.
What?
Me and John. If John hops on, he'll talk to you. I'm talking to like 12 people though.
I know
Tomato tomorrow.
Doc, tell him to jump on fucking either my YouTube or Discord and talk to you motherfuckers like that.
I don't think he's gonna. I think he's salty.
John? I don't know if I have his number. I can Facebook him.
You have my championship belt, and we have yours, right?
What? Yeah.
Perfect. Or do we trade off at the beginning of the year?
I have yours. You have mine.
Fuck yeah, Lions won. Just like they're gonna win next week, bro. Do you know how much money? Oh, Wally, you're gonna have to be at Misfits for the game next week.
Okay.
You're the only mutual party that's able to hold money in the pocket.
I mean, I would trust Taylor, but yeah, because Taylor's there.
I do trust Taylor, but no, I'm not going to have her under that pressure. You know how much money's going to be on the line that night.
40 times.
Taking out a loan
40
for
times 2
taking out a loan
times
for
5, so maybe like $800. That's my guess.
Oh, fuck no! I'm thinking about 2,400.
Oh boy!
I've been antagonizing everyone all the way to lead to this one moment.
Doc, I know who you are. I know.
Yeah, I've been doing it to lead to this moment. I've even given up games I knew I'd lose just to get people to bet more.
Doc, I know. I know the hustle, baby.
Hang on 1 second, because I got a Snapchat from someone I want to talk to. So hang on.
Shit. Well, why don't you snap your fingers?
Not that I don't want to talk to you.
Snap your fingers.
No.
Do the step.
I got a
You can do
video,
it all
so
by
I need to exit
yourself.
the Snap for a minute. It's not a sexy video like that. It's so I hear what this person has to say. I'll be back.
Oh yeah, Terminator. Go for it, Tiger.
Well, who else is in here?
The what?
Brandon's in here. Tell him to
I don't
get
see
a
him.
job application. You don't see him? I see
Job
him.
application.
He's right there.
So some shit.
What?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Yeah.
Yo.
What's up,
Yo, right in
Brandon?
front of
Hold on,
you.
one
Yo.
second. Hold on, Brandon.
Hey.
This Brandon, what's up?
Tell
Hurry. A little faster.
tell Wally
Yeah.
Okay.
tomorrow. Roshonda son wants some weed.
Look, dude, come on.
Allegedly. That's good.
Allegedly.
I'm saying
I don't
All
work
right,
till
I'll tell you.
Thursday.
Yeah, he doesn't work on those days.
I don't work till Thursday. Actually,
You know
tomorrow
what?
I'm supposed to go to B Dubs. Steph and Chris are supposed to come out to B Dubs by my house, and we're supposed to watch the Gopher game. I bet him 40
Nice.
bucks that the Gophers would lose.
Nice. I'm gonna join back in a minute. I gotta take this. What's up, man? How you doing?
It's double or nothing because I beat him twice
Cheers.
this year.
Detroit, baby. Yeah, Happy New Year's
What?
as well.
Oh, Detroit. Oh, he's fucking excited.
Oh yeah.
Dude, that game next week, that's what I'm fucking.
Love you, Smith.
It's gonna be huge.
Live for the drama.
No, he
Dude.
doesn't work
Live
like Lovey
for it.
Smith. He's got the beard, but not the no.
I'm rising.
Lovey Smith is old as fuck. He looks like he's fucking 31. I'll be back on. Give me a minute.
Lovey Smith.
See what she said. Hang on.
Lovey Smith was our old coach back in the day.
Yeah.
No, that's gonna be a good ass game. I can't wait. It's gonna be as long as nobody else gets hurt randomly or some bullshit. Should be good.
Yeah. There's just like a lot on the line, so I can't see either team not coming out full force.
Yeah, I mean, everybody wants to. It just comes down to mistakes. Who makes less? That's the big thing. Detroit doesn't turn the
Wish I
ball
watched
over a
a little
lot,
bit
so but we have really good defense.
Yeah.
And they probably have a less better
Sure.
defense, but we're more prone to turn the ball over. So I don't know. It should be a good game either way.
No. I want to know our fucking turnover rate and shit.
Come on, Johnny. I sent him a Facebook message. I'm like, bitch, get on the fucking thing.
Nice, yeah.
Like I said, I beat him. I just want to talk shit. Let me talk shit, Johnny. Come on now. Just accept it. It's gonna happen sooner or later. Just take it sooner. Get it over with. In our other fantasy league, fucking Corey won. He already been talking shit. I just learned to accept it.
Giveaways per game. 1.3. Takeaways 1.9 per game for the Vikings.
Yeah, me and Eric just looked at all these numbers yesterday. It was yesterday, maybe yesterday or the other day.
Takeaways are so huge, dude.
Well, yeah, it's momentum shifts. That's the big thing. I mean, even the Vikings
Double
against Packers, we
difference on
almost
the out.
lost. They came back. They only lost by 2 because we turned the ball over. They scored. They got a turnover. They scored again. Now we're right back to a new game. It's like, fuck, we're a close game again. We were just blowing them out. You know?
Yep.
Pretty much in any sport, though. If you give the team more chances to score or do better, they usually take advantage of it.
Yep. That's exactly how it is.
Yep.
Possession loss without positive yardage or whatever.
Do you follow basketball at all, or do you not care?
Nope, I don't have any idea.
That's all right then. I'll say today's
For
today's LeBron James' 40th birthday.
Oh, he's still play.
Yeah, he's old as fuck. Yeah,
God
oldest man in the
damn.
NBA.
I guess.
Huh?
God damn.
Yeah, he's probably gonna at least play like 2 more years, unless he gets hurt. I just shared a meme. It's Magic posting. It says, "Doing what is right, and when no one is watching equals integrity." Oh, that's stuff we need. Need to have a little integrity in life.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Well, because
Definitely.
like people are. It's one of those like people are like, "Oh, I donated this." Like, well, yeah. Now you're telling people about it. Who cares? Like you're doing it because you want to tell people about it, or whatever, instead of just doing it. You got to be recognized for your achievements, right? Instead of just doing things just
I
because you
guess,
should.
yeah.
It's kind of the whole thought process.
People want validation and
Yeah, they want the dopamine hit of you did good, right? Yeah. And I get it to an extent, but it's like that's the whole point. Like if you have true integrity, it doesn't matter. You just do it because you should do it, right? Shouldn't matter, but for a lot of
this
people
guy
it does.
fucking cooking. I've seen these videos before. This guy's just like way over the top.
I take it. I know. I watch some of this shit once in a while. It's just like, dude.
So
And sometimes it's like, dude, that looks fucking delicious.
yeah. Well, it's like he's good at like making it like artsy, like the way he throws the shit and
Right.
like
the people that gotta clean him up after him. Like, dude,
the
fuck you, dude.
splash
You know how much
there.
you made? You know how much mess you made throwing shit everywhere?
This guy's a fucking. I don't know if this playing this character makes it more
Probably makes it
engaging for
better.
him, so he can go
Well,
faster.
I mean, I suppose like anything else,
yeah,
though, if you
exactly.
actually
Yep.
enjoy your work, like,
Yep.
cooking is boring, but like if you're having fun with this and doing this kind of shit, like hibachi and all that kind of stuff, probably makes it a little bit better.
Yep.
You're adding entertainment.
Yep, exactly. Fucking.
I mean, that's like any job or anything you do in life. It usually gets boring after a while because even if you love it,
You
like,
merge. Like I find if you merge the rational with the like primal / creative, something new tends to emerge that's greater. Like that's one thing I notice.
Well, yeah, man.
Because
honestly,
we are like split.
Well,
We're
how about this,
split
dude? He probably
in
learned to
sense.
cook by somebody, and now he just added the art and the flair to it. Like his own style of something he knew. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. And yep, no, he gets these fucking video views. I guess that's guacamole or what is that?
I don't know what the fuck. It's Indian, I think. No, yeah, it's India, so maybe it's like fucking curry or something.
Looks fucking delicious.
Probably is.
Who the fuck does not like food?
I don't know. That's
You
again.
ever watch those hydraulic press videos?
Yeah, some of those too. Yeah, once in a while they throw fucking
some of them are dumb, but
dumpsters and shit. They're like, Jesus Christ,
dude. Like, yes, I want to see that kind of destruction for no fucking reason.
I love when they do like the fucking like slow motion fucking like they drop something on a plate with like water and it's like you see like the whole slow mo volcano and shit. It's like that's crazy. Or like watching someone face break water tension and shit. It's like like their face is engulfed in water just for this half a millisecond. Now it's gone again.
Yep. What was I thinking? Like material science. That'd be something that'd be dope to get into.
Dude, I love.
See what's quick.
Well, yeah, dude. That's why I like watching a lot of Neil deGrasse Tyson and that kind of shit to fucking get my mind blowing.
Yep. Those dudes that are like into chemicals and shit, dude. Like,
well, just physicists, dude. If you, because a physicist, like that's literally your job. You're supposed to explain why things happen, like because you're smart as fuck and you know the math and everything to go with it. So like you know, like it'll tell you, like the odds of you catching a snowflake, that one specific snowflake on your tongue is like 1 in like 7 trillion. It's super rare. The odds of it happening, but it happens all the time, right?
Yep.
You know, so like you don't think it's rare, but that one flake probably flew 5 miles east because of the wind and shit. You know, way high and all that. You know, like like things that people don't think about, but like these people have, and they kind of know how to. Like the answers are like, yep, it's you take this, this,
like
this, this,
processes.
this. Here's the math. Like fucking crazy.
Yep.
Like I said, I don't
Everything
ever
has
truly
process.
understand it, but it's still like I get it to an extent, and it's amazes me how that shit happens.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty sick. Fucking white people. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? Do you see that?
Yeah.
Dude, how does arms not fucking break?
Dude, yeah. These people are fucking mutants.
Some of this shit's
They're
fucking
mutants,
nuts. Like I
dude.
said, some of it, like again, like that I can
Yeah.
understand. That's still cool. But I mean, like the one dude, like I don't know how the fuck he didn't break his goddamn arm. That's fucking crazy too.
Yep. People are fucking mutants, dude. The human mind is.
Dude,
fucking
anybody who does this crazy parkour,
incredible.
dude. And people go,
Look at this
we
shit.
didn't come from apes. Like, dude, tell me that's not an ape. Like, literally, he's climbing up the motherfucking building,
like-
dude. Like,
Bro, he's like better than the apes. He's
well,
like.
yeah, he's a ape with better consciousness, I suppose. But either way, I'm just saying it's
Oh,
fucking.
look at this.
That's
yeah,
fucking nuts,
dude.
dude. I know. Dude, it's amazing what people can do.
Yeah, people like create their own consciousness. If you look at this, dude, that's what they
Well,
do. Like,
how much of it is you have like the right body, you know, like
That's, like, the
elasticness,
DNA for it,
flexibility,
like,
and shit like
oh,
that. You know, like
yeah.
because like I said, not everyone can be that flexible. Like that guy's legs are so
Yeah.
strong, dude. I already know just by what he just did. Like, dude, I don't think
Yeah.
anybody can. Not everybody. You know, everyone can do some. Obviously, that's fucking nuts. Yeah, dude, a one arm fucking pull up or push up. Jesus Christ, dude.
I can't do it. I can't see your guys' faces. I can't talk to people I can't see.
Well, I can't because I'm streaming. You know this. I tell you, I
You
can't.
wanna look
I
at
don't know how
me?
to fix it.
We did it last night. You know how to fix it.
No, not when I was streaming.
Yeah, I thought you call him Limp Dick.
Not when I was streaming. I couldn't
What'd
talk.
you call him?
Lente.
Linte? I thought you said Limp Dick.
No, that's my own
Jeez.
Spanish word.
Hey, Brandon.
Hey.
What
No,
up?
no, there's another Brandon.
Oh, okay.
This Brandon's a white.
Okay,
No, no, this is my name, Brandon. This is my boy right here, my man, my B.
Yeah.
I'm Beasky.
And this is another Brandon. We just met. Yeah, that's B Skino. I'm E Skino, otherwise known as EK the motherfucking great. Cheers. Hold on.
Look at that hillbilly ass.
To friendship.
Let's go.
To friendship.
Let's line in their ass next Sunday.
Yeah, Lions.
No
Hey,
fucking way.
You want to know why the Lions' ass is gonna hurt?
But we in Misfits. We in Misfits. I got my Justin Jefferson on.
Hold on, pause. I
No,
might not be doing it there anymore because I just realized that Wally may not be working.
Okay.
So
We're here.
You talking about Sunday?
No. Fuck no. Yeah. If Wally's not working, I'm not going up there because I can't. I'm not going to do bets and play some.
Exactly. Touch some money.
Dude.
Well,
What is this motherfucker? Jesus.
dude,
So I'm coming with a lot of people because I have 10 people. I'm even flying my cousin in from Colorado. Like a lot of us are here this weekend.
you have a lot of family coming this weekend? Jesus Christ. What the fuck? Jesus Christ, these people.
I can't sleep, huh?
Motherfuckers, this is the way that. This
Get
is
the fuck out of here. What do you mean, family? No. That is one of my only family members I like.
Blue, I'm staying away from hot, bro.
Neuroplasticity just evolves and evolves and evolves. And if Don't have any barriers to it. It just fucking keeps going. That's what these motherfuckers do.
Hey, Brandon, when are you gonna get your ass up and come work with us?
Door dogs and shit.
To be determined.
That's
Soon,
all.
maybe. Okay.
Little
we just got one person. We do have this coming up this week.
Yeah, no.
No, fuck no, never. Nope, I haven't been sick in 4 months. I refuse it. Dude, why the fuck are you at my house?
No, I never went in the room.
Okay, don't go there. Just stay here until she's not sick anymore.
I'm right the donut, right the controllers down.
Yeah, bro, don't fucking go there. Then just stay here. Just don't get sick. That's the number one rule. I got sick 5 times last year. I'm done getting sick ever. Once Michael left work, we stopped getting sick. We haven't been sick in 4 months.
Here, bro.
If I get sick, it's migraines. I get migraines and days of sickness.
But I still gotta get some clothes. If I do that shit, I some clothes and drawers.
Yeah, I got drawers and clothes, and I got washer and dryer. Okay, and I got clothes. Yeah, and I got washer and dryer.
I got her locked up in the room. She got herself locked in the room.
Locked up in the room.
No, she got herself locked in the room because she knows she don't mean to get sick either. So I know.
I appreciate that. That's good values.
Yeah. So I told her I was coming to
Hang on 1 second. I'll be right back.
I told her I was coming to a crib today. I'm like, you got the flu and shit.
I can't get sick. No way.
Don't get sick. It's not good for you.
I got broken jaw and I got a 6-year-old. That combination is not going to work if I get sick.
I mean,
no.
You get to be lazy and you tell them just watch movies with you because you're sick. Like, Daddy can't do shit, so just cuddle with me. Lay down.
Well, like, I haven't even. Wait, are you talking to me or your kid?
You.
You say your daddy and you want me to lay down?
My kid's having a sleepover, so he ain't gonna come down here. My kids are.
Well, if you're telling me that you're daddy and you want me to lay down, bro, pick me up.
Mm-hmm. I got bad knees, but I'll do my best to pick you up, baby.
All right, I'll walk as long as you save them knees for later.
Thank you, brother. I'll take it.
I love you. Yeah, today's been a day. It's been a good day.
It has been because I'm a 2-time champion this year.
You are, and that's good. What time did we get off the phone last night? Like 2:30?
Yeah, 1:30, something like that.
Well, then I talked. I had a couple conversations with some friends, and then I got off the phone at 6:30 this morning with my video calls.
Mm-hmm.
Woke up at 7:30, made Joshua breakfast. I thought I went to bed at 4.
Well, I don't know. I mean, numbers are just numbers, bro. It's all illusion.
That's how I feel. I'm not tired or nothing.
I don't know if this is real, but DC is officially set to release a Harley Quinn fart fetish comic where you can scratch and sniff or smell your farts.
Dude,
that's disgusting.
You know what's funny? That thing will get like $50 million.
I'll be there.
That's what's worse.
Tablet can't come outside though. That's pretty dope. Not that far. I was talking to Brandon. That's really disgusting and disturbing. Who's our fourth person? Is that Wally just fucking up?
That was when you were gone. I was screen sharing so we can watch our videos together. We were watching a philosophy video and going over. We're doing our first like mini reaction, see how it goes.
Yeah, like
dude. What the fuck is this?
Fucking my wheels. My wheels are all fucked.
Refiner. Oh, eyeliner, baby.
Oh, how big is Alaska?
Eyeliner. I've never worn eyeliner.
Very cool.
I'd wear eyeliner if I was a queer. No, I'm just kidding. I apologize for the words.
I mean, doesn't JD Vance wear fucking eyeliner? Jay Dizzle, the his.
Or if I was a rock star.
Who?
A rock star like Kiss. So I brought my dad to quit Kiss right before COVID happened, before they shut everything down.
Yep.
3 weeks before, Kiss was at not Target Center, where the Wild play XL, right?
Yep, XL. Yep.
And I brought my dad there. Rest his soul. He's not dead, but just to me. And it was one of the best fucking shows. I've been to a lot of shows. It was one of the best shows I've ever seen.
I bet. Let me think.
Like,
if I had to think of the best
it
show I
was
ever went to,
amazing.
honestly, best
The
show.
person that opened for it, do you know the name David Lee Roth?
Well, yeah, dog. I'm fucking not 10.
Okay, well, I don't know him because I'm not into like huge into rock. I'm into
Van
more
Halen?
country.
Van Halen.
Okay, I know who Van Halen is. I can't name a song that song.
You can't name Jump. Jump. Talking about jumping out the edge /
Yeah, he sang that song.
Of course
So
he
he's
did.
singing hits, and he was amazing. So that was one of my favorite concerts the last 5 years. My other one was
got my phone
recently. It definitely topped everything. Was Busta Rhymes and 50 Cent. That was the whole motherfucking dope show. That was amazing.
There you go, brother. But yeah,
and then I just seen Ludacris and someone else just this last August.
my brother Matty went to Up and Smoke tour, which was
Ludacris
Snoop
and who?
Dogg, Limp Bizkit.
T-Pain.
We dropped you off.
Yeah, you guys wrapped us up. We got all the work, man. I brought bottles to work.
Dropped you off.
We didn't drink them at work. We just hopped out with them, and then I exposed them just so that way everyone knew how I got them.
To them, bro.
Me?
It's talking about the general public.
Me.
It's talking about you. No, this is everybody. Everyone can click on this, but the problem is doing a Discord. No one knows how to download Discord and do it. That's the problem.
Dog, it ain't that hard. You think Zoom's better?
No, I don't. I think there has to be an easier way.
I'm pretty sure like all the YouTube people use fucking Discord. Honestly, I think like it's the main go-to.
Dude, Discord
I'm sure they do.
is like the best thing.
It's the easiest. Like I said, if you want,
This
if there's 15 people in here, we can all.
This
chat
is
at the same time.
Beastino, everybody.
Sure, and then there's like
What
chat
up,
channels
brother?
and shit. You know?
This might, yeah, but no, I'm talking about the people that like the 7 people that could watch, or potentially more later. Because I just get fucked up. That's what I do.
What?
I might.
You just get fucked up. That's your behavior.
Look.
That's your ethos.
Bro, Wally, you know what's going on.
What up, brother?
How you doing, man?
I'm fucking living the dream.
I know,
baby.
man. Hey, look, man, hey, what you gave me the other day, bro?
Yeah.
Stop.
It was good.
This conversation, like, how are you?
Don't sound like how you doing? How you doing? Why don't sound like how you doing, Wally? Like talking about the
Allegedly.
But dog,
Allegedly. Allegedly.
I'm trying to say it. Listen,
allegedly.
He's a bartender.
Oh yeah.
He gave me the screwdriver, bro. I was fucked up.
I bet
You
it
know?
was. It was good, right? It was the best one you had in a while.
Yeah, Sersky.
Yes, it was.
What's going on? Like a motherfucker know what's going on. Like a motherfucker know. I know, like you know what's going on, but we both know what's going on.
I challenge you tomorrow. If I don't go to a certain house, I want you to eat a. Can I make you a dinner?
I'm supposed to go to B-Dubs tomorrow and watch a football game.
Hey, I'm asking Brandon this, and you can see the reaction. I want to ask him if I can make him a dinner. He made me one tonight. Jenny brought me dinner, and Brandon made me dinner. I ate Brandon's. Jenny's not here. No, second best.
Okay, second best.
That's
how am I seeing that?
That's true, but it was very good. But can I make you something tomorrow?
Yeah.
Have you heard of steak stroganoff?
Steak stroganoff?
Yeah, that's just delicious.
Let me make you some steak stroganoff with mushrooms.
You want me to? You want to have me dine at your place? Want me to be a
I'm
guest?
gonna make this, Brandon, some steak stroganoff with mushrooms tomorrow. I would like to see him eat some
you gotta use
steak stroganoff with mushrooms.
The thing is,
hey Wally,
what up, my brother?
Eat that shit.
Now look, he said steak stroganoff
with mushrooms.
I know.
Okay,
I know what he's saying.
I gave him some ramen noodles.
He doesn't.
I gave him ramen noodles.
No, not your regular ramen.
No, but he actually made like Asian food. I've done that too recently.
Ramen that just diced up.
It's way seasoned, way better.
Yeah,
cheese.
It was so much fun together all the fucking time.
That is funny.
My boy Wally, man. My boy Wally.
Yeah, that's my best friend.
Hell yeah.
So will you eat my dish?
Yeah, I try.
You have to eat the whole thing though. All the steak, all the mushrooms, and all the onions.
like
Oh, you have to eat the mushrooms.
Yes. I love mushrooms. Well, wait. What kind of mushrooms? Oh,
It
Regular
doesn't matter. You
ones.
said yeah.
no. Fuck no.
Yeah, he said yeah. You guys heard it right here live. Oh, I'm not gonna make you. No, I'm not gonna give you food poisoning, bro.
Well, it's fucked up. Period.
Brandon, you see my screen, right?
Nah. Sorry, you know.
Oh, you
The
probably
soups
can't
to the
see it,
nar
right?
nar, bro.
Wasn't that what we were talking about before?
No, it's a little bit different as a
The
tangent.
one that's like
There's this meteor called a phosphorus.
I'm gonna enlarge Brandon. I haven't seen him in a while. I'm on
fucking-
my phone, so I can't read
That's
it.
all right. On Friday the 13th in
Can't
April
really
of
enlarge them,
2029, a planet-killing fucking
That's Brandon.
meteor is
Let's
gonna
try
pass
to
by us and the moon. It's so close.
yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
See, it doesn't work. This does. Oh, see, you enlarged me. That's just me. I don't want to.
The zone, I think I don't remember what the zone was. It would have needed to have passed, but
There's this computer
Wait,
simulation
let me.
thing.
What
Hold
does
on.
it say? 20,000 something.
It was like, yeah, it was
I
like.
wonder if they asked the same question we did about it.
This week.
Yeah, they are.
It's
You
10
know they
million
are.
miles away.
Well, if you hop on the bandwagon now while you can.
I'm not.
If you don't hop on the Lions bandwagon now, you're gonna get eaten like the rest of the pack.
Lions eat their own cubs.
Go. Well, guess what? The Cubs are a baseball team. We not.
I feel you.
And guess what? Hold on. Because the Cubs become Bears. We're not Bears either.
Shit.
We're Vikings. Go. Go.
All right, put three
Well, the
Vikings
shit
against three
talking
Lions. What do you
starts.
think
The
about
shit talking starts.
Bears. I mean, say it again.
You got
I got you fucked up with the other team.
You got 6 days.
All right, put four pieces of cheese versus four Lions. Four Vikings. What happens?
Lions will all work.
Yeah. Him up.
Oh.
Right. I said it. All right, remember this part right here, because he said that the Lions wouldn't, but he just said the Lions will eat him up.
No, I did not say that. I did not say that.
We're gonna rewind that. So
I said like eat the Cubs up and the Bears. When it comes to Vikings,
yeah, they're gonna eat the cheese while they get eaten by lions.
okay.
Hey, Brandon.
No, we'll see next Sunday.
Do you see,
You see,
this
you see a
article
funny
trying to hack our fucking treasury just recently?
Brandon's gonna love this. So there's been a Facebook post going around. It says, "Hey girl, I'm from Chicago." It says, but then it says, "Girl, yeah, but you're living in Coon Rapids now."
I get it.
But if we're gonna see it,
Do I not get it? Didn't that click with me?
how many people moved up from Chicago to here?
A lot.
How many people have? Yeah, I think a lot of people have.
Bro,
Yeah.
from Chicago. So how many people do you think moved up? Like 10,000?
That was crazy.
No.
I met
No, I mean,
a
over the last,
lot
like,
of
10
people from
years?
Chicago, dude, working.
Are you talking about
Dude.
all of
So many
Minnesota?
people.
I just mean like Metro and surrounding areas. Like Brandon's from Chicago, you know.
I feel you. I get that. It's a lot of them. I'm saying I don't think it's 10,000. Maybe in the whole state.
From Detroit.
Hold on.
Oh shit! You guys gotta hold on.
There's gotta
Let me
be
see.
like the most like trafficking between two cities, like or one of the most trafficking.
Wait, we're not talking
here,
about
right?
trafficking. No, we're not talking about trafficking.
No, you
not
know what
like
I'm
that
saying?
kind of
Like
trafficking. Foot
moving-
traffic.
Yeah, like so we're like the furthest north, so like most people from like not Minnesota or Minneapolis would be from Chicago, I think.
Well, honestly, so I'm reading this little article. Apparently, since 2018, Chicago's lost about 60% of its population. Like in the metro,
60%?
60%.
So hold on. So am I right?
Well, they didn't all move to Minnesota, but I mean, a lot of them. Let's say 10% did.
So 10% moves to Minnesota.
No, I don't know
The
yet. I'm
murder
trying to
rate
figure
and
out.
shit, maybe. It's like all that stuff. I don't fucking know.
Murder rate ain't that crazy. That's just inner like city. Like that's.
Well, why would it be?
I
There
didn't
be
tell
that
you.
many fucking people? Is it businesses moving? Dude, there's like a
How many
rabbit hole
Lions
there, dude.
fans? How many Lions fans moved to Minnesota?
0.
0.
He's like, what?
Michigan to Minnesota? Probably not as many.
What are you talking about?
They probably moved to Wisconsin.
Chicago in Minnesota. Why is there
Detroit,
Lions?
Chicago, Minnesota. Okay. Look at why. Look at why, man.
What up, my brother?
You click it while you can get it while you're watching. We can do it.
Shit.
All right, we're taking over the live stream. You're coming on it.
Come on.
Where's my tablet?
Doug, yeah, it's not hard. Johnny doesn't want to get yelled at because he knows I'm going to talk shit to him about spanking his ass today.
Dude, yeah.
He just needs to learn that.
You got JMO? I'm not having any friends with saying. My Discord, though. Hang on, I'm adding B to this, too. If I can, I'm going to see if I can hop on 2 Discords at once. Same account. Let's see.
Not same account.
I think so.
Oh, we'll see. We'll find out.
Yeah, because you used to not be able to.
It might. Yep, it did.
Of course. We try to warn you.
All right, Ben, jumping in your conversation for a minute. Does anybody get a call?
All right. You know, I wasn't trying to look up immigration like for like migrants, but I found a bunch of stats about
I got you.
Minnesota.
Good.
That's kind of
8.4% of Minnesotans are foreign.
Wally.
What up, my brother?
We're born. Okay.
Now we know, right?
I know what you're talking about.
We got Justin Jefferson.
Yep.
We got Jordan Addison.
I was say he's good too. He's nice.
We got TJ Hawkinson
Hawk 2, baby.
coming off the. You know what I'm saying?
It was a big win against Green Bay for sure. It's set up this week, so it was nice.
All they have is Gibbs, bro. All they have is Gibbs.
They got St. Brown too.
They're gonna run.
They got 2 guys.
We gonna stop the runs, bro. We gonna blitz them.
We are gonna blitz the shit out.
All y'all have is Gibbs, bro.
All right, bet me this then. Bet me this. Bet me this.
Riddle me this.
So I have a friend,
Uh-huh.
and she ain't been fucked in years because she is. I can say this on camera. It's a woman for sure. Mute me real quick.
Uh-huh.
So would you bet that loser has to take her out and everything?
You take her out and have sex with her?
Everything.
How she look, bro?
Like a -2 out of 10.
Not a trade, all right?
No.
Okay, well, I bet, yeah, for sure, for sure.
And you have to do it until she finishes.
Okay,
all right.
Okay,
Deal.
Well, let me see how she look though.
I do not definitely have a picture, but she's wonderful. Like I've known her for like 20 years, but like, she doesn't even have social media. I don't want to talk about this on here, but
you're on mute.
Don't talk about the lines.
You're on mute?
You weren't on mute.
No, it's not. Ask them.
You're not on mute. Now you are. So yeah. I'm trying to find out how many people migrate to Minnesota from different states. They keep talking about immigration numbers. I'm like, that's not what I'm looking for.
You're about to make this.
Handshake, right?
We're about to make dreams come true. One or the other. Don't stop me.
One person's dream is another person's nightmare, my brother.
Bet's a bet.
A bet is a bet.
If you don't fulfill the bet, then it's $800.
In Sopranos, it says a hit is a hit.
Hey, look, I tell like an old parking ticket.
Mm.
Air up like an old parking ticket. I love that.
I tear up like a boy, like an old, like I said. My boy Wiley.
What's happening, Captain?
That boy over there getting hired in downtown rent.
Shit, dog. You know that's how I roll. I'm not trying to be low.
Good to us.
Gotta be high.
I'm always HI.
I gotta get out of
I gotta find the GH.
I gotta get this in. Real quick. And you ain't fat. What's
Fucking
up?
Donkey Kong
Hey,
Country.
I'm 230.
Oh no, the new
Let's
one's
cushion
coming out.
back
People are
here.
about to lose their mind, I think.
But yeah, though, Wiley, man, you know what I'm saying?
What?
I got
Donkey
you,
Kong
Wiley.
Country?
Man. You know what I'm saying? You know,
I feel you.
we gonna do it. We gonna parlay Jeff Hardy. You know,
Hey, all right. Louder.
we gonna be that.
Sunday morning, I'll be there.
This Sunday night.
Yeah, the game's at.
Unless Wally's gonna be up there. You gonna be at Sunday night, Wally?
Depends if my. But I gotta pick up my.
I
kids,
will not.
most likely.
I will not do the game at Misfits if Wally is not there, and it's not because Taylor. I fucking love Taylor.
Me too.
It's because I am not going to trust currency floating around. I don't trust IOUs. I only trust them in one fucking pocket. I put my cash in your pocket for a reason because everyone trusts me. I'm bringing 3 people with, so where nobody's even going to have a trust issue, but it still needs to be in your pocket. So if I'm floating around that much cash and have open bets,
like I said, I ain't gonna rob nobody. I don't give a fuck like that. So
Brandon,
I'm
Wally,
the biggest motherfucker of the world.
and Brandon and Eric, cheers.
Cheers, motherfucker.
To your
Cheers,
smokes
brother.
and our jokes.
Smokes on it. Okay.
We
Oh,
don't give a fuck!
I don't give too many. No time.
We're gonna smoke till we joke and choke. There might be Noah. What you doing over there, man?
Me?
You like this? I got this. I got this for Johnny.
Hey man, I got a problem in there. I got a little.
What's your problem?
Booger.
I got a problem
you
too.
know.
Fuck it.
Oh, the booger
That's
shit.
right. That's probably been consumed elsewhere as
took
well.
care of it. Took care
But
of it.
not for me for a long time. I
You
just
see
took my
this meme,
60-second drug test today in 15 months.
I
60
love
seconds.
those memes. I love those memes.
Those are so
$45 a UA out of pocket.
That sucks, I know.
Son, I can see it.
Hey, but look what I got, Joshua. I mean, Johnny.
Yeah. You got Johnny?
Pikachu.
Oh, wait, I got, nope, forget it. I got these for my son. Forget it.
Fuck Johnny.
I got Joshua. I got Johnny a Harry Potter one.
Yeah, fuck Johnny.
I got.
Talk shit. Damn.
Yeah, I moved him upstairs, so I can't go up there.
Shang Ching.
Only
fuck, dude.
Only those 5 are up there now.
Eric, do you see my picture?
Is that real?
You see the stream?
Holy shit!
You see that? You see this picture? Isn't that crazy?
Look at that shit.
Wow, do you see a picture?
Do you see my stream video?
Damn, E.
Hey,
when did you take it? Pause. But when did you drink this shit?
The moment I poured it.
Yeah, don't fucking Marty.
Which picture?
I took it away.
What am I?
You don't see my screen share?
I don't.
It's for me. It's at the top.
Are you going on my phone? Hold on. Are you going on my phone? I'm on the tablet.
I don't fucking know, dog.
Brandon, do you see it?
Brandon saw
White Brandon, do you see it?
Yeah, I see the screen share. He's on fucking Facebook, dude.
Yeah, it's right.
I don't. What do
you? So there's
scrolling.
There's 4 fucking.
Scrolling.
You don't see 4 boxes right now in Discord?
I see R3 screens and then something that clicks watch stream, which I'm not gonna click on.
That's my. You can watch my screen. So like if I were, you could watch my screen. So like you can watch the bullshit I'm
Click
watching.
on it. Click on it. Click away all of you guys.
Huh?
It took away all of you guys, so now it just takes over your Facebook. What are you watching? We're
no,
watching a
no,
little
no.
dragon.
I was talking about this picture. Do you see this picture?
Yeah, a little dragon popping out of a city.
Yeah, no.
That's AI.
This is AI, I think.
Is that what it's supposed to be? Is this like an AI thing?
I could double check Chun-Ching, China.
I mean, it would make sense.
For sure it is. If you want to look at actually,
Dude, that's
if
some
you want to
fucking
look at
dirty ass water.
world marvels
2016
built
ass
right
water.
now, Saudi Arabia is taking over on that. They're spending trillions and everything. Look up everything they're building.
Saudi Arabia? Yeah, I know they're trying to be
They're
fucking.
trying to become
They're trying to be
a
Vegas.
superpower.
I know. I get it.
Nope, they're trying to be more than that. Vegas without the liquor,
How
you
about
can't
this,
do that.
Matt?
That's called Salt Lake City, Yukon. Nobody goes there.
Do you see this picture? I can't. Can I make it bigger?
That's what she said.
That's what I said. You see this picture? This is a real life picture. You see these
Always
water's
get bigger.
nasty versus not nasty. It's crazy. There has to
So
be.
what are you showing me? I see it. I see a million pictures. What are you
The
showing
one
me?
on the far left. You see the one on the far left?
Perry Tower style, taunting us.
This right here. Yeah, the big. You see the water? How it's all brown and sludgy, and the other side's blue.
Let's zoom in on this. It looks like one side's pavement.
Kind of, but yeah, it's not sludgy.
Oh,
Water.
oh, weird. Okay, I didn't see that. Did you?
Like sand.
Yeah, I didn't see
it's
that.
like
No, before I
sludge.
didn't see that.
Well, I'm saying that's just a.
Well, that happens. In
That's a
some
daylight
places.
picture.
Have you ever seen like? Yeah, have you ever seen pink water versus like black water?
Yep.
Yeah, it's normal. That happens all over the world.
Well, I mean,
It's just different minerals.
It could be.
Or one side pollutes differently. I don't
That's
know.
what I'm saying. I don't know if it's because of pollution or not. I have to read about it, but it's the it's the Yingling River.
Well, will you guys do me and Brandon a favor? If you guys are gonna talk about pollution or something, tell us about it first, so that way we can adapt to that.
Well, that's why I just said look at my screen shit. Then you'd have seen. Then that's how it happened. I'm just randomly.
I think it's kinda
just
cool.
randomly find shit. And I'm like, oh, what do you know that this happened?
Well,
Rivers meeting or whatever.
Yeah.
Why don't you tag me in that shit, brother?
Tag you in it? I didn't share it. I was just showing you. I could have. Hold on.
Oh, damn it. I think I was inappropriate in my last. Not inappropriate, but just super taunty.
Who are you talking
So
about?
we are the best.
All that food here?
Yeah, I told you. Once I put her in check, she came here like she confessed her love to me last time we seen each other.
We caught on her bullshit. She was like,
Yeah, because I ain't gonna deal with no fucking shit. She has bullshit.
Did you guys watch
I'll
that?
deal with drama.
Did you
but
watch
I'm
that?
not gonna deal with
plane?
no.
Did anybody watch
Yeah,
the plane that
I'm-
just recently fucking blew up the other day in South Korea?
Oh, well, North Korea should be the amount of
South Korea.
soldiers they're selling
South
to Russia
Korea, bro. South Korea.
to fight in Ukraine's war.
South Korea.
No,
South Korea plane. Korea plane.
you hit me unprepared. I have no clue. Tell me, talk to me, educate me.
Well, I'm gonna show you the video if you watch my shit. If I can find it, the original one. Because there's ones I blurred out, and I don't want to watch the blurred out one. Can I look up like uncensored?
I'm ready to look.
Maybe this one.
Hey, you have my
this
championship
shit.
belt?
Yeah. Watch this video. Oh, they cut away. Fuck off. It blows the fuck up.
damn.
What kind of?
It
Hey,
blo-
can you at least read me the subtitles, please?
There's no subtitles. Let's just watch a video. When it
Yeah,
pops
there
up.
were. Look at them.
Well-
No, there was.
Well, maybe there was. I don't care.
I
about
just my
it's not
glasses
about-
aren't working.
It's not about that in the sense. I just want to watch the video where it shows the actual happening. If I can
I want to
find it.
hear what they're gonna say.
Well,
So,
can-
right-
Not to be mean, but can you read motherfucking South Korean?
No, so I was hoping you could, but my friend Kelsey can.
Here you go. Watch this.
He's South
Boom!
Korean.
Shh. You see that?
Yeah,
shit?
read the bottom part from me.
Eric
Replay it.
says you white and you don't know how to read South Korean. Watch that shit.
See what I'm watching a glitch.
But before I even took flight,
That's AI.
No, that's when it landed. It landed and the tires didn't come out, so it was grinding on the bottom for so long, and that's where the fuselage was. And eventually, one of those sparks hit the fuselage and fucking.
So why are we watching horrifying shit?
Because I bet none of y'all even knew what happened. I don't know. Me of it.
I could go my whole life without knowing that. Sad.
Kinda. Yeah, sad.
Bless you. God bless you.
A fucking
I-
Patrice O'Neal.
Yeah, conspiracy behind it. I was like, wait, who got killed in it? You know?
No,
like,
there,
oh,
don't worry, bro.
goddamn.
There are people talking about how
people-
there's a conspiracy. Don't worry. There's people that do that.
Well, why aren't people
Everything's
talking
a
about?
conspiracy. Everything that happens is a conspiracy tied to it.
There could be if you want to.
Yeah.
Yep.
Dude, I could make a conspiracy.
That's
It's like
Truth be told.
when people start talking shit at the bar and they start saying something like, you know what, every rumor you hear is true. I don't give a fuck.
Love
Like,
that.
you can talk all the shit you want. Who gives a
Random.
I guarantee about 70.
I don't want to count how many dots are there. By the way, I drugged you, just so you know. I put
I've
a little
been
bit
there before.
I put a little bit of mushroom powder in our stuff. Just so you know.
No, 70.
How does that screen look though?
Whoa.
Doesn't that look amazing?
That looks cool.
About 70.
I wanna be a peacock.
Brandon loves this screen. He just asked me how many peacock feathers are on there.
About 70.
So I drugged.
Trips where I've seen other things too, but it is less likely, yes.
I have tripped over 2,000 times in my life, which you know.
Mm-hmm.
I tripped for pretty much a decade.
I get that. I've seen my life.
Long- what I
I've
had-
seen like my fake
what I
life force
had-
leave my body and do the whole fucking go from my body to the house to the neighborhood to the fucking country to the, you know, or just kept going to the universe, dude. I've had trips like that. That was on mushrooms, wasn't on acid. I would say like
I like how every single room was different. Acid's garbage. Acid's whack.
I mean,
It's just
I
whack.
used to get really good stuff back in the day, but now I don't. Cause
I did too, and that's the problem. It's so bad that you can't stop it. See, mushrooms, like no matter what, you're gonna reach a peak and you're gonna come down. Then you're gonna peak again, right? Come
yeah,
down.
I get no,
Peak.
totally, I get that. Acid's
Now,
like,
acid, you
acid's
can
like
fucking
18
go on a
hours.
bad trip for fucking 2 days.
Yeah, like I said, it's like 18 hours. So yeah, I get that.
I will never do that shit. I'm an adult. I'm not 15 again. You know,
No.
mushrooms, and I haven't for a long time. This is the longest I've ever actually gone in my life. Did you know this? This is the longest I've ever gone without doing mushrooms.
Yeah. I haven't done them probably for like 2-3 years because kids. I just don't have time.
I haven't done them since summer. That's me.
No, I get it. I'm saying, yeah. I mean, if I didn't have kids, I was doing them like once a month and shit back in the day.
Yeah, but you're a cocksucker though.
Hey man.
And I'm only saying it for one reason.
That's all
You're
right.
not a cocksucker in general. You're an
I am.
amazing human being.
Dude,
And I love you to
talk
death.
your shit, brother.
But
I love it. I
You've
don't-
never done them with me once, but you've done mine because you picked them up and you did them with someone else.
Yeah, that was for the bachelor party. We were out in Wisconsin for the weekend.
With time, right?
Huh?
What was it with Tyler and Vernon?
Yeah. Yeah, it was.
I love
it was,
that Tyler.
It was Tyler's fucking bachelor party.
Okay, I thought it was something. Let's go smoke.
Yeah, we went to
I
Wisconsin.
thought it was something.
We went to Wisconsin and we tripped balls.
It's just that. Yeah, I love that Tyler, man. I always have. And so you know his wife, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
So she's been friends with my sister forever.
Yep, I know.
I met her at Misfits back then. I don't know. They're just both wonderful people, man.
What?
Should
Yeah.
see you guys. So I think I'm gonna hang up because I'm just.
How do you know? Where that stream is, just click out of it. It says options, click stop streaming, or whatever. That's all you got to do.
And no one say anything, but just listen to this real quick. It's funny.
All I want is what? No, I'm saying my phone was breaking up. I didn't hear you. Say it again.
I have said this. Can you see me? I'm usually here.
I don't want you to suck my dick. I'm just asking.
I mean, if you want to say but you're like, I'm not going to
I gotta work tomorrow, so I ain't tripping about that. You know what I'm saying? I'm just like, I'm trying to see what you know what I'm saying? The other night you had me like I was asleep. I was trying to get up for work tomorrow. You made it seem like I was just like, you know what I'm saying, like on some other shit. I just wanted to go to sleep. That was all.
Okay.
No, we're not even because you cursed me out. You did all this hyper shit to me.
You cursed me too.
But yeah, it's okay. But you said you owe me.
No, you
Right, exactly. I just said that.
no, you said.
So you agree? I'm gonna come see you. Yeah.
Do you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
It's gonna super sad. You can chill for a minute and you.
Okay, we can share.
No, I'm being for real though. I got my son. I'm trying to get him to go to bed. Because I would be in bed like 2 weeks. You want to come over? You want to stop by? You want to do a shot? Cool. But don't take your time to do a shot.
See,
tomorrow you're free. You want to hang out tomorrow? We can hang out tomorrow. Today, no, I have my ticket.
Are you gonna put
No, why are you laughing at me? Don't even come over. You precious.
Give him the brain and it.
Give him some brain to educate him, then, girl. She said, do you want to come over for a shot? But don't expect nothing. Do you want to come over for a shot? But I have nothing going on tomorrow night.
I missed the whole conversation.
Hey, Bonnie. Hey, Bonnie. Hey, Bonnie. Hey, Bonnie. You know who that is, Bonnie. She
Well,
be at the bar, bro. She be at Misfits, bro.
Oh, Misfits.
Oh, I love Misfits.
You do. I know.
Oh, wait a minute. You say those, I'm gonna suck your dick, but I want to pay that bit.
Yeah, but don't expect nothing though. But tomorrow I don't have my kid. Is this the same one that was like, "You fucking bastard, get over here"? And then,
Yeah.
That's Erica's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
I talked about her to Erica the other day. I was like, I talked about how crazy she was because I heard her yelling at you the other night. Oh man, Wally, I hope you got that.
No, he wasn't. He wasn't here, dude.
Oh, I hope it recorded though. Holy
I think it
fuck!
recorded. Yeah.
That woman is nuts. Where the fuck are you? And the cops are outside my house. He goes, hey, the cops are here. I just stopped from a DW. He's like, the cops are here. I can't go anywhere. And she goes, yeah, but I ain't gonna suck your dick if you're not over here quick. She just went off on some shit.
Dude.
So I wanted to catch her on a tangent. That's why I was like, no, bro, you gotta feed into this. She is crazy. She's one of my like good friends, acquaintance / friends. Apparently. That lady is nuts. She had her kid. she gave him a BJ one night, and then had her kid call him and be like, "When are you coming over? I heard you're friends with my mom." Who the fuck does that?
What?
Remember when she had her kid call you from here?
Who?
Is that the one that had her kid call you and like, "Hey, how are you?" And you're like, "What the fuck? Why are you having your kid call me right now?"
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
that is.
Okay.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Not the short Holly, the other Holly.
The one that's not jolly, from everything I've heard.
Nope.
The
The
one
one that,
that the Molly.
she's, I was saying, the one that does Molly.
Yeah, bro. So like, all of a sudden, Brandon's
she
sitting here
said,
one night. She
"Call me."
calls Erica's friend. It's Erica's friend. She goes, she has her kid call Brandon at my house, and I hear Brandon talking to a child. I walk in the living room. I'm like, "What the fuck you doing?" He goes, "No, this ain't me." And like Brandon freaks out. I go, "Put your mom on the phone." "What the fuck you doing having your kid call me, asking when you come over, like all this? That's creepy. What are you doing?" And she's like, "Well, I just want to know if you're coming over." That's the same person who just called, so I want to put her on blast.
Yeah, that's her.
Yeah.
You know Holly, bro. You know Holly, bro.
Uh-huh.
That's your bar.
Hey, hold on. Hey, look. Hey,
Just don't tap the screen.
Ooh. Are you on FaceTime? Anything?
Yeah, we're on everything.
No, Brittany, right?
Let's go this way.
Who? Brittany?
You know Brittany with the tattoo, do the
Brittany.
tattoos.
Yeah, Brittany, yep.
So between me and you, between me and you, bro.
There you go, sir.
Gave me, she's something.
Syphilis.
Oh, really?
Esophagus.
Esophagus.
Bro. Awesome. Awesome.
Esophagus syphilis.
Hey, man, she knows what she's
Bro.
doing.
No. Fuck that, bro. You know Steph?
She sucked his
Her
dick
friend,
so
yeah.
dry it got chlamydia.
Bro, she can suck peanut butter through a straw.
Yeah, I bet.
I will tell you, 3 times at the bar, so we're up there and stuff. You remember that one time that one girl
She
came
drinks
up?
malts daily. She
You
drinks
remember that
malts
one time that girl
daily.
came up, like, skin tattooed, like, piercing and stuff?
Yeah.
She was like, "Hey, I'd like to suck your dick," and all this stuff. I was like, "I'm taken," even though I technically wasn't at the time. And I was like, "But my friend's not." And really? And I looked at Taylor and I was like, "Boom, pawn off to Brandon," and just like, "Come back with me," and they dropped me off at home.
I took her home too. I took her to her house.
Yep.
Something always cute.
See, I ain't bringing no one home for Misfits. Fuck no. I'm gonna go home with Wally.
Gotta do what she gotta do.
Good, bro.
Yeah, like Becky can bring me home. Dougie will play fucking pool. We'll play cutthroat or something. We'll play cards. Wally can bring me home. He'll smoke pot. We'll just talk about life.
That's me, baby.
And Taylor can bring me home. Yeah.
I like to talk about real shit, not just fucking how's the weather.
No.
Taylor can bring me shit. Taylor could, Taylor has brought me home, but like as a friend. But like Taylor could bring me home, you know. Like if I was in an old folks home and she was like my caretaker, like wheel me on in there, you know.
Wheeling, dealing, baby.
Yeah. Them are the 3 I'll let take me home. Wally, Becky, Taylor.
Wally? Whoa, chill, Wally.
Yeah, you better calm down with that horse cock.
Gotta do what I gotta do.
That's true. We gotta get the numbers up. Who's joining us?
With what?
Wait, where's Brandon? Is that Brandon's picture? Is that a pre-Brandon look?
That's the other Brandon.
Brandon, you look better now, dude. Update your profile picture, bro. Yeah, I know you, bro. You're my Brandon. This is new Brandon.
He's B.
No one will replace this Brandon though.
You're B. Ray.
You're my B Skizzle. B Skino. I'm fucking.
Fuck him.
Anybody's mom that fools me twice.
Don't fuck around
They
with me.
fool me once, shame on you.
Fool me twice, I'm
You
gonna
fool
fuck
me
your
twice?
mom. I'm gonna fuck your mom.
You gonna be mad.
Your whole
Yep.
mama, huh?
Yeah.
Even a half a mama.
Yeah.
What about Aunt your mama?
Yeah, Wally, man. She be trying to.
I heard she's.
No, she's obsessive and crazy.
You say expensive?
That's why I wanted you to actually, like, get it out there. Like, fucking, I wanted you to fucking get it out there.
If I get out there, bro, she gonna know I'm around.
Well, I definitely saved that part of the video though because man, she is fucking apeshit.
Hey, look, why? Man, you buddies, right?
Mhm.
But you know, Brittany, you know, Brittany that those tattoos, right?
Yep.
No, she just gave me the best head.
You know, if they're friends with him on Facebook, they all have an invite to this.
Technically, my highest video is 11 people.
And,
So there you go.
Holly and Steph. No, Steph, right? Steph,
I know who the bitches be.
last white girl, short, kind of
Yeah,
little fat ass on her.
I know what you're talking about.
Our friend Steph.
No.
Oh, we just had the hot tub party.
Hot tub time machine.
Oh man, they was treating me like I was Hugh Hefner in that motherfucker, bro. They was treating me.
What would they call you? Would they call you Huge Hefner? Hold on. Would they call you Huge Hefner?
Yes. No. This is a work.
Hey, no. They ain't going on there. No, nothing associated with
The back of it.
Okay.
I go to a homeowner house.
Yep.
She said, "No, I don't have a husband. You can call." God damn, how are you?
Oh, you 45.
For me?
No, her.
I'm 32.
No, I said her.
She's 40.
She was 40. I was
Hey, we
close,
gotta
I
talk
said
later.
45.
My wife wants to go stay with the home. I need to know the blowback because it's all on camera. What happened today on camera at work?
What happened to the work? Me?
When you knocked, but then Eric, when I pulled up,
Full up.
I wasn't there. Arizona's on.
you guys were out the corner when he was like this, laughing, yelling something at him.
Oh yeah, I walked off.
I need to know what he yelled because I need to know what I have to do on
All I
defense.
did was point at him because he was talking shit to us, bro. He's talking major
Doesn't
shit.
matter. We gotta put our head down when we're doing something illegal. We gotta put our head down and be like, hey,
I
can't make it worse.
I think he called his wife cheating on him, bro. He called his wife cheating on him, bro.
yeah, but Eric made it worse.
He made it 10 times worse, bro.
Yep. So I gotta know that when we get off the camera. So I gotta know what I'm walking into tomorrow because I'm walking into tomorrow with that camera footage.
Real?
Yeah. So I need to know everything on what was said so I can do damage control. That's my job.
It's me job.
I'll say a couple things.
On camera?
No. Walking up in the street.
Were you guys still being recorded? Because I promise you, my boss, the entire company, is going to clean house on anybody on camera.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that, bro. No, fuck off.
Let me call you back.
I'm just saying, like,
Okay, I'll call you back.
Me? Okay. Cool. You still there, Brandon, or you leave finally? Yeah, he left for now. I get it. It's funny, kind of when flipped. I was thinking he was the other big game and he would have that game, but that's alright. With 2 fucking 0, they still win though. Could have had 16 and 1.
All right.
What's happening, Captain?
Now what?
Huh.
Goodies.
Ugh. Ooh, fuck. What to geek out onto now?
Yeah, I'm like here, but I'm just eating. Just
I feel
moving
you.
my mic for you.
I'll read some shit to you if I find anything. Right now, I'm just looking up like the cost of healthcare in America.
Yeah,
It's kind of the new
that's such a
niche I'm
big
trying to figure out.
puzzle. Yeah.
Especially with all this fucking the dude shooting the dude, I feel like it's kind of pushing people should care about healthcare to the forefront. So I should start reading all this shit. So when people say some
Absolutely.
dumbass shit, I know what to fucking say. Yeah, in 2022, healthcare increased by 4.1% to $4.5 trillion. Fucking nuts.
Wow.
So I'm saying 4.5 trillion every from now on. It's gonna be at least that in every
What was-
year.
What was the inflation rate that year?
2019 probably or 2022. That was the year that was bad. It was like 7% every month. So it's probably like 50% that year.
Okay.
Or no, probably like almost 100%. Yeah, this is the worst
Jesus
year
Christ.
of the whole COVID shit. But I mean, like, so before the it says right here. So overall healthcare spending in 2022 was 17.3% of our GDP, which in 2019, which is pre-pandemic, we were spending 17.5% of our GDP. So it's right about the same as what we always spend.
Okay. Yeah.
Technically,
It really is
the
still
COVID
so much.
year 2020, we spent 19.5, so it had a little uptick, but not too much.
Oh, okay.
So
Yep. To be expected.
yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. It's a COVID year, so I get that.
Hospital care.
Yeah, hospital care is 30% of our healthcare goes to hospital care. See, that's what I'm saying. So, like, I was listening to this guy talk about it. People act like these hospitals make money to invest it in shit. It's like 5% of their money comes from investments. Like, when people talk about, like, there's a huge problem, there might be a little problem, but it's a lot smaller than you think.
I think you're onto something with, like, seriously, people gotta stop fucking up and, like, being a burden. You know, like myself included. Smoking
Yeah, I'm saying it's
cigarettes,
me
dude.
too. Like, I'm part of the people that they're talking. I was talking about. Like,
Yep.
I smoke and I'm overweight. Come on, like next year, I'm gonna start going back to the gym. Like I said, I told my girlfriend to cancel her membership and I'll go because I'll use it more than she will. And shit like that. So like, I'm trying to help myself that way too. But yeah, if you could again stress it to our society in general, like I said, and incentivize people to be healthy, I think that would help. You know,
I think so.
because yeah,
I think it's a good idea.
prescription drugs is less than 10% of our spending. See, like nursing care, like old folks, we think it's a big deal, but it's really not. It's 4%, 4.3% of our spending. And then here you go, government. Everyone thinks the government's robbing you. Government out of this whole pie gets 1.2% for government administration. So like the bureaucrat people, whatever, you know. That's what I'm saying. When you see stuff like this graph comes from these people, and it's like the things that people are bitching about, they make like such a big problem of is fucking 6.1% of this huge pie.
Wait, so okay, government public health activities. Is that which one?
No, I was talking about right down
Or
here.
which
This
one is
government administration. So like the people that run the hospitals and shit.
Okay.
I'm saying like people like they make too much money, which maybe they do a little bit, but it's like I said, it's 1.2% of this whole pie. It's not that big of an issue. You know, like okay, you save 1%. What are you going to add? More hospital care? I mean, that's good, but I mean, it's it's relatively not that big of an issue.
Okay. Right.
Like I said, most things make sense. Hospitals get the most money, physical services, so that makes sense. Personal health care, so I'm guessing like personal health care. So I don't know what that means. Maybe like elective surgeries and stuff, like plastic surgeries and shit. Maybe I don't know what that means. Other personal health care.
That's a lot. That's plastic surgery.
Well, that's what I'm saying, but I don't know what they mean by other because it's personal too. So other personal health care. I wonder if it tells me it doesn't.
How many people do get plastic surgery now?
Dude, it's a lot. Dude, there's kids now, not kids, but like 20-year-olds and shit getting like lip surgery and shit. It's fucking crazy.
Y'all look like the same fucking retarded bitch.
Yeah,
You know,
big
like
fat lips.
I don't know.
Yeah, I know. I don't think it's good looking at all, but you know, some fucking people do. Yeah. $4.9 trillion in 2023. $14,500 per person is what we spend in healthcare. 17.6% of our GDP. So almost 1/5 of every dollar we get taxed goes to healthcare. Crazy.
Yeah, that's a lot.
I know, and people keep. It's only funny because everyone keeps acting like universal healthcare or anything like that is going to be so expensive. It's like, dude, it already is fucking super expensive.
It is.
Like literally.
Yep.
Maybe I should look up single payer healthcare systems. Let's see. And then we'll look up cost.
That's like such a big like calculation to perform to like see how we would perform under this system, you know.
Yeah, I mean,
So many,
especially
like,
without the
data
foreknowledge,
sets.
all you do is, I mean, all you can really do is take like a smaller country and try to be like, all right, they're 40 million, let's 10 times it. No, how much would it cost? I guess that's
Yeah.
probably like the best way of doing it. But like I said, like Bill was
So
saying,
it's like with
it's
our
about
stats,
it's about preventative care. Like if you can incentivize and disincentivize certain things, maybe you just make people not have to go to the hospital as much. So then,
yeah,
maybe drive down the cost that way. You know,
so many fucking things you can do.
for sure.
So
And
many
that's what my
layers
buddy
to it.
Ryan, when I was on Discord the other day talking, he was texting me about it. But yeah, because it is. There's a billion things. And he's like, you make sure you think about this. I'm like, I'm glad you're telling me because I mean, I try to, but I always tell people I don't mind being pushed on like my thoughts and stuff because I'd rather be more right than more wrong. And
There's people that know like a lot of economic shit that fuck I don't know anything about. So
I know I was yeah, I tell you, I watched a lot of Destiny and shit. Recently, he was watching. I didn't watch all of them, but he was watching a lot of like college macro and econ classes and shit. They're going over like tariffs and shit, like all this stuff, and it's kind of cool when you actually learn like this is how the economy works. Like this is why it makes sense. This is why it doesn't make sense, and it's like, oh, okay, kind of get a grasp on how things should work, you know, and why it works. And when people think things are bad and nefarious, usually it's not. It's just it's how the system is, bro. You just gotta learn to accept it. Like people say they hate fucking like big businesses, right? Everyone says they hate big businesses, but it's like, okay, let's say you get rid of the big, they do.
well, it's like they need to be in a way held accountable as like service providers, like public service providers. Like there's no way of avoiding that. Like you know, you can't free market them out of everything that they do. You know, like every toxic thing they do, like with advertising and all that shit. You know,
I mean, yeah,
like,
that's
and like
that's part of it's also parents too, because parents got to make sure their kids understand that they're trying to sell you.
we're looking at we're talking about single payer healthcare and
How to get there,
like the whole everything involved with like trying to graft it
basically,
into
yeah,
our system.
trying to build like the small infrastructure. Like, all right, how do you pay for it? How do you fucking do things? Yeah, like what kind of system works the best? You know, kind of shit like that.
Regarding what?
Universal healthcare, single payer healthcare, whatever you want to call it.
Oh,
covering the arguments basically.
Yeah. So like we just read so in America right now, we spend $4.6 trillion on healthcare.
What?
Yeah, 4.5
That's-
trillion. $4.5 trillion dollars in 2022.
Mhm.
And it keeps going up 4% a year. So like when people say like universal healthcare and all this shit's super expensive, I just keep thinking like, dude, that's a fuck ton of money, dude. Act like it's not already expensive as fuck already.
And defense budget 900 bill about.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah, I'm saying so like and then we started looking at this graph. So like this graph will show like because people bitch about like it's 1.2% of our healthcare and like their investments is 5% of healthcare. Like it's not that big of an issue, like relatively. Like 30% of our money go to the hospitals, 15% go to fucking physical education and shit. 16% says go to other personal health care. So I don't know what that is. That seems pretty broad. But like, I don't know. There has to be a better way. And then we were talking about like you got to incentivize and de-incentivize like society. So like one thing would be like raising prices of cigarettes and all your sin tax maybe a little bit higher, so you try to get people to not smoke and be unhealthy. And then the other end, you could have the government be like, every year you take like a BMI and you find out like you're in a good weight class or whatever, or you're a healthy person, maybe you get like a $500 bonus on your taxes or something, like so they pay you off for being healthy to incentivize people to actually be healthy.
Yeah, that seems more reasonable than freaking shooting the CEO of the healthcare marketplace.
For sure. Yeah, that doesn't.
So
yeah,
something you also have to consider is that the amount of money spent on healthcare in the States per person in relation to the GDP
it's
in the States is almost it's yes, but if you wanted to make it per GDP in 2022, for instance, you're looking at about $13,000 per person.
Yep.
Every other country in the world, including India and them, I shit you not, is below $4,000.
Yeah, I'd say like 5 or 6 is like the high end.
Yeah.
And so when you guys say, you know, your healthcare costs $4 trillion, that is most likely inflated by the stupid shit that gets caught in, like a Band-Aid costs $500.
Yeah, the hospital fees they overpay you for and stuff. Yeah.
Yes, and you can guarantee that expenditure shit that the government inflates, like out to the people, like, oh, it costs us $4 trillion, likely includes that.
Oh,
Your actual expenditure should be probably about $1.5 trillion, which, if you were to make that into an entirely universal system, would be much more manageable.
Yeah, that's what I was. The other part we were talking about. So like, we were early yesterday or whatever. I was looking at tax brackets. Okay, so I found out a person making $608,000 gets taxed 37%. And that is the same percentage that somebody that makes $50 million. That's the high end of the cap. So like if you make $10 million, $50 million, you're paying still 37%. And it's like why do we stop the keep going up when you make money? You know, like that's how it is when you're poor. You know, like from this much you make 10%, this much you get 22%. Why does it cap out at 600,000? Why does it cap out at like $50 million a person? Maybe cap it out at like 48% of their tax money or something.
To insurance and suppliers and doctors and like there's a lot of layers to it as well.
Oh, for sure.
And like
a
realistic
diagraph or whatever.
It, very fair in the sense only to cover things like, and such. And the system would probably be fixed pretty quick.
Right.
Are
If
you
you remove
cars,
the, if you remove that portion from the government side, it'd probably fix up the insurance, like the whole system, pretty quick for random bullshit and costs.
No, yeah, I mean, yeah, we know the hospital's overcharged that shit a lot.
So yeah, hospitals overcharge for. It's not just overcharging, but they have a assumption that if you don't check it and check what they charge you for, they'll just keep charging you for every little thing that they can possibly charge you for. So, like nursing services and changing your bed sheets, giving you hospital gowns, charging for services for injections, like every little thing that could possibly. So, if you were to challenge it, and if citizens were to actually like confront hospitals, they'd actually save a lot of money. But the assumption is that people won't do that. And so hospitals just continue to charge for these little intricacies and they make a bank on that. But there's also the assumption that this whole system is running on capitalism in general, late stage unregulated capacity to change the whole system is there's so many attached factors to that. Another major factor is that we have lobbyists that were over. Bernie Sanders makes this point too. 1,500 lobbyists working against Congress right now for the medical industrial complex versus the 435 members of Congress that we have in total.
Wow.
It's kind of like they're fighting each other, you know.
For sure. No, there's a fuck ton. I mean, obviously, it's $4.5 trillion business. People have a lot of skin in the game. They want money to be made, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, how does collective action fucking start, you know? Like, fuck.
Someone has to fuck up really bad.
Conscious collective action. Like, but we always, like, it's always, you know, shit getting burned down and stuff. That's what sucks. It's not like a non-violent movement that's, like, clear on its goals.
Well, think about what
know?
just happened. Like, it's not good. Obviously, shouldn't have done it. But like, this dude just killed a dude, and like, we're having different conversations
Yeah,
of what he's
yeah.
like. The reason why he did it, let's say, was to actually kind of force the whole like, we should really talk about this
sure.
issue as an issue. Like it is a big deal. It's like literally
Yep.
the most money we spend in this country by far. You know,
A bleeding wound of the system.
and it's only going to get higher because
basically.
more people are retiring. You know, you got more people retiring than babies being born. You know, so this shit's going to keep going up.
Look, dialogue is never. Look, the only thing that's ever gotten anyone to change shit is actually inflicting physical pain. Like, physical pain. Not mental pain, fuck your feelings. Physical pain. For example,
He usually does. Yeah.
if for like a very easy example, back in like Russia and Europe with the coal miners, when they were bitching and everyone told them to shove it and they just stopped mining. And everyone had to fucking have candles lighting up their shit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right? And it's like now they're in physical pain because it was wintertime, they're cold as shit. Right?
Somebody has to suffer. Like, the sufferer has to pass on the suffering to fucking get their suffering.
And then, and of course, the best example that makes everyone lose their shit is when with what little light they had, everyone's shown on like the oligarchs and all like the upper class people that had their lights on still, and said, "And look at those fuckers," aka the coal miners that weren't working.
Yep.
Right, and you know, a couple of people yell. Maybe a coal miner gets clapped once or twice. One of the noble people gets stabbed outside the
It's like these
bar.
critical moments where things become clear. Like they just come straight into vision, like right in the scene. You know. Then
Look,
put
it's
together
because I still
that.
I still feel very deep down that there is only a handful of people that run everything, and it's not until it basically bites them in the foot and they feel some form of physical pain.
Absolutely. But they need
They
they have the system designed such that that doesn't happen now, right? Basically.
I think the system isn't designed for them now, and they are really fucking scared.
Well, there's a wave.
And
There's
they're
always
gonna.
a self-consciousness wave that fucking begins a change. Always. I'm just trying to say.
I think I think COVID was an unplanned expenditure following the crash of 2008 they weren't prepared for, and it's bit them in the ass more than they could handle. To whomever's in charge.
Well, yeah, nobody planned on COVID. Like we found out they spent about an extra like $50 billion or whatever it was that year because of COVID, basically, in healthcare alone.
No, I mean like not in the planning like the government side, but I mean like if there is a group of people that kind of run the show, I don't think they saw COVID coming, and I think that
No, I
kind
think
of
so.
ruined their
Yeah,
plan,
I agree with
whatever
that.
they had.
Well, it's some kind
Because
of like
Nobody saw
multi-bodied
that.
force.
okay, so here's something to always like consider. Everyone that was educated the 70s to about 95 were on one education system. And it's kind of the education system that was very kind of individualistic, let some people have free form thinking. It led to innovation.
Mm-hmm.
But then, of course, that led to a problem called holy shit, our overall productivity dropped because everyone was too busy trying to be individual. In 1995 and onward, they tailored the entire education system into making an office worker.
Right.
That's sort of a
Yeah,
nickel
sit down and
B.
shut up.
But
Somebody let Patrick talk. Jesus Christ! Somebody let Patrick talk.
Go ahead, Patrick.
Oh yeah, no, I was just confirming that. Yeah, I mean the model is sit down and shut up and study, and teaching people to like the whole bell system where you wake up in the morning and you get ready to sit at a desk for 8 hours straight. Some people draw comparisons between that and then paralleling that to the office work. I think there are some generalizations and crossovers there that are possibly not exactly accurate, but I also see that model as working towards that advantage. Like I don't think there's anybody that actually chose that as the model or chose that to be system in place. It's just kind of what happens under this paradigm of capitalism and corporatism. Perhaps the better term is corporatism there, where it's like we know that this is what works, and so we're going to keep allowing this to happen, and we're not going to intentionally impose upon the education system to loosen that up or to give people more time to themselves. So we have like recess for 30 minutes or whatever, and you have 1 minute moment of silence at the beginning of the day, if you have that at all. And that moment of silence used to be longer too, but yeah. It's definitely a system that allows for people to become hogs in the machine, for lack of a better term.
Malleable, and it's not like, yeah, manipulable. Just yep, dude. Like you can see it. You can see it like just in your own like resistance to it. Like you can feel your own like attachment to it. Just sort of like change. It's wild.
Yeah. Maybe we do need more revolutionaries, to be honest.
And then
I don't know. We like
We
I
need
heard
less-
some
we-
like
You
like
go.
I was watching like my mom was watching Steve Bannon or whatever,
Oh, God.
and
Yeah.
he's like, well, if Einstein shows up, well, maybe we'll talk to Einstein, right? So like maybe they have some kind of sense, like, dude, there's like some fucked up like disharmony here. We need to figure it out.
Well, I
'cause
told you
I
earlier
think
they're having a civil war right now, so that makes sense because Steve Bannon is one of those fucking the racist kind that are pissed that they're gonna take immigrants from India and shit.
Well, he's like their fucking girdles or whatever, you know.
Yep, he
Like,
is basically. Him, Laura Loomer, all those fucking dummies.
yeah, dude. Like they just like nope. You need to fucking zoom out and fucking reapply your fucking consciousness, bro.
No,
like,
but I think the
you're fucking up.
biggest thing we need to stop doing, and probably even us, everyone does it to an extent, but we got to get out of echo chambers and start actually talking to people,
Yeah.
all kinds of people, so then you actually get a good dialogue. And you know, people need to learn that disagreeing's fine. I mean, you don't need to fucking scream and be all fucking like, super duper 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 emotional about it. But it's like, no, like I said the other day at the bar, if someone tells me that women are just willy nilly having abortions at 38 weeks, I should be able to fucking be like, you're fucking lying or you're wrong, and you should just know you're making shit up, and people need to hear that shit instead of letting this chick say that, and people
Yep.
just listen, and someone else might think it's true. It's like, no, you guys all need to know this is a fucking lie, and they need to be called out.
It's really like a public duty in the end. Like it really
Well,
like
it's misinformation, dude. Like
fucking,
honestly,
you know,
we gotta
to hit
we gotta try our best
yeah.
to stop misinformation the best we can. And like I said, we're all guilty of it. You know, I always say I say and do fucking things that are wrong too. But I try my best when someone shows me evidence of the contrary or whatever. I try my best to be like, you know what, this is better evidence. You know, change my mind.
What I like about you, dude, like with your contribution to our discussions is like you have your finger on the pulse. Like you work at a fucking bar. You're like you know like what the average person is, so you can
Oh
sort
yeah,
of
dude,
like
I know all
worm your way
both
in
sides
and
of
you
those
know?
dumbs.
Yeah.
You know, because the thing is, like anything,
Yep.
extremes are usually wrong. Like you can't be far left, far or far right. You know, there's somewhere in the middle. You just gotta find the common ground, because that's how you're gonna win more people over than not. You know, but I'm not like a super centrist like that. But just, you know, like you can't be like,
No. I think the real way.
As possible. There's always a fucking general, unbiased, you know, framework. There's always is like even if you can't get to it 100%, there's always.
Well, I guess I just try to check my biases, like because I know everybody has them. You can't really stop them. But if I'm reading something and I know like I have too much invested interest in this, I'm like, you know what? I probably shouldn't read this article. I'm getting too much into it. Like maybe I should go read something else or whatever, you know.
Even if I tell someone my feelings take over, there's a lot of like buts to that, right? Like there's a lot of like, you know, I'm willing to compromise on this or that, you know, or whatever. There's a reason why. That's just like a direction, you know, like.
Yeah. I mean, there's some things obviously you probably don't compromise on, you know, like. You know, if you think about like the slavery time, like they compromised slavery, and all it did was lead to a whole war. You know, you try to compromise with like Hitler, it literally led to a whole war. Or like you know, like some things you just can't compromise on.
Or democracy, the workforce or whatever, workplace.
Actually, you could compromise with Hitler.
I don't know.
In the respect that if you were part of his country at the time, unless you were part of the minority group, you would sympathize with it.
Yeah.
Very likely.
Most likely, yeah.
Well, there's
that's societal. That's societal unconditional bias. Even though most of us here think, you know, oh, we would never. I could never. Blah blah blah.
The relativistic framework by having seen it play out in the past. That's the point. Like we're at a metacognitive level that's above where they were. I would say
you're literally watching it with Trump people like that can't ever say one negative thing about him. It's like it's probably the same with Hitler. Like no matter what he did, even if people knew it was wrong or bad, they felt it was bad or wrong. You know, like inside, they just went along. You know, I feel like we have a lot of that now going on. That shit needs to stop.
Yep. Just like
I'd rather have allegiance to like our institutions and like people, society in general, than to an individual person. Or even like individual party or individual whatever, you know, like no, we should care and want what's best for everybody, not fucking my side or you know, shit like that. I think it's bad thinking.
Yep, it's like football teams, dude.
Kinda.
Exactly.
I mean, basically, yeah. I always say it's WWF wrestling. That's what I always use.
Dude, people get into fights after, like in Philadelphia, there have been fights based on sports ball teams, based on like football. It's the same mechanism going at play there. It's very unfortunate.
It definitely is.
They have to steal the narrative.
God, some people are like one tier below in consciousness. Like it's like.
Well, they're fanatics. That's what fan is. You're a fanatic of the team.
I just see it. There's everywhere.
Party
there's
whatever.
Like tiers of consciousness. You can fucking feel it. I can fucking feel it now. I swear to God.
You see it on social media all over the place too, and that is the echo chambers. The echo chambers are being exacerbated there. I try to spread messages of peace and nuance and understanding, but it's hard, man. Like, I mean, I think there's like all of us can do this. In this group here, particularly, we can put these concepts into an understanding where people of and average intelligence can conceive of it or whatever. Just put it in simple words. Please try to avoid these biases. Please try to question these cognitive biases that you have. Check your cognitive dissonance. Don't conform to the echo chambers. Do your best to just question yourself, because that's the only thing that's going to save your future as a personal human, your family and your relationships, and your nation and the world at large.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, dude. People gotta care more. Like, people just, for whatever reason, they want to put their skin on the line to, like, send a message.
Well, so this guy uses this analogy, or not analogy, but like, if you believe in something, right? If someone asks you the question, what would make you not believe in it? If you don't have an answer, then you are probably too wrapped up in that issue and so like one-sided that you're not too far gone, but you just got to realize, like, you got to catch yourself, trying to catch yourself before that. Like, you should always know, like, if I'm arguing with somebody like anti-vax, like, if they showed me like legitly like 500 million people died last year or something, like some ungodly number, like, oh, you have some real actual evidence for me to fucking see your side of the story. That might change my views. But like, when I ask people like, what can I show you? Like, what article can I show you or anything? And they can't fucking nothing, because it's from CNN or whatever website. It's like, oh my God, everyone, like every website, everybody's corrupt, right? Every time. Then I always ask people, where do they get their information from?
Exactly.
And they never tell me where. I'm always like, okay. Like, that's the cognitive dissonance I'm talking about. Like, shit like that. It's like, man, I just want some information from anybody, like actual tangible. And like I said, I can explain if I'm arguing abortion, I can tell you what would make me fucking be pro-life as fuck. If you can show me consciousness started at like 2 weeks old, sure, you shouldn't have abortion, like, but I have something, that could sway me the other way. Most people don't.
There's like a stages of grief to this,
Maybe. Well, like I said, I think it's fanatics. People are fans of like their side, their party, their whatever, so they just don't. They won't open themselves up to seeing something else be good. I mean, like going back with sports, if you're a LeBron fan, you probably hate Jordan, even though Jordan's fucking great. Instead of just being like, you know what, they're both fucking great. Why do you gotta fucking hate one? And just understand they're all awesome. But they're fans. Yeah. So they're fans. So they go, LeBron's the best, so he's the
duality,
worst.
Like that's such a big thing, I think. The inability to handle duality, contradiction, or like just not, being able to say like.
Well, again, it goes back to that group thing, because like I said, if you're a LeBron fan, you're supposed to be a LeBron fan, so you have to hate Jordan, because that's what the group says.
Weird. Identity becomes. Identity precedes fucking objective thought about that identity or something. I don't fucking know.
There's a lot of emotion attached to it, from what I understand and from what I've been researching. So the insular cortex comes into play with a lot of these political biases. The insular cortex is responsible for disgust responses. Okay. And so, but it's not just disgust, it's also the posterior insular cortex reacts when tribalism is involved in general cases, where different skin colors is involved, when overweight, like, or people that so in other cultures, like, people being a little bit overweight is actually quite attractive, so that's also culturally based, but that lights up the insular cortex. People that you deem as ugly, which is also culturally based, that influences the cultural or influences the insular cortex. But emotions in general, the interplay between the amygdala and the insular cortex here seem to play a big part when it comes to these political biases. So I'm adopted, and I was almost aborted. My biological mother decided to keep me and put me up for adoption when she was 15. Unfortunately, she did so. And I was very lucky for that. But I still very much believe that abortion clinics should be open. So the statistics on women having abortions after the 36-week point, or whatever it is, like after the third trimester, it does exist. Yes, that actually does happen, but it's extremely rare, and it's in the cases of where it's an ectopic pregnancy, or it's something where it could cause damage to the mother. And so if we could just get that across to the conservatives, or to the people that are believing that this is something that we should preserve. But The problem is we're fighting against this emotional bias, this insular and amygdala bias, where it's all life is precious.
Yep.
And a large part of me also believes that is very true. Like, of course, it's true. All potential life, even at the 2 day mark, is still incredibly precious because we're talking about a human life. That's incredibly valuable at whatever stage you want to call it. But we're also talking about the mother's life. And so because we gravitate into one of these two camps, it's hard to see past that. And that's also a very Western problem, is gravitating into one or two contexts, or one or two situations where we are ignorant of context. And so that's this whole being ignorant of context factor.
Yeah.
This has been studied for decades now. You can look to Joseph Hendrich and I forget it. There's another researcher who's been studying Western versus Eastern biases, but it's very prominent. Westerners, the U.S., Canada, and the U.K., but the U.S. in particular, we're incredibly ignorant of context. There's the study that was done where they showed Westerners an image of fish in the sea, and it's like three fish, but they're pretty similar fish. And there's the coral reefs behind them, and there's other land features in the bottom of the ocean, and there's other like plankton and so on and so forth. And so they asked them, like, what did you like? They showed this image for a little while, and they asked them, what did you notice in that image? And they're like, well, there's this fish, and there's this, and there's three fish. And then you show this to Easterners, and the Easterners are like, well, there's three fish. The three fish have different features, and there's also this coral reef, and there's also the land feature, and there's also all the other examples. Those kinds of studies have been done for decades, and they've been repeated over and over in many different forms. And it's pretty obvious now that, just generally speaking, Westerners are very, very ignorant of context in this regard. So
I don't even.
that's,
I don't
that's
think
kind
that.
of what we're fighting.
I.
Like, that's what we
I
have to
don't think. I don't think that's a Western thing. I think that is actually a European invention.
Right, like Western
and
is
it's
kind of a general
and
statement.
no, sorry, and I mean, this is going back like pre-European, pre-Roman, pre-everyone, where it was known
It's like a
that the
smaller
early.
container almost, dude. It's like fucked up, like just the way we come away with observations, or like the prompt, or I don't know, like the prompt. I don't know.
Well, it's just that some like they know that the early European civilizations, they were exposed to like better camps and farming methods and all this like plethora of other information to utilize and become better.
Mm-hmm.
And they also know that for assault, and they also know that for approximately 4,000 years, people also just didn't give a shit and didn't do it, even though it was there. Like different regions, like it'd be like this house is older than this house is younger than this house is in between the two, and it's like aged in between, and the person just didn't give a shit.
Like we have less connections, we make less connections, like it's like, I don't know, being behind plasticity wise in a sense. I don't know.
I mean, it's also the
implications
context
of
is
that.
also only relevant to when you need that context. If a person's predominantly from the prairies and you're asking them questions about ocean stuff or like coast related
Like,
things, they're not gonna
identity
freaking
missing,
answer
but
because it's
there's
not
like a
really.
lack of an us relation to knowledge. Like, I don't know, like it's so weird.
Well, Gong, you know, like I'm an engineer. When I studied like geology, what do you think I predominantly covered?
In a lot of ways, I can't even think about how I think because I'm thinking it, and I have to discover how I think. You know what I mean? Like in the trails of it. So,
from a logical standpoint, what do you think they taught me?
as an
Predominantly.
engineer, I don't fucking know. Like,
No, did you think it'd be like North American geology?
Divide it into like geology? I don't know.
Where are you from? North America, I'm assuming.
Yes.
So then, yeah, you
So
probably
I don't have like the
learn our
exact
shit.
ontology of it.
No, I didn't actually learn anything about American geology. I don't give a fuck about American geology. They only taught me my province.
Because it's like
no, it's not. It's actually not.
They focus on just the province, like
They
How much
focus.
does geology vary per, like, I don't know, X amount of...
Alberta is entirely what is so all of Alberta.
Okay.
From surface to our bedrock is one geological unit.
Surface to the bedrock. Okay.
From the Ice
Yeah.
Age.
Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
From Saskatchewan, the province to our east, they have 3 different periods of ice ages as their surface, and then their bedrock.
Why?
Oh, okay. Okay.
Because the ice ages, over time, over a couple thousand years,
Yeah.
you know, they might have gone halfway over Saskatchewan and then fallen all the way back to the Rockies. Then over
Okay.
another 1,000 years,
They move
advanced
back.
all the way across.
Yep.
Yeah, again.
Okay.
Over a couple thousand years, life reset, plants grew back, right? All that returned, and then got wiped again.
Yeah, that's fine. I love
and then
that
you,
shit.
and then you go off all the way into like Manitoba. Manitoba is basically a swamp because it's right against the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically bedrock and swamp. And then you go to Ontario and it's pure field and it's continental crust. Some of the oldest rocks in the world are exposed in Ontario.
Yeah, I have to learn more.
That makes
about
sense because of the
geology.
ice
Seems
ages
so
and shit.
fascinating.
So actually, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The way the, I guess, minerals redistribute through the
Geology
earth
in
or something. I
general,
don't know.
dude. Yeah, it's fucking crazy.
Just so many. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff I just don't know.
I
Which
know
is
about
great.
it because
I
I
love it.
know, but I don't know the actual science behind it.
Like
what he's talking
yeah.
about. I know what he's talking about, but like I said, I couldn't explain like the why, the how, the what.
More,
You know,
more
like
signifiers, more processes, and
well, yeah, because it's very
shit.
intricate, dude. You know,
Look,
it's
understanding, in my opinion, understanding the psychology behind why people do things,
is
you
more important.
also have to. No. I find it's easily explainable, and shows up in paleontological history on how humans behaved, like with our weapon choices, tool choices, where we were across the world at certain points, what the world looked like at certain points.
Yep.
Because for instance, where I'm standing right now in Alberta, if I go back about 3,000 years ago, you know, around the time when the Romans were stomping around, this place would look like Libya. No joke, Libya.
Yep.
That's what all of Western Canada looked like, was Libya. The Rockies would look like the mountains in Libya.
That makes sense. Yep.
So it's like, and of course we still have records of the people that were here, the paleontological record, and you can start seeing the same things in history, how people reacted to stress, systems for healthcare, when they abandoned people. You can literally start seeing the same things happen across the world in different countries. You go to Libya right now, yeah, they're in war right now. Go back 3,000 years ago, in Europe was flourishing. Well, in North America here, they were suffering because of the desert and warring with everyone. So you're kind of seeing the same pattern.
Yeah.
Right. So then the psychology you start realizing is, oh my god, this isn't even, you know, like really a psychological thing. It's completely just us surviving. It's literally down to our root of just being able to survive, and this is how species do it. They fight and just slaughter each other at every turn. It's just whether or not we're doing it with the healthcare system versus just, you know, leaving someone by that tree stump because they're hurt.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, a lot of it seems to come down to the Dunbar number. I mean, I'm really reluctant to say it all boils down to this or it all comes down to this, but you know, I mean, the Dunbar number of 250 people in a tribe, it seems like that's where we're mostly genetically predisposed towards organizing in. And when our tribes extend past that number, that's when we get into problems. So we're trying to run a nation of 382,000 people in the United States, or sorry, 382 million people in the United States. And we're trying to keep that and keep a cohesive union on that. It's very difficult. It's very difficult for us to see eye to eye. But it's also difficult for us to change the system that we have running right now. So I think making these like smaller moves or making smaller impacts and changing the narrative or stealing the culture, as John Vervaeke puts it, just influencing and nudging the culture in a certain direction. That's probably our best bet. Nate Hagen's also talks about this too. Nate Hagen's YouTube channel is really good. You guys might like that. He uses the term bend, not break. So we want to try to like bend the system that we occupy currently without fully breaking it. There are many methods to do that, I think.
I actually do think that I think, depending on where we are in the system, how the system's set up, I do think we need to, at least at this point, sit back and even break a whole bunch of systems. So I love actually posing this question to a lot of people. Why is SpaceX leagues above every other aerospace company right now?
Because they have the richest man running them, and they're using innovations that governments have already built. So they're not creating really new innovations. They're just taking the innovations that a government, either in us, India, China, whoever, already made, and making them better. So Neil deGrasse Tyson was talking. Neil deGrasse Tyson just said this the other day. So in order to even get this to build NASA or whatever, it costs so much money, and to get a private guy to do that willy-nilly. So like innovation's a hard thing to make. That's what governments usually do, and then the private sector makes it better and cheaper and stuff. Like that's usually how it goes for like these big issues like that, like space and stuff.
But the problem with a lot of this is that we're developed, though.
Now they are, yes.
You couldn't. No. You couldn't use them, right? Here's the problem. Even if someone made it tomorrow, let's say a water-powered engine, it would probably not go anywhere. Not because, okay, no, Gong.
So funny to me. Sorry.
This video is crazy.
That's all right. The one.
Oh, the animals. Oh, I'm laughing at the water powered engine. It would not go anywhere. Because does it go anywhere? I don't know.
I bet people.
You think it's Elon doing the Thomas Edison thing? Like, do you think Elon is just a hyper capitalist and extremely, like, just transcending beyond burnout? I shouldn't use the word transcending. That's the bastardization of that term. But
I kind of think so. Yeah.
I think it's him, like, because he knows that the resources are there, and he seems to know. Like, I'm trying to attribute as the least amount of credit to the Musk as possible, but it does seem like he is just really about that hyper individualism. Like, he's extremely egotistical. You can see it on Twitter or X or whatever, and I think he's doing what Thomas Edison did, but with this incredibly ridiculous grind culture narrative behind it. It's just fueling him past it. I think he's probably going to die in the next few years, probably, because he's just pushing himself, or he's probably just going to like go into hiding or something. Like, he's probably going to burn himself out, like real burnout, where he's realizing this is actually killing me or something, because he's running 7 companies now apparently.
Yeah.
He's got the Boring Company, he's got Starlink, he's got Tesla. Now he's running Twitter and so on and so forth.
Yeah, dude.
No.
He hires the people that are able to do the thing because he knows. And I'm not trying to compliment this guy at all.
You still can at times.
He
There's
realizes
some things that are still
that,
good. I mean,
yeah, absolutely, and he realizes that this is what can be done. The resources are available to do it. I can hire these people that are willing to do this, and they will work for me. And also, he's doing this whole narrative of like, if they don't match my standards, I'll kick them out. If they can't work 80 hours a week, then they're not worthy, and I'll kick them out. So his standards are terrible, which is also kind of what Thomas Edison was doing. But he's hiring all the engineers, the best in the world, and he's trying to get these products made. He's trying to create SpaceX to what it can be and the best that it can be. And he's moved past NASA because he's doing it from the corporatist paradigm.
Yep.
Whereas NASA is a government organization and it has to go through all these layers of regulation. Whereas Elon is just like, let me hire this guy, let me fire this guy, let me hire this guy, let me fire this guy. All right, we're going to go to space and we're going to go to Mars. And I think that's probably what he's been running on.
For sure. My point is that the original innovator, though, because it costs so much money, is the government. Though the government still created space, like how we do things. Like I said, the private sector takes that and makes it better and cheaper. Like that's what but like usually like the greatest
Right.
innovations, especially in modern world, all the best innovations are made by a government entity somewhere because it's the government scientists
do
that
it
are studying it or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like. And then,
Right.
like I said, once they figure something out, then it goes to the private sector. Then those people, commercialize and make it bigger and better and cheaper. Like, so Musk has his point. Like, his shit is probably better than NASA, but like I said, NASA's the one that would he have came up with the rocket and shit by himself without NASA?
No, no.
If they didn't
So-
have a
so
if he didn't have a blueprint, I don't think he could have done it himself.
What I was trying to mention, and
Mhm.
what was trying to get down, even when I mentioned like the engine and the water, right?
Yep.
The stupidest fucking analogy.
You can go.
But you make in the engine, it runs on water. Where do you fucking put that engine, and what do you make run on it? Because here's the problem. You make it now. Greatest invention. Everyone high fives you. You've changed the world. It will never go near any power plant, generation station, or anywhere where there's any circuitry because it has water in it.
Mm-hmm.
So right there, it dies. It's a dead engine. That's the same thing that came with the hydrogen engine. That's why it was killed out. That's why gasoline was used. Gasoline was only if we have nuclear power, and only for major metropolitan areas. It cannot be mandated across the board.
Not yet, but how about let's say 15 years, 20 years
No.
from now?
No.
You don't
It
think
cannot
so?
be mandated. It cannot be mandated across the board. We will never have the infrastructure set up to mandate it across the board.
In 15, 20 years, you don't think we could? Maybe? I don't know.
No. There are still places in fucking Canada and even the States where you have to fucking take out your own generator. Because there's no fucking road. You think they're gonna put in a power line for someone to have a fucking electric car?
I mean, technically, if you want to get if the government did it part of like an infrastructure bill and stuff, maybe it could because then it'd be forced to.
No. There are some areas you could never build. Build that stuff out too.
Yeah. I mean, you can
we have entire
you can
communities that were.
What if you had I have solar panels in my house. I mean, if I wanted to pay an extra 15, 20 grand, I can have the battery stored, and then I can do it myself.
That's why. The thing is, what I said is, did I say that we shouldn't have it? No. Did I say?
You said mandate it.
I said you can't mandate it.
Okay, I mean,
do I think we could?
Okay, I mean, I get that. What about if the government were basically incentivized, aka like gas cars become like triple priced, and electric cars you get like a $9,000 discount? I mean, it's not mandating it, but they're going to force you to do it because
they could force you to do it, but again, that mandate should not apply to people that are outside of major metropolitan areas.
No, I mean, I'm not one of those like total purists either. I get that. So like, there's gonna have to be diesel cars and stuff. So like, there will be gas still. But I'm just saying, it is much better to slowly transfer into it than not even start or not even like, like how you're talking about there's no infrastructure. Well, they should start.
No, sorry. But the reason why, I'll come loop. I think I see where the confusion's occurred now.
Gotcha.
I'll come full loop with like the engine and water stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So what that means is you can't put it anywhere where there's any electricity, generators, all that shit, until all of those systems change.
Okay. Yep.
Right.
Okay. Yep. I got you.
The reason why Elon Musk and SpaceX and them are so much ahead of every other competitor is that they turn around and started replicating this old shit and technology that everyone said was garbage and wouldn't work because we don't use it because of this. Okay, well then do that. Oh, we can't do that because of this reason. Okay, well then do that. Right? That's all Elon kept saying.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's the old same method of why is the rocket engine a specific size, like 4.6 feet wide in diameter. It's like, oh, it's because that's what fits on the train car. Well, why is the train car that size? Oh, well, that's how the standard wagon size was. Why is the wagon size that? Well, that was the chariot size of Rome because they built most of the original roads. Well, why did the Romans have? Yeah, it's like, well, why did the Romans have that? Well, that was 2 horses side by side.
Yep. Yeah,
Just
can
like
reduce it for sure. All the way reduction.
right, right. And so then Elon Musk would have said, well, why make it 4 or 6? Well, then we can't ship it by train. Then build it right here, and we make it 5 feet.
Yep.
And then maybe that 5 feet is 10% more efficiency.
For sure.
Boom, right there.
Oh, I mean, yeah.
Right.
But again, my original point is that it takes a government to do those big innovations. People aren't doing them no more. Like this guy made a good point. There's the day of a single scientist blowing everybody's mind with some new innovation or new theory or whatever singly is impossible. Never happen again because now all scientists work in groups of scientists for either government or university or whatever. So we're never gonna have that again. Like that day's kind of dead.
Nah, actually, I think it'll happen, but it'll happen with the most mundane exploration bullshit.
Maybe.
Just like I think we might find with the explorations of the Amazon going on now.
I love that.
The legendary El Dorado.
Maybe. I mean, we do. I was telling Brandon or whoever the other time that we find a bunch of shit in the Amazon because they use the infrared things that's like down, find cities and shit everywhere. It's fucking cool.
I mean, I think all of our big truths are just going to be like pieced together in the interwebs. Like that's just how it's.
I think you ready for the grand cycle of humanity?
What? I already you think I haven't been tracing all this shit for like the past I don't know.
Hey Gong, what's your grand cycle of humanity?
What? I call it just the rationalization of instinct. Like that. I think it's the transcendence of being past I don't know, multiple different structural fucking I don't know, we've mapped this shit out basically in a sense. All this borders have been mapped.
Well, you know how we declare enlightenment at the age at which we have recorded history. Right?
Like 1500s?
No. 3,500 years ago.
Oh, that I was talking
Just
about
after this, no, there's the age of enlightenment, but then the age of when we call the era of enlightenment is basically when we were able to write shit.
Yeah, the scribes in Egypt and shit. Yeah, I get. I was saying the other one, but yeah, I got what you're saying now.
But I was about to say, what if the previous societies were so technology advanced that they basically had everything on cloud systems, and then they fucking lost it all. And that's why no one could read or write. They could only do symbols.
Dude, think about it. Right now, we're going back to fucking doing symbols with all of our texting and shit. So it's gone full circle.
The human mind just wants complex systems. Sorry, simple systems.
We're emergent. Oh, well, of course, yeah.
We want
simply,
simply,
an
and then we
also thing,
we pattern seek. That's what we do. We seek
we're
patterns.
Very intuitive. We take multiple information things and then compress it.
Well, yeah, you got to digest a lot of fucking information every second, especially back in 5,000 years ago when anything could eat you all of a sudden and everything, every sound, everything could be the end,
Yeah.
It's a different world.
So that's the axiomatic revolution. So Vervaeke talks about this in his Awakening from the Meaning Crisis lecture series. And other philosophers have gotten at this too. When we started writing language, this was maybe 7,000 years ago or so, 6,000 to 7,000 years ago, where we found the first written scrolls, or it was actually just clay tablets, and the first clay tablet was a freaking shopping list, or it was the first records of any writing was actually a shopping list of some form, and from then we started to get written axiomatic revolutions, where you could start reasoning based on this axiom and this axiom and this axiom, which gives way to this logic, and this axiom gives way to this logic. And then as that became more refined, as philosophers over the next few thousand years started to kind of refine that knowledge into um, spoken form, because it took a few thousand years for people to have access to written language that was put on paper, and that was another axiomatic revolution, I guess you could say, where only so for a long while only the priests and the shamans and uh, the spiritual leaders and the tribal leaders would have access to the axiomatic knowledge and language, and everybody else just kind of absorbed that, and then the public eventually became knowledgeable where they had access to the written language, and that kind of broke through a lot. And then as we came through the next few thousand years to where we are now, we have the internet where everybody has access to all the knowledge in all the world, and we don't know how to handle it. And so maybe we have come full circle where we're using these emojis and emoticons, and we're just expressing ourselves in like little smileys, or like it's very interesting to see how that's
like
how
an
that's
invert or like a transcendence of a thing onto itself. You know what I mean? Like that's what I think we're seeing a lot of things like lately.
Guys,
Hey, what's up, man?
how are you?
We're doing good, man.
I still wonder if the missing link in the human genomes.
Can you guys see me or no?
No.
Awesome. All right, cool. I'll be back.
Is in South America. Caught there from when Pangea split originally. Because, like, yeah, the geological record shows dinosaurs like going back millions of years. But I'm also wondering what would have happened if Pangea split was more of a sudden occurrence.
One big one, yeah. Who knows? That is a good question.
One big one, like a fucking
like a one big volcano exploded and it
into
just
one
broke
point,
everything.
and then
yeah, that'd have
I
been
mean,
crazy.
there's so many fucking mathematical words I could use that I just don't have. Like, you know, like a fucking conjoining thing, and then it fucking splits off from there. I don't know. There's a lot of you see with like every emergence, there's like some kind of convergence as well. You know, so
Well, because like
I don't know.
The logic that I had
trace this all out
was that the only part of Pangea outside of very remote parts of South America and some very remote parts of Africa, only the Appalachian Mountains has never been under the water.
I am Africa.
Oh, our Africa. We are all Africa.
But I'm wondering, for instance, for instance, the 9.2 earthquake that hit Japan in like 2011 shifted Japan 2 meters east. The whole island.
Okay. That seems pretty normal for something like that.
Yeah, out of 9.4, but
you're getting into like fragmenting type shit, right? Like I don't know.
No, but what that tells you is that massive because like a 9.4 is like probably the highest level of an earthquake we'd ever see.
I think Krakatoa.
Maybe in America.
I said
I heard two people
I
talk.
know Krakatoa is Krakatoa is the biggest one of all time. I think still.
Well, like the 9.7.
What about pyramids in Antarctica? No.
Pyramids in Antarctica.
That's still unknown.
That's just a common pattern, I guess. I don't know.
But I mean,
well, when would there have been? I don't know. I'm not even gonna get into it because there's too many. I don't know.
Well,
many possibilities.
What about the pyramids in China that are still protected that we can't go into? Have you guys talked about pyramids yet?
No.
No.
No, I haven't been able to finish my.
Oh, my bad.
Care.
No, but like.
What? Go. What was it?
He lost train of thought. I get it. Sucks.
That's train of thought.
No, I have my train of thought, but
I don't fucking know, dude. I don't even know shit about the pyramids, but not really. I mean, they did somehow. That's all I'm saying. I'm not gonna fucking want to know alien shit. Aliens are an interesting question, though. You know, like for speculation.
It is. I didn't even bring up alien, but I'm glad you did, Brandon.
Oh man.
Well,
It's a lot. No, I agree. It's just a lot of.
You can't say anything definite about it. Yeah.
What do you guys think? What's your personal like? You
Aliens?
probably each have at least 3 ideas on it. Not just aliens, but pyramids, everything. I mean,
I'm thinking humans made pyramids.
Yeah.
Because they show those big ass fucking like pulley things that fucking like a guy can move like a 5,000 pound boulder. So I mean, like they're showing how it can be done. So, and humans always been smart and innovative in the sense of like, if they want something done, somebody smart in that group, which Egypt at the time was the king of everything. So I mean, they were smart ass motherfuckers.
And fucking, I don't know.
definitely the king of slavery for sure.
Fucked up, man.
Well, yeah, it was slavery, but I'm
up.
saying, but I guarantee they had to have some great science people fucking figuring it out.
It's something you also need, and something you also need to remember is like an object like the wheel wasn't invented by one specific group in one time period. It appeared generally around the same time across the world.
Have you ever heard about the? It could be total myth. I don't know. Have you guys heard about the map of North America and Europe, but everywhere that was found in one of the tombs in Egypt? That's like 4,000 years old. That actually maps out pretty clearly America, North America, and South.
Where? Sorry, I fucking.
I guess I never
In
heard of
Egypt.
that one, but I can look it up. Hold on.
If you can, it could be a myth. I literally just heard about it today. And again, with me, I don't know. The only thing I'm for sure about is the Lions.
Lions?
And Brandon. And Brandon. I like that.
Are you so sure about the Lions next week, though? Are you so sure?
Well, you should ask Wally about when I'm at his bar and I offer bets even when the Vikings are winning by 14. Yeah, I'm for sure.
We'll see, man. Dude, that's
taking out a small
wild game. So much intensity. Oh, dude. So
if Wally's willing to work that night for a $200 tip from me, he's going to hold $2,200 in bets just from me in his pocket, which means $4,400 in total.
All right, yeah, dude.
I'm for sure.
Evidently, they did find a 5,000-year-old map that.
Yeah, about 2 years ago, right?
Wait, from who? Who was it?
In Egypt.
This from the archaeologist.org, so I guess I don't know if it's like the most credible website, but
well, 3,000 years ago, so it would have been like
5,000 years ago,
like that. 5,000 years ago.
It was a stone style. Imagine a globe, but like it's a lot.
Oh, there was an egg next to the map. Actually, I lied. There's an egg next to the map.
Is this a coincidence or?
I don't know. I mean, people probably
traveled the last couple years, but nobody's talked about it. So I'm wondering if you guys ever have.
No, we didn't know about it till this moment.
And it even have maps of the Americas before Christopher Columbus and blah blah blah. But like, I mean, do you guys think they got it by trading with people, or? I mean, there's a lot there. Also, let's factor in that during that time, pyramids are being built all over the globe. Look at pretty much every continent.
Yeah, but you know what also happened too? When people got smarter, we started building skyscrapers everywhere too.
That's true. So, how do we have these maps though of the Americas way before anyone actually discovered it?
2500 BC. Well, like Chinese culture is pretty developed too. Like, and then there
that is correct.
The Indians.
That is correct. Mostly, yeah. And you guys know about Genghis Khan, obviously.
Hoppers, maybe. I don't know.
Biggest rapist of all time.
Because I don't know shit.
Pyramids.
I don't either. You're right.
They were
See, Brandon, we just gotta chill. I'll put these up. You smoke them down. Man.
I am doing that.
And I'm doing this. I feel like this is a united
A little bit
concept.
of my halfling's leaf, yes.
I already
But Wally,
drank a shit ton earlier. I'm trying to come down. So
Wally, is that kind of cool?
Sure, let him talk.
What'd you say?
I said let him talk. You guys have to say.
Yeah.
What did you say? You kill a console. Oh, Xbox. You click. I kill kids on Xbox.
Wait, let me see my gamer tag.
That's
Shit, that's my name on here. Fuck. Okay. That was created way before I killed. Well, no, I was definitely killing kids on Xbox back then. Nowadays, the kids kill me. I should create a new gamer tag. Kids kill me on Xbox when I play.
That's hilarious.
I'm ass now. I am the booty of the bootios.
Dude,
like
you can't sweat like that at this age, dude. We just can't.
I know I made that gamer tag in 2007. I have another one. It's called My Neighbor's Gay. That's my other Xbox gamer tag.
Dude, that's almost 18 years ago, almost, dude. 18 fucking years.
Yeah, it is.
2 decades.
I'm old,
dude.
So
What
I
am
think that so there's a lot of people that are researching pyramids and also just mounds, and you can find tons of mounds throughout Utah and a lot of the states in the United States, actually, where it's kind of like the precursor towards the pyramids. We're just gonna pile a bunch of shit on top of other shit, and so what they think happened is this came about because of grave sites, and we had to bury our dead and bury the carcasses of our hunted game. And so the best way to do that and prevent the smell was just put them under a shit ton of dirt next to our towns. And so that eventually became pyramids. So the two main arguments I've seen for the pyramids are we had a ton of time just to figure things out, and also we had religious implications where the pharaohs and the people that were in power or the tribal leaders were like, we need to have a place to bury ourselves in a way that's sacramental and a way that's respectful. And so those two major primary motivating factors resulted in the pyramids.
That is correct, except for two things. So especially about like for instance, Knox Hill and Coon Rapids originally a lot of underneath it was a waste pile, right? But with the pyramids in Egypt, no one is buried there. They're all buried in the, what is it called? Pharaohs of the Kings, or that, what's it called?
That we know of. The history that we have of Egypt right now about who's buried where has also been pillaged.
Correct,
really
and I'll believe
hard.
that more when I see your handsome face again, because it's been a little bit, so let me see you. But at the same time, as it's been raped and pillaged and stolen from, there's never been one esophagus. Well, no, that's right here. That's what girls have. There's never been one How do you pronounce it?
Sarcophagus.
Yeah, sarcophagus. There's never been one found there. In fact, they're all in the valleys of the kings, which leads to more questions. But back to what you were saying, things like that can create, like landmines, for instance, can create a hill, right?
Okay, here's a very funny implication. One, unbeknownst to a lot of people, the church was actually really renowned at the time for the holy scriptures that the church uses.
At which part of the holy scriptures, if I may ask, like which
any of them that are basically contained within the Catholic Church itself that you see would be pulled out for like their most fancy of rituals that we're not really told of.
That could be anything. Can you be more specific? Because I was never told about.
Listen. I'm going to explain it. The scriptures are written in an ink, specifically mummy ink. The skin of mummies was used predominantly to write holy scriptures.
So may I ask, the skin of mummy? Do you mean like the wrapping of a mummy that's been laying for a long time, or
the skin itself?
So of the person, because it's a person. They're not a mummy until they're wrapped.
Let me look it up on
No,
ChatGPT.
but what they would do is they would open the sarcophagus, take out the corpse, shred everything there, take the body, right? You know, the what's left of the flesh.
Correct, because
essentially.
all the organs have already been taken up and put in
Yeah,
bottles.
and they would grind that down, and it makes a very nice brown ink.
Like some
that-
Book of the Dead type shit, you know?
Yeah, and the Catholic Church used it to write almost every piece of fucking paper that they have there. That
Parchment.
No, I'm saying piece, but anything. It was on parchment.
So
But
are you saying
anything they
this is facts, or are you saying this is like a hypothesis?
No, this is
According
fact.
to ChatGPT.
Mummy was used for ink.
But
Who's mummy? Not mummy. My mummy.
Rewrite holy scriptures on the skin of mummies.
Hang on, I gotta figure out. So when did around what time frame did the? And I ain't Catholic, but what time frame did this Catholic Church use corpses as ink?
By bibliopology.
1500s.
All right, so
to
just like
the early 1700s.
Reality check.
Basically, around the time of
Like
the church rediscovering itself, when they had to reinvent everything. The current modern church, as we'd call it.
So after King James, obviously.
I'm not a religious person, so.
Well, King James
I'm not.
1500, right?
That's what I figured. Yeah.
Oh, so the sacred.
So, but,
ChatGPT
I mean-
says things on this.
Sorry, you guys go first.
I'm just looking at ChatGPT. Did we write holy scriptures on the skin of mummies? The idea that holy scriptures are written on the skin of mummies is a controversial and rare claim with limited historical.
No, written on the skin.
Top
It
left
was-
man, what's your name?
They made them. They turned the mummy skin into the ink,
His name was Doug.
which they used to
That
write.
sounds like whatever they get going on nowadays. But who's the top left guy? Nice to meet you. My name's Eric, by the way.
Oh, what? Hello.
Yeah, you. What's your name?
I'm Patrick.
Patrick, nice to meet you. I'm Eric. I'm also a glasses brother.
Word up.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the ink, not the parchment.
Okay, let me check it here. I'm not trying to like shut.
I think that sounds like
No. But when the moment I was like, okay, if you were looking into the parchment, I was like, okay, that's gonna be like the really wrong side of what I was trying to say. Like
It's called Mummy. It's called Mummy Brown. I just found something about it. It's called Mummy Brown.
Yeah, but how long's that been a thing? That sounds like
I'm getting there. A 1594 document mentions it, but it's credited a document dating back to the 12th century. So about 1100.
So now you need to think Mummy Brown. That means the mummies were being pillaged around. Mummies were predominantly seen as being an Egyptian thing. Anything from Egypt pre-1800 is ransacked and gone and likely never going to be seen.
Well,
in any capacity.
Yeah, here it is. Yeah,
that's
Mummy Brown.
way different though nowadays. A lot of things are going to be seen that never were because nowadays we have the technology to actually go underground and undercover certain things with lasers and like I'm sure you guys have all seen this.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brandon. So
No, you finished though. You finished.
no, jump in, please.
No, dude, I don't fucking know shit. You fucking finish. I'm fucking just.
I don't know shit either. I just know what I read. And I know I'm definitely the guy that's not doing a lot of research.
I just
I'm
heard
just
about
the
some
guy.
shit.
Hey, what's your
South America or some shit?
So what you spoke about is basically a part of geophysics. Gong, this is part of my alley. I'll talk about going underground and looking at things.
He's a geologist.
I'll tell you one thing. Even if they went around the pyramids, it wouldn't tell us much.
Well,
because what happens is because all the geophysics tells you.
In your opinion, it will not tell us much.
No,
But there are certain parts that we will find underwater now based on geophysics. And there are certain parts that are now going to be. So, sorry, a little buzzed up. And I don't mean to start an argument, so I don't mean to sound argumentative. That's why I had to stop.
Mr.
I never want to sound that way. But as somebody, and I honestly, I'm uneducated on pretty much everything on Earth, right? I don't know shit, but I know some things that fascinate me, and I read them. Once
Okay.
they can do lying things like
they've
you
attempted the
guys-
geophys at graveyards before.
The what at graveyards? Sorry?
The geophysical investigations at graveyards. They've done this, especially in Canada, because we have what are called the unmarked graveyards of the residential schools.
Oh boy.
And there's a lot of problems. Now, unfortunately, a lot of these graveyards were marked back in the day, but destroyed over time. Some of them by the church, some of them by the indigenous bands themselves. We just don't talk about those ones. Now, of course, when they did this, the number that everyone came up with for potential bodies that were unmarked was over 10,000 bodies.
at where? Well, I
Now-
don't read that one.
Now, the reason why this is important on the geophysical side, all it tells you when you put something in the ground is it just checks resistances.
Hey, bro, can I please see your face so we can all talk together? We're all family.
I don't turn on a webcam.
He doesn't have a face.
He doesn't have a face. Faceless.
But all it tells you is the resistance between one object and another.
Well, they
So
hold
when
that
you-
next.
So when you
Didn't
put
we
that,
have a lot
say,
of-
Whoa.
so when
Okay.
you say put that in the desert, and it's sand, and sandstone, it basically just bounces around and tells you fucking nothing.
Exactly. So nowadays, which is weird, you guys know about all the fucking water Saudi Arabia is getting, right? Their deserts for the first time, which is crazy because they're trying to become finally part of us, like human civilization, letting women drive, which I mean, you still can't in a lot of parts without a partner, which is crazy to me. A family member. I'm not here to argue a lot because I can't. Because you guys are smarter than me. So I'm definitely not here to do that. But I'm here to jump into a lot of topics, get your mind thinking. Hopefully, you guys can give me some answers. Does that sound good?
I suppose.
Wally, you know that text I just sent you?
Uh-huh. What about it?
Well, pyramids, fucking, obviously, I love them to death. But because I just want to know where they are, like Antarctica, and also parts of Google Maps that we can't see, which is crazy, and parts of countries that aren't owned by anybody. Really crazy. But have you guys ever looked into? So, do you guys see something in the last couple of years where you know how everyone's heard when Moses parted the Red Sea, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you guys by
There.
chance?
Any moon's arrow.
See, Brandon knows. I fucking love Brandon. I gotta hang out with that guy. I need to hang out with that guy. Seems to be my guy.
Let's employ me and hang out with me.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry for my shitty haircut, though, everybody. I'll employ you. Let me know.
All right.
Did you guys see something happen recently? Wally, that's what I was asking you. Maybe Google it sooner. Something happened recently where they ended up finding some stuff where they found like 3,000-year-old chariots and like everything else, like a whole bunch of stuff at the party. And they're now scientists are starting to question different things. They're like, well, maybe the weather turning somehow separated it. Now, I don't want to get in a religious conversation with anybody, but the possibility of this is real based on.
Says it's fake.
You guys
That's
want
the
to Google it?
problem. Honestly, every
Does it?
every person says it's a fake story.
Yeah, I think. I mean, you used to be the biggest conspiracy artist I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, but I changed. That's why I tried to keep.
And now you just believe Google. Do you guys ever Google EU? Do you guys ever Google like other countries' sites just to find out actually what's going on in their countries?
Sure.
No, not really.
Instead of using
On
.com,
my
if
own
you
brain, like a piece of shit.
well, if you Google like for each country, they have their own like dot blah blah blah. If you guys ever do that, you can actually figure out what's going on in their country instead of reading what's going on from our country.
Sure.
Right.
You can read their
Yep.
articles too, though. I mean, you can find.
No, I do. This one's not one I got from there. This is one that I'm totally pulling up my ass. I wanted to talk to you guys about.
I know. Only people that ever say that this story is real are religious people, though. Although it's like Envision Bible World, Bible Archaeology, Pattern of Evidence.
People.
Nope, let me pull it because I actually screenshotted 4 things to prove you wrong because I knew you'd say that.
People have a really good lens about like archaeology and shit. Is that what you mean? Like all this shit.
Depends. Until they're wrong, they don't.
I don't know.
By the way, well, I might be fucked tomorrow. Brandon might have just got me fired today.
Who?
Yeah.
Not my Brandon.
Oh, we're 2 jobs.
He's a hustler.
Hey guys.
The fucking grind culture, bro.
Yeah.
Grinder for me. I did set up a grinder once though, because dude talked a lot of shit. So I put his number on Grinder. I was like, I got his address. Like, yeah, you want you? I was like, don't. I was like, if you're about it, come to my house. I was like, I'll leave my door unlocked right now.
You catfish a dude on Grinder, huh?
No, I used his pictures. So like the dude, if he answered the door, and I was like, and don't even let me be a bitch. Grab me by the throat and fuck me. Like I was going with it.
Yeah.
God damn.
Yeah. Shouldn't talk shit. How do I get back in here? Well, you know I'm on the.
I have no clue.
There's possibly a sighting of Jesus's burial site that was found.
Yep.
A lot of the ways that we find archaeological sites and evidence of the pyramid construction and all that is through bribes, because Egypt and a lot of these countries just have really heavy duty security on these ancient sites.
And it's protected by 14 different like parts of religions.
Right. So there's religious or essentially church governments, kind of like we had before, like theocracies. There's modern day theocracies that are protecting these ancient religious sites, and so we just pay them money, like we bribe them to get access to them. And so somebody did that to find Jesus's burial place, and they found a ton of really detailed writings and not scriptures. I should say something else. So
they still have the tomb protected over it for the last long time.
Yeah, it was lots of writing. And so the guards at the area, they gave them like a couple hours to explore the site, and then they said, you guys got to get out of here. And that's the last the last information we have on that. I did look into that for a bit. I mean, so that's just straight video recording of that whole thing. Like, there's not.
Thank you, sir.
Beside that, like they recorded the whole excavation or the whole exploration of the site.
I really appreciate you looking that up. I was never going to bring that up because it's too controversial for my liking, but I appreciate the hell out of you for that. Because you got to figure New World governments are always going to try to wipe that out, right? Wipe out religion, wipe out everything you can.
Well, they just recorded the whole thing. Like, there's not even a whole. I mean, it's not. I'm sure there's articles about it that are written, but you can go on YouTube and watch these guys exploring this site and watch them talking with the guards and negotiating with the guards and trying to get into the place and all that. But yeah,
well, we need to like.
I mean, it's interesting. For sure.
Religion needs to be like respected in a sense, like that it's like remembered and like connected to morality at large and like our picture of existence at large, right? Like in our just what reality is, what knowing things is. Like it just all
correct.
Needs to be interwoven.
That's how you view it as a good human.
Right. But it needs exactly like a good human, but like there's these elements that are like rotten. That's it. Like really, when it comes down to it,
Terrible.
we're all trying to find the same truth, but it's our
But
last jump we only got so far, and now everybody's sticking with where we landed on the last jump.
the people that make us small will continue to always make us small if they can. And I'm not a conspiracy theorist to an extent. I don't know how to get back in picture with you guys. I've been trying so hard on my screen. I'm on my tablet now, so I'm not sure if you guys can help me through this.
Look up turn on.
I'm not.
It should say turn on or turn off camera on the bottom.
It doesn't.
There should be like, do you see a big red thing that says disconnect?
No, I see a voice button and a little message button.
What do you guys think
Message
religion
button
will look
says,
like in
"What's up,
1,000
Walter?
years?
What's up,
Like,
brother? Haha, I figured this out."
Brandon, did you say what will religion look like in 1,000 years?
Yeah.
I think it's going to be like South Park depicted, where it's the new atheists versus the Atheist Revolution Commission or whatever.
I think you're overthinking that by a long degree.
You know
Hold
what I'm
on,
talking about?
let my face come in real quick. How can I hop in on this one?
I don't fucking know, but I think it'll probably actually be the same because there's always gonna be
Yeah, this was what
cultural. Because the thing is,
I think the only problem is it's going to be more Islam than. So obviously there's less Hinduism and Buddhism, unless you're in.
it's all about where you're born. Yeah, of course.
Monadism versus fucking
Hinduism's dying out, obviously.
Panpsychism.
But it will always Did you say pansexual?
No, I said monadism versus panpsychism. It's
Right.
First what?
Actual possible binary.
People in the
opposition.
Asian people and shit tend to be like the highest atheists. They don't believe in the most.
That is incorrect to my knowledge of all my Asian people I hang out with.
It's the Swedes, right? Or the Norwegian countries and the Scandinavian countries that are the most atheist.
I think by country,
I've seen more
I'm not
white
saying continent,
atheists than anybody.
What
once
if
you
that's
get-
down to relatively recent Christianization?
Relatively recent.
Maybe.
So
would
I
think
have-
that's a possibility. I'm a theorizer. I don't know shit.
So I have a shitload of cousins. Wally, by the way, please let me know about Misfits. Nikki's cousin. I have 3 cousins that live in Africa, and luckily 2 of them have husbands and shit because they've been under attack a couple years ago. Different countries. One's perfectly safe. One in Uganda was under attack in 2020 and a half, and then one in 2021. So they go on Christian missionary trips, It's all on my mom's side, which is crazy because the side for my uncles and my mom and everything, they ain't religious. Booze hounding swindles, you know what I mean? And then my dad's side, that's the Christianity side, but none of them go do that. They just adopt kids from everywhere. I have one cousin who has 14 children. It's a crazy world to live in. I get to see both sides, but I wish I could see you guys right now. I'm so pissed. I'm gonna hang up if I can't see you guys.
My
I hate
little brother. My dad is a born again Christian with his now wife, and they had I don't know 9 or 10 kids or something. I don't even know anymore.
Fuck.
But my little brother, who's now 30, is he's kind of
I'm with him. I backed out there too.
transcended the whole thing, and now he's kind of seeing what it all is, and it's kind of neat to see even the kids that are quote unquote being brainwashed aren't being brainwashed.
I don't.
Not all of them have.
Define brainwashed. Define what you mean by that.
No, I don't mean not
culture.
you brainwashed. I'm just saying to have your perspective limited to just Christian ideas instead of
It's culture. That's what I'm
all
calling it.
ideas.
If you don't want to call it brainwash, it's culture. Your culture says
Yeah,
you're
it
Christian.
depends.
Your culture
Yes,
says
it
you're
depends.
atheist. Your culture says you're Muslim. Because
it.
if you're 4 years
Thank
old,
you.
if you're 4
Oh,
years
your
old,
your
where do you grow
culture
up?
says you're a Vikings fan. Can someone please help me get my face back on
Dude,
here?
nobody
Otherwise, I gotta
knows.
leave.
I
All right. I love you guys. I'll see you
don't
guys
even want
later.
anybody to figure it out.
I don't fucking know.
Is it indoctrination plus culture, family exposure, your friends' exposure, but mostly your family that you grow up with that determines the religion that you end up in. So there's a lot of meaning crisis involved in this as well. Brandon, I really recommend you guys, everybody, watch this series. But Rebeki's Awakening
Yeah.
from the Meaning Crisis gets into this.
What's
Hey, actually,
And, yeah,
send me this
Forward to it
because
now.
you sound very logical about this, and I actually would listen to that.
I don't see the chat option here,
It should be the
but
Patrick
top
has a
right.
podcast on
Top right's
YouTube.
in the chat.
Follow my
Trust me, I
apartment.
don't have an option.
And
I do. Yeah, I do have a podcast that I talk about this as well. I mean, Verbeki has been extremely influential on me, and it's opened a lot of ways of thinking for me in this that I hadn't considered before. I'm non-theist. I don't ascribe to any religion. I think I'm too logic-brained. But also, Ian McGilchrist has also
You're a
written
frontal lobe
books
thinker.
about
You
this.
think with your frontal lobe.
Right. Well, I tried to do the whole thing that
I did all 4 times. Sorry.
All for videos.
all right, Larry North.
There are psychologists that have talked about this, where it's the like the combination of the left brain and the right brain, the logical mind and the emotional mind combines to create the wise mind. And I've been trying to pursue that for a few years, and I'm not expressing myself very well tonight. I've been drinking a lot, or just drinking.
May I interrupt you and say that you make perfect.
Well, that's good.
And also, you have such a voice that if you read me bedtime stories, I could probably it's a good voice. So tell me anything. I love your voice, bro, and that's no homo.
Word. So yeah, I mean this is a meaning crisis that Rebecca describes it as, where and Nietzsche talked about this too. So Friedrich Nietzsche from the 19th century. He was early 19th century. He wrote about this whole quote where he says, "We have killed God, and we cannot wash the blood from our hands. We have unchained ourselves from the sun, and we are forever falling." So Nietzsche saw the writing on the wall about this about 200 years ago, 170 years ago. This idea that since the scientific enlightenment came about, and we've basically destroyed the cultural underpinnings that we had, the meaning structure that we had, and the purpose structure that we had, that was dictated by the Godhead or by the church governments of the time, where everybody kind of had they had an occupational purpose, kind of like the Japanese ikigai, and the religious purpose underlying that. Once that occupational purpose fell through, the religious purpose, where I am doing this because God said I should do this and this and this and this, or because this is my predisposed ideology, and everything else that's mysterious and philosophical, and the whole why aspect of life is dictated and explained by this Godhead, which is translated by the priests, translated by the pastors and preachers, and so on and so forth.
From above, which is
keep going, keep going, keep going. You're feeling in my soul right
everything
now.
else. Harmony.
It's
Sorry,
very
Brandon. His words are fucking hit my soul. His voice, it's his voice.
Oh, he's
Keep going. Please keep going.
He knows his shit.
Right. So the hierarchical
You're John
perspective
Cooley, but darker.
It's so in the East, it's more lateral. I've seen people describe it this way, where it's like everything is connected and everything is interdependent and interconnected. In the West,
You're talking about
it's more
far east. You're
vertical,
talking about
where
ancient.
you were made in
Not
God's
Middle East.
image. You were made to, like, God created you in His image, and so your whole mission in life is to be that Godhead, and Jesus Christ was the ultimate representation of that Godhead. And so to do as Jesus did, he was the perfect person, and so we imitate him to create this kind of transcendent path. And so science came along and just destroyed that and ripped all that apart, and
Science
everything is
was
now
long far
materialistic.
before you.
Well, it's like everything is physicalist and everything is materialistic now, since science came along and described things in that path.
Science was already along when we talked about astronomy. When the Greeks talked about
Right.
it.
Yeah. So it was kind of before then too. Like, this happened 300 or 400 years ago, once we started exploring astronomy, I should say, and Bruno and Galileo were exploring this and showing, hey, wait a minute, we're not actually
That was
the
even more.
center
That
of the
was what,
universe.
800
We're actually
years ago.
we're revolving around the sun, and the sun is also not the center of the universe. The sun is also revolving around in this galaxy. So our whole Christian preconception of us being the center of the universe is not right. So that happened before Nietzsche, but it's kind of like we've been on this path for the past few hundred years. And so the meaning problem that we're facing now is that we don't have the way we can't just go back to that, because science has already shown us that this is not the way anymore. Like, we can't explain things through a wholly metaphysical or spiritual perspective. That being said, I think that there is a role for that. Again, I'm a non-theist. I don't ascribe to any of this myself, but I do
There
see
has to be a
some
transcendent like
people
frame to our existence, like some kind of like
right, like
container
you have
in
to
a
have
sense,
some
like,
kind of
And
meaning
also, what if
structure.
we can still
Yeah.
transcend? But what if the fact is that we were built around
we need a new
that one
structure. We need a new structure. Like it's been
container?
smashing to
Yeah,
smithereens,
you're
and now it needs
correct.
to be
Our universe could explode
formed into
bigger.
something else. It's
Well,
like a
let me just
star
say this:
exploding
I built
and
an anthill next
forming
to
into
an
a new star
aquarium,
with
next
heavier
to a
elements.
chicken coop. Right? There's three different things. So just because once you break out the chicken coop and you find an aquarium and you find an ant farm, doesn't mean it wasn't all by the same person. It being whatever.
Oh, it doesn't. Oh, we're not blaming any target. This is human progress. Like it moves from
Correct. So I'm a human or a chicken or an ant or
like
a exact thing in the same
religious viewpoints
fucking
and
You're
scientific
technically an ape.
viewpoints
You're
have to
technically
be
a great ape.
unified into that's what I think. I think not they, but like
I think we're all going to get smarter and more brilliant.
yeah, exactly. That's
I don't
like what
disagree
we're
with
looking
that
for
by
is
far. And don't you
everybody's
think,
yeah.
like AI right now, but way different. But if we make a chicken coop next to an ant farm, next to a fucking, all of it, you break out of one and find another, and there's another universe in your own eyes. But just because something could have created multiple, not a multiverse, let's not go to Marvel. I love
Might be
everything
like
you're
leaving
saying.
a god out of the
I
picture.
just want that as
Personally,
a possibility, like, what if? I believe in what ifs. And my biggest thing about religion
a
is
lot of what ifs, man. There's like unlimited what ifs. That's why I fucking love.
I believed and it worked out. What if I didn't and it didn't? Now I don't believe in the newer ones. I tried to become Jewish once. Ask Wally. Time in 4 years ago. Was that Wally?
Something like that.
It was an old religion. I tried. Man, you could be a meme. You could be a fucking book. You could be a novel. Look at you. Like, can we all just agree right there? If you just screenshot his picture right there, oh my god.
Who?
Him. He's a handsome man. No
What are
homo.
you talking about?
Right above me.
Talking about Patrick?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's
The
like
sweater to the glasses.
He's kind of like Billy Crystal mashed with what's his face from Office Space. That's what I keep thinking.
John Livingston.
No,
I think we could do a movie.
fucking what's this?
Well, help
the
him.
asshole
Hey,
guy.
we're trying to get them together, Eric. That's why we're having conversations
okay.
like this.
What are we talking about?
No, I'm just saying he's handsome. That's all. Like, he should be the face of all this. He has the most handsome face out of all of us. If Wally shaved his ass, he could be.
Well, like I said, he runs his own shit. You can watch his podcast, YouTube channel.
Watch my podcast. Woo woo. Using my appearance
Shout
to my
out.
advantage in the YouTube space.
Trying to get your shout out, homie. That costs $5 now. Just kidding, joking, fucking around.
I'm not trying to sell anyone. I'm just trying to compliment how you look. You look very, very put together.
I appreciate it. I'm wearing a robe, so I hope that.
Looks like a good robe. I have a black and red robe, but it does not look that expensive. And it looks like $30 from Target.
The Christmas gift a few years ago.
2014.
So, yeah. So yeah, the whole meaning crisis. This is a big issue. I want to say it's more overblown than it is, and I think that may be the case. That may be the case for some people more than others. I think there are biases towards left and right processing, and I'm trying to do a couple of videos on this going forward too, with Ian McGilchrist's research.
True. It's like politics left and right.
Left versus right hemisphere dominance. So this has been pop psychology for decades now, like more than 50 years or so. This has been considered pop psychology. I'm
sorry. If you want me to understand everything, I have to ask questions, and I am very negligent on just intelligence. What does pop psychology, you mean like? Yeah, I'm sorry. You gotta explain to me.
Oh yeah, it used to be thought that people were just like, I'm overly logical, or I'm a logical person, so therefore I'm wholly left-brained, and I'm a creative
Emotional,
person.
logical.
I'm an emotional person. I'm an emotional person. That means I'm wholly right-brained, and so that was kind of the stereotype for the past few decades. Until we started doing a shit ton of research on it, and Ian McGilchrist came along and started looking into this, and he put about 4,000 pages into this in The Master and His Emissary and The Matter with Things.
I love that, by the way. That's actually what I was asking.
Yeah, it's very, very deep, and it does. There are a ton of empirical studies. He has over 300 references in his first book on this whole idea that it's not just logic; it's also acquisition, it's apprehension, it's a trade-off between the left and the right, and then messages going back from the right to the left for cognitive processing and syntax and language communication. And it's so much more deep than we used to think. So that's really
Is the
cool.
left or the right the creative one?
So the right is, I mean, this is also generalizing. Like it's way more detailed than that. But the right tends to be more. So the right hemisphere absorbs context, and it puts things in context, which allows for more creative expression. Because if you're going to do art and you're going to do music, you have to have
I eat
that
mushrooms, so my left. I'm
left.
lefty. I'm lefty.
Right. But also, like, it's like nobody is actually left or right brain. Like, we're all operating with both hemispheres. It's just that there's this tiny bridge called the corpus callosum that connects both of those hemispheres with about 200.
Let's explain what that is.
I learned this morning.
You guys need to explain that to me, because if you say a big word and get mad that I interrupt,
Eric, then listen.
I'll explain it for you.
Can I listen to his voice?
So the two hemispheres are doing their thing. You have 82 billion neurons in your entire brain, and they're trying to communicate to each other between the corpus callosum. The corpus callosum is this tiny bridge between these two hemispheres, which consists of about 250 million axonal fibers. So that's just axonal connections between the neurons between each
If you're going to use big words, you explain what those words are too. The only way I educate myself is by
they're
listening.
nerves that connect the two hemispheres together.
The axonal ones or the other ones?
The axons connect the neurons together.
So core neurons are in my.
Through this bottleneck, essentially. Like the corpus callosum is a bridge between the two hemispheres, and so the theory goes that the brain is kind of putting more resources into one or the other. But that doesn't mean that you're entirely left-brained or entirely right-brained. It just means that in certain contexts and in certain situations, you tend to dominate towards that, and that also is heavily influenced by culture. So when we look at the West, specifically the United States, I should say, the left brain is also very deterministic and reductionist and materialistic in the way that it.
Hold on, pause. Can you say them materialistic, reductionist? What does that mean?
Right.
I understand materialistic. You gotta explain that one.
Right. So the logical left brain uses reductionism, and it uses
what does reductionism mean? If we're gonna use
least common denominator.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Like,
it's the least common denominator.
Give me an example.
So, like, if someone says, "Why do you have a house?" or "How do you pay for a house?" Well, I work. Well, where do you work at? Well, I work at the bar. Well, what do you do at the bar? Well, I pour drinks. So what do you pour drinks with? With my hands. You keep getting smaller and smaller and smaller. It's a big question has 18 different small answers. Basically, you're getting smaller.
So is the left answering the question, or is it asking the question?
It's what scientific materialism does. So the scientific enlightenment age, or this age of enlightenment, so on and so forth, is based in this idea of reducing concepts to a fundamental, foundational core. And so this is most prevalent in psychology, where we kind of reduce people to, I am autistic, or because I'm so distracted, I am ADHD, or because I'm sensitive to rejection, I am RSD. I have rejection.
I love cocaine. I get it, but back to the original
I am
question.
an addict. Like, because I have a tendency to gravitate towards drugs, I am an addict. that's ignorant of context because it's in this certain situation that I'm using drugs. If I were just to look at the big picture and
So what is the one that will not answer the question of the left? So is it answering the question or asking the question to that side of the brain?
What do you mean?
Well, he asked me 5 questions. I was thinking about 5 answers.
I was explaining what reductionism is.
Yeah, so when he does that, does that mean that reductionism means you're asking the 5 questions to yourself or you're answering the 5 questions to yourself?
Both.
As both, yeah.
You ask yourself,
It's
and
just
then
the
you
problem.
answer it. It's when you're thinking
All
to
right,
yourself.
so I never thought any of them questions. But may I ask you guys this then? So, so is this a thing between thinking with your occipital lobe or your frontal lobe? That's the thing, right?
Well, I guess the idea is if you were to use your frontal lobe more or use your
Frontal
prefrontal
lobe, I
cortex
think with
for
my
better
frontal lobe.
decision making, you would be able to kind of bridge between these two
See
hemispheric
what's
drives.
happening sooner than it does happen.
Right.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's like if you were to use your prefrontal cortex better, then you'd be able to make better decisions and kind of navigate these problem spaces with more proficiency and accuracy.
That's your frontal lobe.
Yeah, in kind of a nutshell. I mean, it's.
But if you
the
abuse
prefrontal
it, it
cortex,
goes wild.
I guess you should say.
Yeah, I'm
It's a
super
prefrontal
interested in the left versus right stuff and like holism versus reductionism. Like,
I
yeah.
will sit back and listen. I'm sorry, guys. I just have
No,
so
like
many.
I'm trying to. I don't even like. There's like shit in my brain that is still in there that I have to shit out completely through language. It's like it's hard to even nail down what is actually
No, again, I'm
happening
sorry for
in this world.
interrupting everybody.
It's
I always
sort
try
of
to
like
camera like him
I
because
look at
can
it
we
as
all
like
just
different
admit he's
intersections
handsome as
between
fuck?
realms at this point. What?
Sorry.
Like different like structures. Like it's what seems to be like what we are is an intersection point between different language, reality.
I just think I'm
structures,
just
in a
here.
sense.
I think I'm just
Physical,
here. I don't think I'm
physical,
much of a variant in anything.
theological, linguistic, all this stuff, just right here. It's wild.
Right. Yeah. It is incredible how much this actually seems to play into our decisions and the way that we conduct ourselves. And I do see a lot of problems with psychology and with the way that we
You do.
are
Listening.
the way that we're organizing our thoughts and the way that we go about science in general. If we
You guys
go,
can hear my thoughts sometime, one time.
Like
Like,
there's so much
if-
holism with like creativity and intuition. There's just so
Right.
much. Yeah, we're like almost alchemical beings. Like that's why I like to say for some reason because it just feels right, alchemical.
If I didn't have court in 8 hours, I would fucking eat some mushrooms and talk to you guys about this shit.
Like we apply like somebody's like general schema, like I said like last week. Like I think like applying empathy generally gives you like these little nodes.
I think empathy is
awarenesses,
different
and then
than
like it lets you like
what.
just
You
gives
guys
you
are going
higher
left to
consciousness.
right. You guys are going left to right brain, but like left to right brain is that you've talked a lot about brains, right? I don't mean like that. No sexual. I mean like mind power, and I don't know shit about that, right? So how mind works. Mostly tripping, mostly non-tripping. But do you guys never? Sorry, my bad. I'll bounce out.
No, you're good.
I just
No,
think about
you do. No, don't even.
It's just like you guys ever like look at frontal lobe, occipital lobe thinking. Occipital
Like
lobe is the lobe in the back of your
I gotta do
brain.
better
Frontal lobe is the
at,
lobe right there.
like identify everything relative to like some heuristic or whatever. I don't know. I'm very raw in the moment. I guess phenomenological as I can be, in a sense.
I am too, and I want him on my side because like, fuck, how can he compete with that? Like, look at that over there. I can see his TV in his glasses. Look at that. You can see what he's watching. Shit.
It's the
I can't
reflection
see.
of this.
I don't have my glasses on, so I'm just kidding with you because my eye, like
I noticed that earlier.
Bro, you're
Holy
bloodshot,
shit.
man. You need to get some sleep, bro.
That ain't from bloodshot. That's from a boot to my fucking skull.
Oh, man.
I'm a different breed.
We're all different breeds.
Brutal,
And you're
homie.
drunk. You're drunk, my man. You're also drunk.
Yeah.
You sound
Look at
drunk.
that. Look at that.
Yeah, still don't happen sober.
Too self-conscious right now.
I'm not
Been there.
self-conscious right now.
Mm-mm.
No,
Mhm.
not right now. That's Wally. Wally's known me for a long time. Some would say half of our lives we've known each other.
Yep. at
Some
this
would say
point.
he had a big party at his house when he was 19, and he was dressed as Santa, so I sat on his lap. And I emptied out all of his beers when they were playing beer pong, and I poured 3 bottles of 99 bananas in them, and I said, "Now we're playing 99 banana pong."
Oh.
That's a good story.
He's actually one of my role models as a father. He's absolutely incredible. So it's so gay that we're talking about this online. But yeah, so that's who Wally is to me. Who I am to him, I'm his brother.
Yeah.
Same exact
Big
way.
homie. Big homie.
Oh, y'all are adorable.
That's my babes. That's my boo. Fucking love him to death. That's where I'm at in
Love is
life.
what it's all about, man.
Yeah, love is everything I chase in this world.
Wally, what are you looking at, man? Are you looking at Galileo Galilei?
Yeah, I was just
Wally,
looking
what
at- I
the
was-
fuck is that? Stepmom porn?
Dude, I'm down for
What
some
is
Galileo.
Pornhub, Wally?
Shut the fuck up, dude. Jesus Christ. Quit taking topics
I
off
got
fucking
zoomed in on my
topic.
face with this shit somehow.
But yeah, just Galileo, just basically how we figured out like the moon and fucking.
Right.
And all just little things. So like it's one of those things we should look more into like all these great people that fucking figure like the beginners of figuring out all this crazy shit.
Absolutely.
You know what's even crazier? Hey, you know what's even crazier?
Who knows?
I tried to get you to buy an old book for $1,500 with me one time, back in 2012.
Okay, what's your
Ever
plan?
since we talked about astrology that one night, Patrick, it's just been like stewing in my brain.
Quit going
Like,
off
where
on
does
tangents.
this fit in? You know,
It
like
has to.
where
You have
does
to
it-
go back older.
I
You have
don't
to go
care.
back.
It's just
I don't
fascinating.
care.
The idea
I
of
don't care.
You think
sort
it's
of-
like?
I don't even know.
Do you
Yeah,
think there's like
astrology,
hierarchies of
the
paradigms?
older you can go is the best.
Hierarchies of what?
You think there's like hierarchies of paradigms where there are some that are more valuable than others? So you have Jungian archetypes, which seem pretty valuable to psychology. So well, hold on, let me maybe like break it down like this. So,
Everything is more valuable than something, but Wally's not more valuable than anything to me.
Of course,
Except
not.
for my son. My son, for sure.
So it's like we
I
have
sat there throwing that
empirical
out there 'cause I
science
love this
and we
man
have
so much.
You should try learning to listen instead of talking for once.
I can't do it, dude. I'm so drunk.
Then put your shit on
Oh yeah, I
fucking
believe in
mute.
you, bro. I believe in you.
Oh, yeah, I
we
can
have
read for- I love you,
materialistic
bud.
empirical science, and we have the psychology, which is kind of a soft science, and then above that you have the Jungian archetypes, and then you have astrology above that, which is like astrology is really out there and very loosey goosey. And the Jungian archetypes kind of speak to, or just archetypes in general. I shouldn't wholly attribute that to Jung, but that is more applicable where we can kind of see that these are not so much stereotypes, but they're kind of categories that people tend to fit into. And then psychology, or American Western psychology, I should say, is more specific categories that people tend to fall into. And then you have the nuances of philosophy and science and empiricism that are much more detailed and much more broad spanning, that kind of show that people don't, that it's kind of irresponsible to break people down into these categories to a certain degree, is what I tend to gravitate towards now.
Yeah, I wonder if it's just like left an imprint in some way. Like if it, like when Kat was talking that one night about like being so fucking like, you know, tripping so hard that she felt like some kind of like swirling to her being or whatever. Like I wonder if we emerge out of that and then collect our senses, you know, from that like sort of whole, you know, pattern that we are like being twisted. I don't know. I don't know if this is bullshit. I don't know if this is mentally imposed bullshit. I don't know. But I'm interested in just like very primordial psychology, you know, like how far back can we go? Like how far down? Like yeah. I don't know if you know more about that kind of shit than I do, or if you just I don't know. I try to
think
approach
it's
it from every angle, you know. So sorry.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, tripping's just like DMT, right? So I mean, we kind of know what happens. Like we kind of have some science behind it, right? I mean, it's not exact science, but it's similar, right?
Well,
We
like how
are
close does that get to like the
exploring the
primal
DMT world.
perception?
What?
Yeah. Well, we are exploring the DMT world. This is really cool. This is some shit that we're doing right now with intravenous DMT. Rick Strassman got into this in the early 90s, and his research was cut short. He wrote a book about this. It's called DMT, the spirit molecule. But now we're finally, we have the legalization, or at least like pharmacological permission to intravenously introduce DMT into people at extremely high doses, where we can control it and keep them tripping in the DMT realm for hours, or at least like an hour to an hour, 2 hours, and we can get them to report back to us. So people are describing this as mapping the DMT world, and so
Okay.
that's really
Yeah.
cool.
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
incredibly interesting.
See,
Yeah, like I said, it's
like
the
what
beginning
I'm trying to
stages.
like. Yeah. Yeah. This shit's interesting. Like
Yeah.
it's like layers of consciousness, but with like more and more layers of transcendence. In a sense, I feel like that's what I feel like, in like
Yeah.
relations to being, like primal. Yeah, dude. I think that's the frontier, and then I don't know what the fuck happens from there, because so much seems to do with undoing dualities, right? How many dualities are there all the way down? You know, like that's sort of my instinct on it right now.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
yeah,
I'm
it's
trying to
wild.
find a video. I recommend y'all check out Bernardo Kastrup and his depiction of psychedelic use and analytical idealism. I'm trying to find the actual video, but I mean, it may be better for you just to research something like Bernardo Kastrup slash psychedelics or something like that on YouTube. He hasn't done this in many years, but he's extremely fluent in analytical or just idealism in general. This idea of universal metacognition and how the universe kind of, well, it's not so much the universe, it's just like what is primordial consciousness, and what would that look like for other creatures as well as ancient humans from hundreds of thousands of years ago. And he kind of described, like in a recent video I watched, he describes psychedelic experiences as this this kind of, so people talk about having messages conveyed to them in the DMT realm, and he talks about this as not having language. They're not able to use language because it's not an actual creature there or anything like that. Like this is something that goes back incredibly far before we had language. So it's kind of like we're tapping into this primordial sense of consciousness.
Fucking knew this shit. I fucking knew
Fucking
this
incredible.
shit.
Yeah, I know,
Yeah,
right?
dude. Like the genetic DNA shit, right? Like the genetic memory shit. You know, it's like almost like that, but in a sense, perhaps like backwards constructed. You know, into our unconscious or something. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
that's like dreams I had when I was a kid of like a fucking demon coming through my wall. You know, when I was like 4 years old. And I don't know, like I swear I've just ever since like a few things when I was a kid, I was just always tapped into something. But then I would like go away from it, and then I'd kind of tap back in, just some sense of very strange twistedness to reality. Like it's hard to even explain,
Well, you were
Yeah.
a kid too, so how much was it just your imagination? I mean, honestly,
Right, exactly that
because
too. But
like I try to look at things as for more of like the pragmatic fucking. Here's like because because like my thinking is like if you start believing that theory, then again, when Christian people they say God in their head and that God said do this, 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 this,
I do
then you
think
have to
all that
take it by
stuff. But I
face
think
value,
it's
and that there has
unknown. It's unknown. Like it's not rationalized in a sense. There's no
yeah, it's
rational
definitely
lens to it.
I mean, at least as long as you know it, that's one. I mean, that's all I trust people. Like as long as if you have irrational thoughts, as long as you can own them and admit to it, I guess I can live with that. As long as you
Connection to the
understand.
all,
But
like that's like basically immortality. Like you connect to the all, and it keeps expanding. Like in a sense, like functionally in a way.
Yeah, but
you get to be the all, so like you don't need to fucking be immortal. If you get to experience it all in a sense, not all of it. But.
So this guy made a good
Yeah.
analogy. if you had immortality, right? Everyone wants to live forever, right? The guy used the analogy of like, if you had infinite amount of money, what is $1,000 to you, or like what's $1 million to you? You know, what's $1 billion to you if you literally had infinite amount of money? It means nothing. So like you're basically equating to if you live forever, what is your time now? What is your time for, you know, like in 1,000 years? Like it's all meaningless because you literally live forever. Like who gives a fuck? You know, like you lose the actual value of what you gain in life by having it be infinite. You know.
If you can imagine everything that's going to happen, like the structure of everything that's going to happen, you know, like the stage of like creative, like complexity and shit, you know, like
dude, who knows?
There's no reason to live forever, but that's a very boring perspective to have.
Yeah.
Because and then there's very little data on it. You're just like, oh, yep, nothing new here, you know, like. But yeah.
Well, again,
I don't think it's boring. I think it's freaking amazing.
Well, it's amazing to think about the structure, but I mean, it's very boring to be like disheartened by your smallness. Like you should be able to marvel at it and take it in, but then also write your own story.
Well, remember how earlier we're watching that video? The dude says that basically everybody thinks they're the main character of their own life. You know, like I think I'm my own main character, but to you, I'm your side character. To you know, and you guys all think you're your own main character, like just like everyone else. You know, like it's a different thought process. You know, like and different ways of thinking about how we think about us versus them versus you versus that. You know.
I try to be like as like multiple as possible. It's you can't though.
Yep.
You can't.
You can't be
like
perfect,
I'm the
but you
one
can try,
motherfucker I
you know?
see all the time. I'm stuck in my head. You know, like
everyone does.
Yep. Well, I just mean in general. You know, like I'm not. This is where I'm fucking attached to this guy. So you know, like this is the one guy I've got to deal with.
This is the skin and fucking skeletals that I got, so I might as well fucking make do.
And here we are.
I'm
you
the
know,
pilot
we're
of this
enjoying
meat
it.
ship.
Hey man.
Yep. Basically, in a sense, yeah. I mean, yeah.
I mean,
All
that
the
might be
details
more
aside.
uncomfortable. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was gonna say all our details aside, as in like you should feel embodied and all that. You know.
Absolutely, man. That's 4E cognitive science. It's cognition is embodied, embedded, enacted, and extended in reality.
So
It's
what if you? I was
cognition
thinking
must occupy a body. Yeah.
add another thing onto there for like a mental construction in a sense, like onto E,
Right.
like.
Yeah, there's like 6E cognitive science as well. I mean, this is there are other additions to this. I kind of like to stay true to the 4E, but also work with other ideas. 'Cause I also think like Husserl was getting at he's the dude that came up with the embodied cognition in the 70s. And now that's being challenged by AI. Like, does intelligence and cognition actually have to occupy a human body to exist? Or an organic body to exist?
I would say no, actually. Not with AI.
I would
say
say
no by
no as
no.
well.
Yep.
Or as a necessity? I never thought embodiment was a necessity. I always just thought it was like an extension of our description of consciousness, as in like it's a part of the whole system.
You
right?
remember my analogy I give you with like the robot and the human when I use like I use it for abortion, but like if you cut off my arm, put it on a robot, right? And you know, cut off its arm, put which one's me? You know, it's always and you get to the point where it's your head. If I cut my head off and put it on that robot and we switch heads, which one's me? Well, it's my head. It's my brain. You know, like that's you. Your body technically doesn't actually matter. It's your brain. Like your brain is everything that you are is all there. Like you can change all your limbs, you can change your body, you can change your heart, you can change everything. But if your brain is you, I mean, which is how I feel, like your brain is actually who you are.
So that's incredibly challenged now too, though. So we have to ask the question, the conception of the self that we understand as a human organism and the phenomenology of that, like the phenomenological experience of being a human in this vessel. So a lot of scientists and biologists are saying that if you were to cryogenically freeze yourself and only freeze your head, that wouldn't work, because to get put back in a robot body, you couldn't just attach all the neurons to a robot body. Maybe you could, but it would be incredibly weird, and we can't say how that would work. So a couple of examples of why this is challenged.
It's like the Donald Davidson fucking lightning strike thing.
I was just saying it was an analogy, like as a hypothetical. It's not a for sure.
Right?
Yet, but
yeah.
I get what you're saying.
Oh yeah, I've thought about this a lot too, and I've also considered cryogenic freezing for this reason. And it's more expensive to freeze your whole body. It's like $200,000 for that, and it's like around 30 to 50K for just your head,
For your head,
apparently.
yeah, okay.
Yeah, this is crazy. So, uh, the thing is, like, you have 200 million neurons in your gut, that like actual brain cells in your gut, like through your entire digestive tract, and you have 40,000 neurons in your heart. So you have brain cells throughout your whole body. There's also this, like when you look into embodied cognition and Husserlian phenomenology, it's like there are examples that are given where, so I'll say, hey, think about your left big toe, and now suddenly you're thinking about your left big toe or whatever, or like think about the tip of your nose, you know, or think about your pinky or whatever. And so it's like you're not thinking about that until I bring it up. But because of that, like the reason that that happens is because you're so embodied and embedded in your human body that that's all second nature to you. So what it kind of feels like is that you're riding around as a pilot in the top of your head here, and you're directing your limbs around, and you're doing your embodied cognition in that way. But it's like your body and your brain are one, and this is also so another kind of addition to this here is the Western medical industrialization process of this, where we kind of approach Western medicine from a neck down approach, where we diagnose entirely from the neck down, and we don't consider sleep or the or diet, like what the head is actually ingesting or what the head is learning when it comes to meditative practices, or what the head is doing to direct its body to make good decisions and keep its body whole. And then from psychology, we kind of approach psychology from the neck up, where we don't consider the diet in that way, and we don't consider the exercise, and we don't consider the physical sitting in a meditative stance, or the physical yoga where we do the poses, or the tai chi, or playing sports or whatever it is. So it's like whenever you look at this from all these angles, it's like you can't separate the brain from the body. It really is like your whole body. And of course, when you look at it, your brain is literally connected by all of these neurons and axonal fibers to all of the synapses and all of the sensory systems that branch throughout your whole body to feel the world. And
yeah,
it's a big concept. It's
no, it is. Like I said, I just trying to preface it's just a hypothetical, just for the sake of whatever. But either way, but yeah, that is fascinating. Like,
I just love how we have like a mind on top of like a mind body on top of like a physical
well, like
world.
honestly, so like if you think about like the brain, like your brain is like
worlds.
Like for me, it's like if you think brain's like America, like the federal government, like the whole thing, right? Then like your limbs are like each state, and like all these things all break down, like, and they all have to run perfectly in order for everything to be perfect. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's an overarching central thing, and then the states, like you're saying, like your brain in your stomach, your brain in this area, all your nerves and shit that fucking do it automatically, but
Dude,
there's like yeah. I mean, I want to say like metaphors in this case are tricky. I do like that metaphor, and I think it is pretty accurate. I mean, there's studies done where you have phantom limb syndrome, or where your limbs will do something that you don't want them to do. Going back to the whole corpus callosum thing, when the corpus callosum is severed and the two hemispheres aren't speaking to each other, sometimes you can have cases where like the right brain is telling one arm to hug a person, and the left brain is telling them to push them away. And
so
people will
funny.
actually do that. That's so crazy. Yeah.
It's only funny
So
because
it's
I
like
just learned this earlier today. Like I literally learned all these phrases, and
really?
that like it's so funny how life works like that. Because like I never knew this thing existed till about 7-8 hours ago. And then you start explaining, I'm like, oh my god, like this is the once in a blue moon. I actually know what the fuck he's talking about exactly. Like it's crazy to me.
Right on.
I love it.
That's awesome.
It is fucking awesome. It's rare because usually I have to Google the fuck you're talking. Like at least so I get broad concepts, so I can Google shit, or like when you mention like that Bernardo Castro. I'm like, all right, let me look this motherfucker up so I know what the fuck he's talking about and shit.
Definitely check him out. He's so good at describing this, way better than I am, and he has like 7 books published now at this point.
Yep.
Wait, what
He's
is
got
his is it phenomenology guy or
He's
what
a
is it?
he's the analytical idealism dude.
Oh,
apparently he makes something called a quantum Cheshire cat. Like that's a video I'll watch eventually about. That's something he was talking about recently-ish.
Yeah, I'll try and I think this is one that I saw where he mentioned the psychedelics here. How do I do chat in this, y'all?
The top right.
you can just throw it in general or
Yeah, there's a
wherever.
show chat on the
You
top
just
right.
throw shit in general.
You
You
click
can
in
do
there, they
wherever.
just
Yep.
you know that's where we send all of
So-
our shit. I got you.
Wherever you want to
Word up.
stick it.
So this guy in the top right here, this is Michael Levin. You might have heard of him.
I have heard that name.
He's a kind of experimental biologist. He's kind of the mad scientist of today's age, and this dude is breaking new ground where he's showing how genetic evolution. Well, evolution is not genetic entirely. He talks about this whole intelligence of the substrate where growth and body arrangement is not wholly dictated by genetics, but it's also electricity and environment. And yeah, I'm not going to do a good job of describing this at this point tonight, but he's very, very well studied. He has a lab for himself where he's running a lot of crazy experiments, and
Yeah, that's nuts.
yeah, it's breaking new ground. Like it's challenging our conceptions and paradigms of biological evolution.
And honestly, that's great. It's funny because a lot of people hate when things get questioned like that, but it's like that's how you get better science, get better. It's how we
That's right.
evolve as species, or smarter and everything. Like you should.
I love how like
Yeah.
philosophy and science just like intertwine. Like.
Well, because
like,
philosophy
outline each
leads to
other.
logic. That's the whole thing about philosophy. Like you learn how to think logically. Like I said, there's no like one philosophical way of thinking that's perfect. But if you take all of them and little bits of parts of all of them and different situations of life and shit, hopefully you come up with the best answer how to live life, do everything you need to do. That's what I think.
Right.
Absolutely.
It's just they're different angles to take.
Well, like because
Different
people will be
frames
like
of reference.
Nietzsche or any fucking psychologist,
Harvard.
like they're not right, but they're not wrong. Like they have parts of them that are fucking great. Parts of it are stupid, and this guy has the same thing, there's parts of him that are probably fucking great and there's parts that are not, like, but if you can correlate all those different philosophies and like I said, and learn how to think with syllogisms and shit, learn how to think with, and just use the thinking, that's all it really is. I tell my kids in general, your brain is a muscle. You got to learn to use it. It's like anything else,
Mm-hmm.
Read 5-10 minutes a
Absolutely.
day minimum. I was
Yeah,
reading.
totally, man.
I was reading a study actually about education. If your kid reads, I think it was like 15 to 20 minutes a day, your kid will have like a B average, like 89% of the time. Just a little
Right
bit of
on.
reading a day.
Sounds
As long as it
about
reads
right.
a little bit, if you read a little a day, because that kid will, get better at reading critically and all that other bullshit, which will help you in school.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I gotta figure out how to zoom in on my camera.
I have no fucking clue. I'm on my phone. My shit's about to die in the sense, so pretty soon I'll be cameraless.
Cameraless.
I can't figure out how to fucking put my if I'm streaming, I can't put my phone or can't put my shit on Discord. I can't figure out how yet.
This is not working.
But yeah, I recommend checking out these guys. The
Oh, for sure.
Michael Levin and Bernardo Castro. They're both incredibly profound thinkers.
Mhm.
Some of the most valuable minds existing today, in my opinion.
For sure. Like I said, a lot of times when you're talking, that's why I don't
Yeah,
talk much. I just sit back and just fucking Google what you're talking about. Try to fucking. Because like I said, a lot of these there's things like I hear, so like I got the broad concepts, but then you start getting to like the intricacies of it. So I'm like, all right, hold the fuck on. Let me just get a little reading of what the fuck is happening here.
Everything connects in such a fucking crazy way, though. Like it is, like dialectics and semiotics, right? Like those two. Like there's just so many fucking different ways. Everything just pieces right fucking neatly together. I don't know. It's hard to explain.
should continue expanding on what you're saying.
Okay, dude, I'm like, dude, all my brain is the fucking snowball. Snowball. That's all it is. It's
That's all
fucking
right.
stupid.
What's the next one?
Like Dave Gillespie guy says, the conjecturer. You know, I'm just if my bullshit enters into somebody else's thought stream and they do something with it, I'm happy. You know, that's why I just use Facebook
Yeah.
as like my
If you
private.
can, so like earlier today, I had this
notepad
like I was telling you earlier,
or
Brandon,
public,
I had this
whatever.
chick trying to talk shit about like vaccines and shit, and then I mean I didn't probably swear or nothing, but I made her fucking be like not like talk shit openly about it, but it's just like, like there are probably people that probably should take it, right? Can we get to like a little bit of agreement? You know, like it wasn't like the worst, like it wasn't nefarious, it wasn't like this. Like, can we just at least come to some agreement? Like, you're probably right. They probably should have done this and this. I could see some ground, but like like just try to. Don't be talking shit about it, like saying like, "Oh, we're never, people are gonna die and shit." It's like, no, they're not. You know, that's the shit I try to do. Like, just plant that seed. You know, like because if someone's like 100%, like I said when I work at the bar, someone's like totally against it. I'm just like, come on, now. Can you
I hate having to
honestly just
say this
concede a
question
little
over
ground
and
to me,
over.
and I'll concede
That's
some
like
to you?
the worst. Yeah.
You know, I try to be good about that. Just.
It's hard because every time somebody runs into a contradiction, you know, there's that feeling of like, oh, I gotta go one way or the other. You know, right now, you know, like, no, you don't. You kind of don't really have to fucking.
Honestly, I wish someone would say. I loved it. Someone earlier today told me, said like, I don't know, and I'm like, you know what? I appreciate you saying that because you know I'd rather you say I don't fucking know than come up with some bullshit answer, you know, on the spot and lie to me like because you don't know. That's fine. You know, like that's a great answer to
Any
me.
anti-science sentiment, I absolutely just fucking can't stand. Like, I'm just like, oh, the scientists are wrong or whatever. Like, okay, so if we don't have science, how do we fucking know things? Just through your
It's
like
science that
preference,
debunks
you know?
science, right?
Like, it's science or nothing. You can never, even if
Science and
somehow you
philosophy.
can frame it
Yep.
that science is the problem. Like, science is the only fucking solution.
Well, like I said, science is what debunks science. When people go like, "Oh, we found out this bullshit," I'm like, "Yeah, well, who found out? Other scientists. It wasn't you. You know, like it wasn't Joe Blow on the road. It was other fucking scientists going, yeah, that's not the right way of doing it or thinking or whatever the fuck, you know." That's what I'm saying. Good science, technically, it should always it's always technically wrong to an extent. It's supposed to evolve a little
Like,
bit, you know, here and
a
there.
critical eye has to be tuned as well, but you also need to know where, you know, your own eye isn't, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, I don't know.
Yeah, the idea is that science begets better science. It's the self-cleaning house effect where we present theories and science arrives at theories and then the next best theory conquers that theory and we get better and better and better with that and more precise. But that also must be matched with philosophy and this whole question about what science cannot answer and what science can answer, that's still in contention. And man, like you look at some of the smartest people on this planet right now, some of the best physicists and the best mathematicians right now, like Sean Carroll. That's a good example of a person who's extremely fluent in mathematics and physics, and he's extremely dedicated to it. And Neil deGrasse Tyson is another example where they're very good at what they do, but they land on this idea that science has the answer for everything, and science can't explain love. Science can't explain consciousness. Science can't answer history. History is written by the victors. Science can't explain empathy. And it really can't explain psychology either. And that's why we have psychology as a soft science. So so this is a topic that I want to discuss on my next podcast with, if y'all want to join that, feel free. This is,
I think
I'd love
it
to have
can,
y'all on.
but it's a fucking
I'm making
weird
a
reference
list.
frame you have to take. Sorry, I think you can explain it, but you have to take on a weird reference frame. Like,
You have to take the philosophical reference point. Like this is Verbeki's problem with the meaning crisis. Like science can't answer what is most meaningful to you.
yeah,
It can't answer your purpose for you
I
unless you.
yeah,
Okay,
look
so
at-
when science
because
tries to address purpose, your purpose is just let me fuck, and let me learn, and let me fuck some more,
No, you just
And
want to
that's-
breed. That's it.
Yeah.
Just
Your job is to
just
spread DNA.
reproduce.
Yeah, that's it. Be technically like
Yeah,
Comes
you're
down
an
to-
ape. I
well,
always say
yeah,
like
there's
we're
that,
great
yeah.
apes. So our job technically, is just to
Yeah.
fucking. How about this? Like this guy says, like the guy that fucking is
chemical roller
homeless piece of
coaster.
shit fat over guy that has like 8 kids is genetically superior to the fit buff billionaire that had 1 kid. You know, like to genetics. The guy won. He,
Well,
had,
I'm saying,
he had 8 kids.
like,
you
there's
know,
almost like
it's
an
weird.
astronomy to it, though. Like, it's like a
Right.
cycle. We're a cycle. We're not like a fucking
Well,
like,
things rhyme. That's the thing.
duration.
History
We're
rhymes.
not,
There's
like, we're a
philosophy,
cycle.
right? Like
Yeah.
that's philosophy, and that's what science doesn't understand right now. Like the spiral dynamics, the idealism, or all these other philosophies of what consciousness is, like metacognition. You know, I mean, science doesn't hold a candle to that just yet because it doesn't. We can't empiricize that. We can't run tests on what is consciousness.
I think that is a problem. I think like we reach these epistemic impasses and we don't leap past them. You know, we just sit there in endless skepticism, kind of thing. Like introspection is a fucking real thing. Like unless like we can describe each other's consciousness to each other with pretty good detail if we sit there and try. So it's like.
But like, I told you before, nobody wants people don't open themselves up to be like to your true self. You only show to like 2 people, 3 people your whole life, maybe. Like your 100% true
like
self.
the self is just like
Right.
a fucking completely unexplored territory, like just completely like in public terms and shit. Well, I mean, there's probably some deep shit out there I've never ran into, but you know,
I guarantee you, like I said, like most people do. There's
interior
very
there.
select few, like I said, maybe even 1 to 2 people that probably know you, like the true yourself, like know everything about you. Like,
right.
just how we are,
The
because we hide
whole
we hide
elements
we
to
hide
kick
things
in
from
are-
people. This because I mean it's probably evolution because we want to fit in or whatever the fuck it is, you know. So I guess kind of makes sense, you know. But
Well, we get like an intuitive idea of somebody through like enough exposure.
well, yeah, man. Like if people are making fun of something, then you might not agree with them, but you might laugh at it just to fit in, right? And you do that over and over and over. Now you kind of join them, you know, in long term.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Kind of thinking, you know.
Right.
Those whole
Like
things
your
growing up.
relationships. You know, you are the 5 people that you hang around the most.
Yep.
As they say.
Yeah, it's an old
And
adage, but it's
science, like-
true. Mostly, but not always.
I mean, that's kind of, yeah. I mean, it's kind of reductionist to say that too. And so this is something that I've been writing about for a while now too, is this idea of like transcending that and making yourself for what you want to be, and this whole self-actualization thing that Abraham Maslow was getting at. Like transcending the reductionist paradigm of I am the 5 people that I hang around the most. You are what you eat, you are how you sleep, you are how you exercise, you are your ecological system and your influences.
Yep.
Once you start to question those things, once you start to question your ecological system and all these factors that influence you, then you're starting to become an actualized human.
Yep.
And you're starting to become your true self and understand
That
yourself.
was
building
like,
into
that's
the
like my buddy
future,
earlier. He kept
you
saying
know,
like you used to
and,
think
like-
these thoughts too and shit. I'm like, yeah, dude, that was the old me. I try to stress that to people. I'm like, I used to think stupid. I used to think differently. Yes, but I grew up at whatever it was like
Right.
20, 21, 22, somewhere around that range. You know, like. So it's funny because, like I said, a lot of people that knew me back then, they always try to throw that in my face. Like, you used to think, I'm like, you're right, I did, but I don't no more. Like, and I'm trying to help you not to think that same way too. If you'd actually listen to what the fuck I'm talking about, like, I'll tell you how I got out of it because I know exactly like the little factoids. Like, I listen to like Matt Dillahunty break down like a lot of like religious shit. Then I listen to these people break down some of my
yeah.
political shit. I listen to these people break down my philosophical like. I listened to different people break down my shit where I was like, all right, now I'm nothing. What the fuck do I actually think of whatever, you know? And then relearned over again, you know? It's not easy, but it can be
Right.
done.
It's absolutely necessary to do that because otherwise you're just answering your life through the scientific reductionist paradigm where it just all boils down to I am the accumulation of my exposures and my influences and my genetic need to reproduce. And yeah, that doesn't sustain the human meaning structure. Like that doesn't sustain everything that like it's to me it's still deterministic and it's still based on what genetics left us. Genetics also predisposed us towards needing these meaning structures and this purpose, this need towards actualization. That's called social cohesion, and we use our prefrontal cortices and neocortex and the rest of the brain to kind of do a better job of being meaningful in the tribe. And now our tribe is 8 billion people. So
Yeah.
Nietzsche also realized that, and he's like, now we're kind of up against this need to feel cohesion and meaning and purpose within the context of 8 billion people as opposed to the 250 person Dunbar number.
There's so many things lining up, man. I swear to God. Like, I can just see how things are supposed to play out if they work out, if it works, you know what I mean? Like, moving on to a transcendent era of, like, universal self-actualization. Like, that's what everybody's aiming for. Like, that's what everybody sees as a possibility. That's the frontier. So, it's like, how do the pieces fit together? Like, there's no more celebrity culture or any of that kind of bullshit, you know? Like, there's a lot of things that just go away. A lot of people aren't ready for it.
Yeah, that's
Just
right.
to paint it like.
So I just learned this term, man. Nietzsche used the term "the last man," which was kind of the alternative to the Übermensch, which was the Das Liebermensch or something. I think is what it's called, where it was the last human to have a system of meaning behind him, where this was a person that kind of
Wow.
Yeah, so
Before you come
it
basically
is
robots.
the well, so it was the
That's wild.
figure emblematic of humans' mediocrity and complacency. The last man avoids striving, greatness, or risk, and instead pursues comfort, security, and shallow pleasures. AKA the West. He represents a society that has lost its higher aspirations after the death of God, with traditional values and sources of meanings like religion no longer holding sway. This figure contrasts sharply with Nietzsche's ideal of the Übermensch, the overman, who transcends nihilism and creates himself new values.
That's fucking, dude. I look at like pragmatism and like, what? So many things just line up. Like, I think pragmatism sews everything up, kind of. On like how to think, like so, like
Absolutely.
free will, like it's just like structuration, enjoyment. Like I'm creating pleasure for myself instead of nihilism, right? And just sitting in a void, like, and laughing at everything or whatever. Like, I don't know.
Right. So the alternative to the nihilism and cynicism that we see is the ultimate pleasure, and I'm just going to chase dopamine forever. And you see that in Facebook memes and these echo chambers, and in escapist cultures where we play video games all day.
Yep.
Or only like we make a meaning structure in that game where that's our identity, and then you buy, like we were talking about in Brawl earlier, like you can buy these skins for your character, and then that's like you're buying clothes in real life or whatever, and you have these digital trophies or achievements in Xbox, and like you actually get what's called achievements, and then it pops up in your screen. It's like you got this achievement, and you did this thing.
It's like further
Also, that's incredibly
fragmentation,
important too.
dude.
Like you want to feel free to play video games. Like I don't want you to completely nullify that.
Right.
Dude,
We all
everything's
need
good
our
to an extent.
yeah. Like it all factors into each other to me. Like, you know,
There's
'cause
a
I like to
reason why
play, like,
humans want dopamine. There's a reason why we have all these things. Like, you're supposed to have some sadness in life. You're supposed to have some anger. You're supposed to have a little bit of everything. It's just about how much.
I need to play
you know,
Factorio.
You know.
Right.
Again, it goes back to anything. If every day was the perfect best day, at some day it would suck because every day becomes the same. Like it loses value without having other things to happen. Things lose value.
Absolutely.
Dude. Life is just a fucking wild thing, and we can gain full mastery of it. Like, that's what I like seek, is like just full mastery of, like.
Well, like I said, I think you're thinking
My
too broad.
destiny.
I think you need to start thinking.
I know.
You gotta fucking you gotta talk to like some people. Like I said, the whole thing is you just gotta plant seeds in people's brains, and you just
I
try
know,
to
but
help
I
them.
have
You're just trying
to
to help
do
them
this for
learn and
myself.
how to think. If you could teach someone how to think, or just slightly think different on a topic, like I said, if somebody's like 100% against something, and now you can make them go like 70% or something like that, you sowed the seed of
Yeah,
doubt.
no.
Where now maybe later they start going, you know, that was a good point. Maybe they'll fucking look into something. You know, just like that's the whole idea. Like for me,
There's
it's like.
definitely an art to it in person and stuff, and yeah.
Well, like I said, I try to treat I just tell people in general when I'm talking to people and shit. I try to treat them like they're like 3 to 5 years old. Try to break it down super simple, so like you have to understand what the fuck I'm saying. Like you cannot tell me you don't know. Like if I told this to my kid, they would know what the fuck I'm talking about, right? You know, like come on now, like don't lie to me. especially when I'm talking in
Right.
person, because it's a lot easier because you can get the instant back and forth versus online where you're just like, oh, different, it's just a different beast.
Mm-hmm.
But like in person, I can just be like,
Yeah.
like I said, I could be like, hey man, you're gonna tell me that every single shot was or everything was bad. You can't tell me this wasn't, And you slowly creep that little doubt, a little bit of doubt,
Mm-hmm.
CBT,
Yeah,
bro. That's literally what they teach in CBT. It's called limiting beliefs.
Yep.
Like questioning, is this really the best way to think about that? Or could you expand your thinking in this way on this particular concept?
Yep.
And then slowly, like showing people a better metacognition.
Yeah.
You can
I
question
love it.
their
Somebody
own
shows me
thoughts.
As a
perspective
parent,
that I
people
don't
do that
have.
shit all the
It's
time.
like, ah.
As a parent, like I said, I do that shit all the time. Every time I have to discipline kids or whatever the fuck, I'm always just like, should I have been that pissed? Should I fucking not have been pissed? Should I fucking been more, whatever like this, because there's a billion different ways of dealing with each instance. But,
Yeah. Right.
but I already did what I did. But it's the after that, the next like hour, it's like, fuck, man, did I fuck up? Did I not fuck up? That self reflection.
Right.
Yeah, I could see that.
It's so valuable. And sometimes you feel like you want to convey the whole world to people because you have a grand philosophical perspective and you can put it in incredibly precise vernacular with words like vernacular or whatever. But really, like, the value that you want to take from that is just, okay, I got this message across to this person in the language that they can understand. And I planted that seed. I can't see that they're going to make changes based on that, but at least I did my duty. And I fulfilled my meaning and my purpose in life by conveying that message and planting that seed in a way that they can absorb.
Like every attitude exchanged, it's like equal and opposite in a way. Like there's always, like, you take on the potential guilt of maybe I was wrong, and they take on the guilt of maybe I was wrong. And they have to like deal with it.
Yeah,
Right.
like I said, I try to stress that a lot. Like when I'm arguing with people, or whatever, right? I don't mind biting the bullet and admitting like things I think are wrong. Like like politically, if I say this is wrong, and someone's like, "Well, this guy on your side said the blah blah," I'm like, "Well, if they did that, then yeah, they fucked up and they should be in jail too, or whatever." Like I have no problem ceding any ground, like, because that's always my thing. Like, because my thing is, it's not about the person or the thing; it's the principle and the idea. If I say you should attack the Capitol, if I find out I got another governor said fucking attack the Capitol, well, yeah, that guy should probably be in jail or whatever the fuck, like, because I'm principled.
like
It has nothing to do with
a control perception thing, I think. Right.
That's what I try
Like,
to stress
if you
people.
if you cede to this person now, like, you're gonna continue to cede to them. Like, I feel like there's like a fear there.
Oh, for sure.
of,
Yeah.
like,
If I give an inch, you might take a mile from me later.
yeah, like they'll just be sucked into this vortex of like listening to this person.
I mean, they're not 100% wrong. Like I said when I was talking to that person earlier, I was trying to get them to cede as much ground as I could on the COVID. Be like, it's not all bad, right? Not all that, like trying to get like, if I get 4 or 5 little yeses, hopefully, maybe that's like 10%. Maybe I got 10% doubt in their brain. Hopefully that 10% grows. Probably won't, but maybe. You don't know.
I think there's some weird shit in the Western mind. I swear to God, dude. Like, I'm trying to like feel it out, because like, as soon as like I started paying more attention to language that's used, and kind of figure like, yo, the same way that like I see that is how somebody else sees it, right? Like,
right.
You sort of try to unite with like the common mind linguistically, instead of using your own like private terms. I don't know. There's just some weird shit, man. It's a fucking pattern.
Right.
It's
You also
fun.
check out my Discord here. I've been working on something that is my opinion on what the West is. I call it Orthocadia. It's an acronym
right,
that describes this whole concept. So it's not just the West. It's well, let me see if I can like do this really quick.
right there. Yeah.
Screen share your shit.
So it's oh snap.
Oh, yep. Okay. There's a weird thing to it. Like, yeah.
Oh, I have to make another. My bad. I have to like open this in another tab.
So yeah, it's like
you
you're
see
packing a whole bunch of.
Because you're on the computer, you see that red disconnect button. If you go to the middle one, it say share your screen.
Yeah, but I have to open another tab to do that.
Oh, okay.
Or no, wait, no, I don't. What am I saying? I'm sorry. I'm freaking tired. Just share entire screen. Okay, so it is this. So the West is very orthodox in the way that it conducts itself. Much of academia and conservative value systems encourage us to adhere to hard and fast, unchanging systems of thinking and teaching, and don't encourage nuance. I'm just gonna like blaze through this. I'm not gonna read the whole thing. The West is very rigid and rich. It's easily involved in echo chambers and participating in tight-knit small groups of confirmation bias instead of trying new groups or new challenging experiences. We're very technology dependent, though technology's exacerbation of attentionally disordered states affects the entire globe. It's particularly pernicious in the U.S. and the Western capitalist nations, bringing about what's called consumer culture or throwaway culture and high energy usage. What Nate Higgins talks about is energy blindness. We use hierarchies, so we're hierarchical in our value system. We use vertical kinds of reasoning as opposed to thinking and behaving more inclusively, laterally, or horizontally. This is what we talked about earlier with the East is more interconnected and interdependent.
So vertically, as in like we intuit from like one like sector to another, or like what does that mean? Like,
So it's religious in the religious perspective, and also in our conception of categories and our conception of how we label and how we categorize the sciences. So
okay,
we're it's like
so
the
like
archangels, or like
so
God, the
like
Godhead and the ultimate Godhead, and then the archangels below him, and then the angels below them,
The pyramid scheme,
and then the
basically.
birds of the sky, and then the human. Yeah, kind of. There's this painting called The Great Chain of Being.
so this is like
This.
an imprint or like a form through which we've like hierarchized shit in the past. Is that what you mean? That it's like repeated or stayed in
Right.
place? That same structure.
So, well, yeah. So we think horizontally in our conception of progress, spirituality, transcendence, and connection with God in our meaning structures. It's all about competitive dominance over others and getting ahead instead of a consistent consideration of connection to our immediate and extended natural environment.
Yep.
Now, in science, our thinking consists of sets, layers, and levels, especially in our conception of consciousness and mental disorders. That's all left brain.
Okay. Yep. So
So-
yeah, the visioning or yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So yeah, we're also very hierarchical, and this is kind of similar to that. Or sorry, we're what am I saying? We're individualistic, and this has been examined in countless books, arguably for millennia. The pursuit of the self and the vertical hierarchical relationship with God or higher powers has been argued since Jesus preached his messages of transcendence and perfection. And like Adam, so Adam was the great namer of all creatures, which is interpreted as owning these things, or owning the things of the world, bringing forth the realm of the nominal, or the nameable world.
Right. Yep.
So, let's see. Did I not put all this together right? I don't think I did. Oh my god. Let's see.
Editing.
Oh yeah, I did. Yeah, this is in my book, and I didn't throw everything here yet. I'm still putting together this Discord. So there's confusion between dualistic thinking and determinism. Descartes' idea of the little homunculus in the head that's calling the shots. This has been dissolved by scientific determinism. And this deterministic conception of the self has led many to believe that we can be swayed and permanently damaged by our past experiences. And this concept is viewed differently in different cultures. That's also a problem in psychology. So here we go. So we're categorical or atomistic instead of holistic in the approach to medicine. That's the C. We have psychological healing practices as well as the perception of structure in organisms. All of that's holistic, all that's atomistic and categorical. That's heavily reliant on nouns and the nominal or nameable. We're ignorant of context at many scales. There's a ton of books on this as well, like our ignorance of context. We're very analytic in the way that we go about understanding things. We use linear thinking instead of nuance, as we see in science, politics, and the judgment of people's personalities.
Obviously plays into how we speak, right? And like the way that
Absolutely.
conversations move and all that stuff. Yeah.
Totally. And this is like what I've described here as well. That's also all left brain, and Ian McGilchrist talks about this as well in detail. We're also deterministic and detached from reality, are often taking a reductionist approach to medication and diagnosis and life in general. This leaves people scrambling for identity and meaning in life. We're industrialized and isolated in the world. We wallow in the throes of late-stage capitalism, rapidly developing post-Ford industrial standards, expected to work long hours for little pay, lived in cramped corners, put up with wealth inequality, pollution, and throwaway culture. Authoritative and formal instead of dialectical and informal. We heavily succumb to authority figures, as in the ultimate savior complex, which glorifies the sexualization of particular types of bodies and celebrities, and as well as in social structures where we conform to superiority complexes. So we have a ton of ego, and we're extremely egotistic as well, but we also gravitate towards people who have a good grasp on their ego, and they're able to use that with a lot of charisma. And so that's the ultimate savior complex that you see in psychology, and that you also see in political figures like
that,
Trump
yeah.
or Hitler and so on and so forth.
They wanna
Definitely
prove
not comparing
they
psychologists to Hitler.
Megalomaniacs, basically.
Yeah, and so we love it because it sounds like they have everything together, and they speak the language of charisma.
But
They
nobody
speak the
sees
language.
them. Nobody sees them behind closed doors. Like,
It's like
you know, this
being
person,
in
this
that
person
is
that
like-
acts like the biggest badass could also be like a fragile fool, or you know, like behind closed doors could be a whole different person. You know,
like a way to train their brain
Oh.
to be by this person, in a sense.
Yeah. Yeah, it's quite a mess, and there's more to it too. Like there's a lot of writing by a lot of people that have explored the Western versus Eastern divides, and I was wary for this. I was wary about this for years, where it's like you don't want to generalize the whole world or generalize a whole nation based on these kind of paradigms. But when you see it, and when you see the studies that have been done on it, hundreds of studies have been done on this, like especially the context ignorance, like the fact that the West is so ignorant of context and the East is so context oriented. And you start to look at it like when I look at psychology and Western university psychology through the lens of ignorance of context and this whole linear, analytic, and categorical imperative that we have going on here, it's pretty dang obvious to me. Also, really fun facts in the commercial world, where Samsung, they will advertise to Eastern countries differently than they'll advertise to Western countries because they know that this is how this works. So, for instance, they'll advertise the new smartphone by saying it. So in the West, when they advertise, they'll say, "This smartphone will help you live your authentic life, and this will be you'll be able to present your truest self to the world." And then in the East, they'll say, this smartphone will help you integrate better with your community, or like show that you have value to your community and make you feel more connected with the rest of everyone. That's their advertising model. So you know when advertisers are working with that, they know there's something real there going on.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
it appeals to these worlds, you know.
There isn't as much of a general cynicism, I guess, like among the society and these cultures, I guess. Like, look at how many forces are like leading people against each other in our world, you know, in our country. Race, you know, just left versus right, woke versus conservative, or you know, just not even, you know what I mean. There's these different labels that there are, and it transfers throughout, you know, like, and then it's just like I feel like a cloud of fear almost. You know, it's like
it's the separators. It's to make separate
It's-
because as long
it's
as everyone
stranger
hates each
danger,
other for something
right?
else, if you're them, if as long as there's a them or they, there's always going to be like hate or division, no matter what.
If there's anything to
Right.
fear, like why take a risk? You know, like if there's any chance, why take a risk? You know.
Yeah. Yeah, we need to have a we-based culture. Like we need to have more emphasis on the we.
I
than
can't remember
the
what
they.
there was a psychologist I was
Like-
listening or reading to, and he was talking about like if you pay attention to like music, and he was breaking down the psychology. Like in the 60s and 70s, it was all about we the people, we're gonna change the world. It's our revolution. All this, like it was all us based. And then late 80s, early 90s, obviously they started to I have the best cars. I'm the coolest person. I have the most money. I have, you know,
Informed,
it
yeah.
became the me.
Lost
And he's saying if
momentum.
you look at like how people started acting, you know, from that time period to now, like when the culture switched
crowd
from the we to
dispersed.
the me, people started, you know,
Right.
thinking and acting a lot different, you know, and it makes sense.
Yeah.
That's the that's the technology dependent part of that as well, because this whole boom in technology, it's made it so much easier for us to be self-obsessed, especially with the rise of the internet.
For sure. The internet's the best, worst thing ever, because I always say everything's right at your fingertip. You can learn anything and everything. It's great. But then you get echo chambers, you get fucking misinformation, you get a lot of bad things. Like I said, kids nowadays, it's got to be so hard when you get. It's hard enough to compare yourself in your own class, and now you got to compare yourself to like 50 million other little girls or boys. You know, like,
Right.
you know, the psychology of what they have to go through is a lot more
Dude,
strenuous.
it's so that like collapse of the wave function of identity thing that like it not just to like paraphrase that like Dave Gillespie's been talking about, like we have to move beyond like the like from these different reference frames of consciousness to the we, you know, like we just that's it, you know, like you have to have a malleable reference frame to understand people and be a fucking maximally moral person, basically. It's not even. This is an intuitive thing. It's an intuitive thing. Intuition is something that is not talked about enough, I think. Like as like everybody thinks it's a textual thing. You're doing the math, but no, you're fucking saying what you're fucking intuiting. I don't know.
Right.
That's my-
Maybe our intuitions could be better guided, because we do have that capacity to be kind to each other, because we are a social species.
Yep.
So
Yeah,
maybe
we,
some
we
people have to-
evolved to learn that. Like I said, if I'm willing to kill anybody, that means anybody's probably willing to kill me, which means we can't work together, we can't thrive together, we can't work. You know, like all these things. Like we learned even probably as even like you watch monkeys and shit. They don't just kill for no fucking reason. Like they know like
Oh,
we
yeah,
have to work
absolutely.
together. Like
It's
the only way our
murder's like a
species can
fucking-
survive. It's like it's the only way. That's what people don't realize.
I think it's all meant to wipe out competition, basically, in our evolution. Like these, like jealousy and hate, and then violence. You know, like.
But it's been
I think
around
that's
forever.
what it's for. It's got to be, you know, like that's what it's meant for. It's fucked up.
Totally. Yeah, we're getting there though. I think we'll figure it out.
Yeah, I think so too. Like, you know, I like to talk about Dave Gillespie because he's like an interesting person to me. But
That's
he's
all right, bro.
talks about this is like he talks about it as like this extinction, you know, and it's like, dude, this extinction. I was like the world, this extinction.
Well,
It's
think
like,
about
fuck,
this,
man.
like, because you're living it, you don't realize it. But like, in like 100
yeah.
years from now, they might be calling us like
Yeah.
the new Enlightenment age. They could,
It's a
you
wake-up
don't know
call
what
to
they're
call-
actually
say
going to
that,
call us,
you know? It's like-
in the future, because we don't know what we're living in the sense, you know, because we're living it.
I think people are, you know, like the mental structures are in play. Like, if not like the mental structures, then the language structures. Like everything's falling into a center point, and it's like, boo. That's it.
Well, again, we're once the boomers die, not to be mean or whatever, but like there's gonna be a whole new fucking wave of like that's the last
yes,
that's the
yeah.
last of the age that think a
Like,
certain way. And now
we
it's
just
gonna
want
be
maximum
the newest
existence.
you know, the newer generation.
Maximum
And it always
existence.
gets newer, newer, newer.
it.
You know.
Like in my maximum existence, I'm still as big of an idiot as I am in my not maximal existence. You know, like I'm just worming my way out, like as all of us are.
I mean,
I don't know. I think the boomer situation, I have a lot of hope for that. But I also see podcasts like Trigonometry that are basically preaching the same thing that the boomers have, where it's traditionalist conservatism.
It's trying to come back. Yes.
They're trying to keep that. It's this whole anti-woke movement. Like anything that sounds. I mean, this word woke is so dangerous.
It's so broad.
Because it's so broad. Yeah, there's these general terms like triggered as well as that's obviously being overused on the political left and just by people that are clearly self-victimizing themselves, to use that term. But there's also trigger mechanisms that happen in mechanistic psychology and this whole brain triggering process that we have. Like it's a neurochemical brain that can be activated and have these impulses. So their podcast title is Trigonometry, and they have a huge following, something like 500,000
I've
subscribers
seen
or
a couple
something.
of their videos, so I know what you're talking about.
And they're good too, right? Like they're very well spoken.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean they're wise.
No. It's all about, yeah. Like I said, to me, it's all about.
Dude,
I'm trying to plant the seeds on
nailed it.
how to teach people to think, because that's the big thing. Because I can't make you change any big stance, abortion, whatever the fuck. But if I could plant a couple seeds where it's like you start questioning that on that topic or whatever, and then it hopefully just keeps growing and growing. I mean, but in general, I mean, with society and stuff, like the things we're talking about, the things we want to do and stuff, it sucks in a way because it's never gonna happen right away. But it's like evolution. You want slow graduation of getting towards better to better to better to better to hope, hopes maybe 2,000, 5,000 years from now we're the best civilization we can be. I don't fucking know, but I mean, it's hard to get people to change instantly because you have the conservative type people where they're fucking just whole hell against it,
My daddy.
But I'm
I
saying, I
don't know.
guarantee you, if you were to like, I bet if I check polls, I bet you over half.
My daddy said.
Over half the Republican Party are cool with like gay people, in general, not trans,
Right.
but just gay people. But like, if you'd asked that question in the 60s, 70s, it'd have been 98%, 99. Like, so I mean, like you can sway them. It just takes time, and it sucks kind of, and I get that, but it's like we got to learn just to like chip away 5%, 5%. Like every so often, until now that we're in the majority again with the thoughts and ideas, kind of thing.
Everything progresses though. Like there's always an edge of the wave and then the like other side of the wave, Where does the wave curl this time? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I just think about like how I deconstructed. It probably took me 2 years to do, like fully, So I mean, like I said, to get someone to change a big issue item to them, you're not gonna change them in one fucking sitting or whatever,
Shit, I'm an idiot. Okay.
You just, like I said, it's.
I also think that. Yeah, so I'm really glad you made that point, Willie. This is it's so important to spread that message of just doing a little bit and not trying to change the whole world and not trying to make some kind of radical change. I also think that it's important to do that in your niche. If you have a particular specialty where you know that you're good at planting those seeds, try to expand on that, because you can't just, you can be a polymath. This is why my channel is called Polymath Park. I'm trying to get people to do that with their thinking and expand their thinking and expand their skill set, but also encourage people to realize that you can't just be a master at everything. You can work within your niche. Like for me, I think that I'm better at communicating and understanding the nuances of Western university psychology and postmodern culture wars, and communicating that with nuance. And I can plant seeds in that regard. But I'm not as good with analytical idealism. I'm not as good with existentialism. I try. I'm not as good with. I'm terrible with math. I'm terrible with history. I'm really trying to get to understand history better, but that wasn't as nurtured as well as it could have been in my youth, I feel. But I think that that's incredibly important as well. Like just really finding the best ways to communicate those seeds and plant those seeds based on your abilities.
Yeah.
I'm like a wannabe Rene Descartes, basically. That's all I am.
Well, like for me, like I deep mostly into politics stuff, but like through politics, I learned a lot about philosophy, science, because these are the questions that people bring up, So I have to try to be somewhat well-rounded, on a lot of broad topics. Like I said, that's why I always say, like, broadly, I know a lot of people are talking about, but when you get to like certain little niches and shit, yeah, I can fucking zoom in on any topic. Like I said, there's sometimes I'm like, I'll go in the, like, people are talking about getting in the weeds. I'm like, dude, we can get in the weeds all you want, bro. We can talk we can get to the smallest detail on this issue, because this issue I fucking know everything,
Yeah, dude. See, everybody's got their strength, dude. Like I
sure.
can't. I don't have the tolerance to fucking go to the battle over and over again, dude.
Not
I
on
just
every
don't
topic.
fucking have it. I just can't fucking do it. So I don't know. I don't know. I like aphorisms. I like just trying to see the world in my mind's eye, and yeah. But
yeah,
no,
I think
like, labeling yourself is to limit yourself. Or I don't remember. what you said before,
Yeah.
Patrick. Like to label me is to limit me or determine me.
Yeah, it's freaking Kierkegaard said, as soon as you label me, you negate me.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it's true. It's very true.
Yeah.
That's another thing that we do in the West. It's extremely categorical. We categorize people and throw them into boxes.
Yep.
Sure, we do.
Like these imaginary fucking binary oppositions, dude. Like that's undoing all those.
Well, again, because humans have been tribal for like 200,000 years. I mean, that's pretty hard. We got to think about it, like how hard it is to break free from that thought process. That's just how we've been. That's how we survived.
Yep.
Right.
And it's worse in some situations than others.
For sure.
I think that, I mean, it depends on social media some as well, I think. And also the university paradigm, where that's not really a paradigm, it's the wrong way to use that term, but like you say, I am a specialist and I am a biologist, or I am a neuropsychologist and that is who I am, or I am an autistic person, or I am a geologist, or whatever it may be. Like, we think in these
you
terms.
are your job,
quickly.
basically. Is what you're trying to basically put yourself. Like, if you say like I'm a doctor, well, guess what?
Right.
You're not just a doctor. You're a dad. You're this, but you lead with that. Or like I said, I'm a bartender. I'm definitely more than that.
Right.
But it is funny how we do that though. I don't know if it's everywhere in the world, but obviously in America, or at least in the North America, that's how we do it.
And it's also, it comes to ikigai, in my opinion. This Japanese model of ikigai, where it's let me see if I can pull it up here.
It's like a unifying fucking keystone or whatever to your structure of meaning.
Yeah.
Ikigai.
So it's like if it doesn't work out, then you can, like, so it's a mixture of what you love, what the world needs, what you can be paid for, and what you're good at.
Okay.
And so if that doesn't work out, then you can always default to saying I'm an autistic person, or I am ADHD Patrick.
Mm-hmm.
And so so immediately when you start talking about that, you see what I'm saying? Like if you can't hold a job, or if you can't find a job that fulfills these 4 categories, then you're obviously going to just, it like boils down to what you can be paid for. Like, this is the main category, especially in the United States. If you're not in the STEM fields in particular, it kind of boils down to that. And so what's the next best meaning structure? Well, it's this giant 940 some page book called the Diagnostic and Statistics Manual that describes an incredibly detailed account of what it's like to be an autistic person, or what it's like to be an ADHD person, or an RSD person, or a bipolar person, or narcissistic personality disorder, whatever it might be. And so that's your next best identity structure that's painted out for you. And so immediately when I start talking about that, I get thrown into the conservative, ableist, and anti-psychologist boot camp. And that's what I'm trying to navigate right now myself. But that's kind of another topic. I don't have to get into that.
Well, I feel like there's like another like structure of psychology they don't even have like figured out to even label you that by, right? Like there's no.
Well, nobody's doing that. It's people are just
Right.
doing it themselves. And I'm saying this because I see it in real life, and I see it in social media as well, where people will actually put as their name, I am autistic Callum, or like that's their name, is just autistic Patrick.
That's so weird.
It is really weird.
It is.
And it's bothersome. Like I mean,
think
no
it's
judgment,
like a filter
no judgment.
through which to
no,
like look at them,
Yeah.
or like a lens. Like I can get
because we're bereft of meaning, man. It's what Nietzsche was talking about. We don't have a proper meaning and identity structure. That used to be religion. I used to say I am a Christian Patrick, or whatever. I mean, people
like
didn't
the
say it
ideal
like that.
self,
You know, like,
or the ideal
even back in the
experience
day,
life,
you'd say
the
like
maximum-
I am Walter House of Voss. Like your family was your meaning, even like back in the
Right.
day, like even before religion or same time, whatever the fuck.
But
call it, like,
eudaimonia or what eudaimonia or whatever, like that's like what we're looking for, like that ultimate harmonious state of well-being that's like self-fulfilling, and like
well, yeah, in a
there's
perfect
that
world,
balance,
everybody
but-
does what they're really good at, and everybody
Engagement.
makes money or whatever the fuck you want to call it, and they can live. Like that's
Yeah.
the most like utopian
Right.
fake world, Like, that's how it would be. Like, oh,
but
you're
if
really
you're not good at anything, and you
You're
can
always good at
just
something.
gravitate.
You're always good at some. There's gotta be
Exactly.
something, like
But if
something.
but it takes work to hone that.
True.
And work require it takes effort and metabolic energy
True.
and consumption of energy and dedication, but it's much easier to gravitate towards this label of I am autistic. And so that also ties in with the family, like we were talking about just a minute ago with I used to be the family of the Comptons, and that was a big part of my identity. And now I can just say I'm rejecting all of what my family is saying to me, and I am instead this autistic person that has a legal right to reject that, or I have a psychologically diagnosed right and a philosophically prescribed right to reject the judgment of my family and my peers, and I'm going to close myself off in this echo chamber that confirms my biases and virtue signals to my other peers. And then you start to see people saying things like, I want to get a tattoo of, or I'm going to ask people on social media, hey, what's a good idea for a tattoo that I can get that depicts my autism so that I can, quote, signal to my people. That is something I
Weird.
actually saw recently.
That's just like there's this
disturbing.
differentiation and like I don't know, some sort of
We
like
crave identity. Like we're
right.
obsessed with ego, but we don't know how to direct it. We don't know
Something
how to
that's
develop.
accidental or whatever, incidental becomes intentional in the end.
But it's hard to talk about because it gets to victim
Well,
blaming because some people do have real autism.
That's what philosophy's
You
for,
know?
right? Philosophy is for projecting an ideal state and figuring out how to get there. That's why I think like that's a part of it. Like eudaimonia or however you pronounce it. Like that's a state we can
Eudaimonia.
get to. Yeah, that's a continuous state of happiness and well-being and like continued growth and being with one's community. Like I don't know if there's like a one catch-all term for like whatever state we're looking for, because like even if it requires Ubermenschen to get there, like
right,
it's what we're all looking for, instead of pointless conflict based on language and ideology.
Yeah.
That's what it all boils down to.
This is what we have available to us. Like we have the psychological ideology and psychological identity structures, like I've just described. And you can call that NPD or narcissism or BPD or autism or whatever it is. And some of that is very legitimate. Like some people actually do have real autism and they have real impacting TBI, like traumatic brain injuries and horrible childhood trauma that creates these autistic disordered states, as I like to call it. And so like when you go to talk about this with nuance, you get thrown into one of these camps really quickly. Like I get thrown into the ableist bootstrap puller camp, just saying like it's all just tough it out and you can overcome anything and your brain is perfectly resilient, which is committing the false equivalence fallacy where we equivocate all brains to be the same, which is not right. And then of course on the political right, you also see the absence of meaning and identity where they're doing the grind culture mode. And so but that's been around for millennia. And so this isn't as much in the limelight right now. This isn't as popular to talk about because it's the same old thing. In conservatism and in these traditionalist camps, you have I will work harder. And this was Boxer the horse from Animal Farm. Or that was his catchphrase is the system is right. I will trust the system. I will work harder.
Continual validation from outside, like that's what it comes down to, is continual
And
validation.
both sides are doing that too, because the grind culture bros will say, "Hey, look at me! I achieved this thing because I worked 80 hours a week and I transcended burnout or whatever, or I've sacrificed my relationship with my family because I've worked on this business for 10 years, or whatever." And so it's horribly corrupt on that side as well. And both, like this is what I'm saying, both sides of this are very much bereft of meaning. They're in these meaning
Like the one
crises and
cool
they're
approach, the one heuristic or whatever approach of like, oh, money will solve all my problems or whatever, and
Right.
that's learned from like experience or something. You know, like it's like, oh, I was broke at this time or whatever. Like maybe my family was broke growing up or something. You know, like oh, this is the one thing that everything's tied to, all my happiness, and then then it's their undoing. Yep.
Right. Money can't buy happiness.
Nope.
It can't buy identity. It can't buy a healthy meaning system.
Dude, I'm not working. Dude, I'm
That's
so
why all the
yeah.
fucking rich people do drugs or whatever, because it doesn't mean
Exactly.
anything.
That's why celebrities end up doing a lot of drugs and
Well,
yeah.
what about like maybe people are just so I don't know, there's without inspiration. Like what about like having your tale sung to the world? You know, like I feel like there's just such a opposing like response to positivity in general. You know, like somebody's positive, like oh they're gonna project their bullshit onto that person. Like oh you
And your
can't be
toxic
positive if you get
positivity.
this. Yeah, dude, it's fucked. It's just the way that we
Yeah.
respond to it's mutual cynicism and projection and yeah, like the vortex of projection that just it's all the same shit being projected back at the same people at this point. It's just language and emotion and all the negative shit. That's all it is. Like people aren't even people anymore. They're just fucking tentacles of a dead language to me. I don't know. That's a fucked up way to see it, but it's kind of true.
In a way.
Of a dead fucking ideology, a dead ideology.
People
But then they
also
have
don't actually think for themselves. Again, they don't like they just regurgitate what people say to them. You know, instead of actually like taking what someone says and actually like thinking about it. You know, like
Mhm.
actually taking the time to do it. You know,
Yep.
like for a lot of people that's hard work.
Yeah, until they're taught. This is why I think CBT is so beneficial and the mindfulness practices of the East. Cognitive behavioral therapy is basically a condensed version of the Eastern meditative, introspective, and self-awareness practices. And so once you get that down, once you put a good 50 to 100 hours into that, I should say, then you started to develop this metacognition where you can really question yourself and you can really guide yourself with real intention and actualization. At least that's what it took for me. Like it took a good 100 hours of CBT to really sink in.
Someday when I have money.
Someday.
Right.
You know,
Well, it's free, man. Like it's
I'm with Patrick here. Like honestly, I just want to keep having conversations like this and with broader people and just try to like I said, just keep sowing the the big thing's thought process and then the ideas like after, you know, like because the more you can do that to the more people, like I said, hopefully it just keeps reaching out. That tentacle grows, you know.
right.
Well, the tentacle
let's do that
they're
then.
growing, dude. They're growing.
They are.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
They're.
Let's freaking do that. I'm gonna try to. What'd you say?
They're metastasizing or whatever. You know, like cancer. But I don't know.
Fasticizing.
Metastasize.
Speaking of that, this guy Metastasis, I think that's funny. You know what I'm talking about, Brandon? Yeah, he's this is another highly intelligent polymath in the polymath space. He's been joining my podcast, and I'm gonna try to create more of those going forward. So yeah, y'all feel free to join. It's usually like Tuesdays that I try to do this, Tuesday nights. We have these conversations in depth.
I guess somebody that might want to jump in. I don't know who
Like,
this is.
like being there for a YouTube video, even if you don't have shit to say. Like for real.
Let me send a link. Hold on.
Like Meta taps into shit that I've never heard of, you know. So I got to be there, like taking notes.
Yeah, Meta's really up there. He said he's been studying since he was a child. He's in another polymath group too. That's where I met him in Angela's group. He's very astute. And,
I feel like I'm like catching up, like I'm like in the trails of some people that are like a step beyond me. Like I don't know. It's fun though. Like it's all it is. Is fun. It's fun stuff.
Heck yeah, man.
It's fun and it's important. It's a quest. It's a journey.
Yeah, and it gives you meaning and purpose. I think like this is definitely what I think all three of us need to be doing, in my opinion, based on what I've heard from y'all say.
Right. Exactly.
Oh yeah.
What the fuck is this?
What's up, brother?
Hostile Hyperborean.
Hello.
What's happening? I don't know if he's just jumping in to listen or not. He just joined the server and shit. He said, "Can I get in still?" I'm like, "Guess still talking." I'm like, "I guess so."
What up?
Do you know?
No, I don't. Not, maybe I do.
No?
I don't know.
Okay.
Not by name.
This looks like the. I don't know who this guy would be. Some
What?
Facebook troll.
Maybe. I mean, I've been
Are
looking.
you a troll?
I mean, I've been watching like the video on YouTube. We've had like 10 we've had 10 viewers and 2 were watching this a second ago. So I mean, I don't know.
I gotta straighten out my fucking room, dude. This looks like a fucking.
Like I said, you have OBS on your shit, right? You can make your own YouTube shit. I can show you. I can show you how to restream, so you can restream to 2 different accounts at the same time for free, and send your word out. I'm trying to get better at fucking putting all my shit out, like when I make videos and stuff. Like, watch my YouTube.
I don't know, like how good the content. You know, I don't know any of this.
It doesn't
shit.
matter though. The whole thing is we're in the beginning stages.
Like the less aware you are of like the structure.
Hey, remember how you were just talking about don't worry about other people, that
Yeah.
self shit? Remember we were just talking about that? This is your
Right,
chance
right,
to do it.
right.
Like,
I like to stay ahead of the trend, you know.
Well,
no, this shit's fun. I want to see this.
Honestly,
advance.
we've had really good conversation because we've gotten
I
a
think so,
lot
too.
of deep topics. And the thing is, it's nice because we're not just skimming the surface. Like a lot of people just talk about something like 2 minutes. It's like schooling in general. Like you go an inch deep, but like 2 miles wide or long instead of being a mile deep. You know.
When you got different personalities, and then like that mix up the energy a little bit too. You know, like I think that's a good thing.
Well, yeah. Again, it comes down to we all have slightly different perspectives. You know, different life living. You know, whatever all that shit.
Right. Oh yeah. Just you know.
Mm-hmm.
The saying, energy.
Well,
I'll fucking bring all the.
I mean,
energy.
the thing is, we're all trying to better ourselves and also society as a whole. I feel like that's all of our goals to a different extent. You know, like obviously we want everything. We want things to be better for ourselves because who
we have a purpose.
But yeah,
it's like such an important thing in general. Just to like have personal and collective meaning behind it. You know, it just seems to be like the theme. You know, like, and everybody's connected through this.
Hey, Brandon.
Everything. What?
I just started looking at my YouTube shit. So in the last 28 days, it gives me like analytics. We're up 420% viewership.
Oh shit!
So I gotta take a hit to that, bro.
Hell yeah, dude. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say like the reason we aren't getting into any arguments and the reason that we're able to talk for hours at a time is because we all have that mutual goal of trying to help improve ourselves and improve the world.
Well, even like, how about this? Like, even if I disagree with whoever, I just try to I just want to push the idea. Like I said, I'm trying to push the idea. Like, I want you to flesh out what you think. Because if you tell me something, I want to know, like I said, to me, more important, I don't care what you believe or think. I want to know why. Because that's the more important question is why you believe that, why you think that way. Because if I can pick apart that, like I said, that's the seed I want to plant. But like, you realize that this is fallacious, right? Or just wrong thinking. And I can kind of just plant those little sows,
Yeah, man.
I mean, it's like
that's definitely something I'm trying to work towards as well.
Yeah. I mean, everyone does. That's the whole point. Nobody's fucking even close to being perfect, so there's no point in acting like it.
Nope.
Let's do that.
We're like unretarding ourselves.
Well, again, yeah. If you guys can help me become the better version of myself, that's cool.
I'm an ever unretarding person. I don't know.
Hey man, whatever you want to call it.
Well, yeah, remaining open to feedback is a huge part of this, I think, as well.
For sure.
Yep.
Because there are so many ways for the brain to gravitate towards bias. Cognitive dissonance it's metabolically inefficient to question yourself. It takes more metabolic energy to sustain cognitive dissonance and suspend that and question your biases.
Ah, yes.
Because the brain conforms. The brain works on narrative structures. It works on a story. We're a story-based species. We're a narrative-driven species. And so the question that consistently, that can shake up a lot in your world. It can shake up your meaning structure as well. So it's also kind of counterproductive to do that in some ways, unless you know that your actual meaning structure and purpose is to be questioning yourself like this, like the way that Plato said. I mean, I'm sorry, Socrates. Socrates, one of his most famous quotes was, "The only thing that I truly know is that I know nothing." This made him famous, and it also got him killed because he consistently questioned other people, and the government at the time just didn't put up with it anymore, and they said, "All right, you got to stop this, bro." And but yeah, now we have freedom of speech, so let's keep doing that.
So funny to me.
You know,
And the
fucking-
Sybil claimed that he was the wisest person for saying that.
precisely. That's what the Oracle of Delphi said. This is
Why are you,
why
mate?
Socrates is the wisest person.
What I do?
Dude, you gotta be the fucking British dude from Facebook. You gotta be.
I'm not British, I'm American.
Or you're American. God damn it.
Yeah.
Welcome aboard.
Welcome aboard, hostile Hyperborean. Hyperborean. I
Yeah,
don't,
no,
fucking-
I
I don't know
enjoy your
words.
guys' discussion.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, or
appreciate.
for
Yeah, particularly Patrick. I'm real philosophical oriented, so
Hell yeah. So is Brandon over
the
here.
Husserl was quite enjoyable. I'm not a big phenomenologist, but I went through Husserl and it was rewarding to say the least.
Right
oh
on.
yeah, dude. Like that's sort of like what I like Husserl. Like I would say, yeah, phenomenology is the thing I like tapped into at some point. Yeah, and that's sort of like been where I've stuck. Like I'm not like an orthodox at anything. So I'm a bad detail person. I just I'm good at describing what's in my brain. That's it. If I'm
Well, that's
good at anything.
commendable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. I'm trying to make a return to Husserl recently, or just phenomenology and this idea of experientialism. Like if there's anything to be appreciated in life and anything that we can say is real outside of materialistic, or like at least in line with the materialistic paradigm, it is to say that there is phenomena happening. There are certainly experiences happening. So I'm an experientialist, or I'm a phenomenologist, or whatever.
Yeah.
It's like the ultimate language or the ultimate like reality that's constructed through our interaction with the world and science is like the mental world. That's like the culmination, I think.
Right. We are mental processing systems that can appreciate the world in these various forms.
It's fucking insane. How everything just overlaps, all the different realities. It's phenomenal.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it is
literally.
phenomenal. Literally, yeah.
Literally phenomenal. Yep. Yeah, like reality is just only relative to the system you exist in, basically. Like otherwise, like everything is virtual relative to something. I think.
It can be. I think we live in a paradigmatic. You could call it a universe. You could call it a system. I think the terminology gets us mixed up because we like to tend towards preferring certain terminology. But
right.
there's a lot of different words that can describe the same thing, and
Oh yeah,
still
yep.
cause miscommunication.
For sure.
But yeah, I think it can be relative, and I think it can also be objective. It's kind of like simultaneously both going on, and you can choose which route to take.
Absolutely.
Right.
What's the term transjective? Like that.
Yeah.
He's all of them, and then like it's like a meta view through that transjective lens, or what? I don't know. That's
Yeah.
Hey, you kept
I
using
love
that word. I think you were saying individuation, maybe Gong Show earlier.
Oh, individuation. What would I said that?
You were
So
talking about basically your idea of like reaching a goal of actualizing the individual or
Oh,
something like that.
right. So like collective self-actualization. So it's like self-construction.
That would be ultimate subjectivity, right?
Ultimate subjectivity, like across like all all reference frames from like self to all, basically, in a sense, yeah.
And
There's
it
a
would
sort
be
of like
like,
union.
it seems by virtue of being completely individual, you excommunicate yourself from the all.
So like Dave Gillespie was talking about how we will break away in a sense from like entanglement toward individuation and differentiation, which I could see because if we're entangled through like a negative language, primarily through like kind of trauma and like fear, then as our distance from that sort of point, that like almost like center of gravity of language, like there's a fucking what am I trying to say here? What goes on top of that is kind of what I'm trying to say. Like,
It seems like to be more cohesive as a community or a society, there has to be some sort of objectivism or objectivity.
oh yeah, I think so too. I think
together.
objectivity is just the key to all of it. Like, oh, once people get what objectivity means, like, oh, okay, well, I can't if I can't prove this, I shouldn't believe it. Once people finally get
Yeah.
that, there's like
I
a
think the trick
brick
is
on the head moment.
the
I
trick
think.
is
Well, I think.
the trick is being able to sustain a society of a bunch of hyper individualized units, people who are more subjective. That's tricky.
It is like, how do you guide them to the objective core or whatever? Like.
If there is one, exactly, yeah.
I think there is one just through like making us functional in harmony, and then like I was saying, like able to individuate while still collectivized, like, in a sense, like
Yeah,
being
paradoxical.
able to
I like it.
being able to just be my naked self amongst others and still be creative and so on and so forth.
Join a nudist colony.
No, thank you.
I'm just kidding.
I
mean,
know, but there's like the privacy public barrier always ends somewhere. I don't want it to go that fucking far.
right.
Well, then you're always.
I mean, this is why we have laws, democracy, where you vote for laws.
Yeah, it's downstream of morality, I guess. Not always, technically, but it's supposed to be.
Yeah, we try to unite ourselves on agreed upon virtues and values and ethics and morals, and we try to put those into law where the most people are served by those laws. We also try to agree upon certain social standards and social constructs. Like small talk is a good example, where we kind of have each culture has its own conception of small talk and its own ways of going about that. And each culture has its own transjective meaning structure as well, where what's most meaningful and productive, pragmatic and effective and beautiful and true and good is also culturally influenced and kind of agreed upon, but also very individual. Like, so in the United States, we have so much emphasis on freedom and so much prioritization of individual freedom, where people are ideally allowed to express themselves and do so in a manner that's financially viable, but it's harder to do that depending on what your category is that you're working for. So if you're in STEM, we were talking about earlier, if you're in science, technology, engineering, or math, and those are your primary interests already, then you're probably good. But if you're into history, humanities, or arts or music, and so on and so forth, it's a little harder. But I do think that we'll make progress in that regard the more that we talk about it.
You have to like break down the fences. So like there's a philosopher named Luis Felipe Moyano who wrote a book called The Fundamentals of Hyperborean Wisdom, and he talks about cultural systems or structures and how they're what would you say, exclusive to themselves, and that when you cross over into one of them, like if I'm an American and I go to Tibet, I'm in a new cultural structure, and I have to basically redefine my meanings applied to objects or phenomena. And it seems like the only way to actually progress in those other categories besides STEM would be to extend the fence or to break down fences and basically the multiculturalism thing. The idea that there are no borders or whatever is how you can eventually agree on a history or agree on a all the not STEM categories.
Totally.
What is always the best point to like try to, extend fences at with people? Is it just the common shit? Like,
Well,
oh,
the
you do that
idea
too? I do. Me do too. I don't know.
Yeah, you build
it
off
depends
common
on
things. I think first, like you build off
Yeah.
small common things, and then you kind of build and try to get to a bigger issue, topic, whatever you want to call it. I think.
I think the problem here is that biologically there are tendencies or dispositions in people. Like, for instance, the politic or the religiosity, those kind of things.
For sure.
It's hard to break down those barriers or those fences, quote unquote.
It is.
Symbols and associations.
But I always say
feelings,
I'm technically one of those people that
future.
haven't had it happen. So I always say it can happen. I mean, I'm not saying it's easy or whatever, but it can happen. So
Yeah,
like
I think that's kind of like
I try to stress like you gotta. Like I said, to me, it's all about, it's like evolution. You got to it's gradual. You got to try to sow little seeds of doubt. Or, like I said, somebody earlier today was arguing about the vaccine shit. And they were trying to, talking about how it's all horrible. It's the worst thing and all this shit's going to kill you. And then I was just trying to basically sow, like, you're going to tell me, it's the worst thing ever. I try to get them to be like, you don't think nobody should get it? Nobody, just try to plant these little seeds of doubt because I get them to seed a little bit of ground and be like, okay, it's not the worst thing. It's like, okay. Let's build off that, and then we can build more, and try to get, eventually lead to hopefully a whole change, But
The pathway to the collective appears to be individuation first. Like, you have to separate into like a, state of dejection in a sense, and then come back to like, if you find another fucking, source of meaning. Like, that
Agreed,
just seems
yeah.
to be a pattern that just you can't avoid. Like, nobody can avoid that. Like, you have to be either isolated or make it out with somebody, like by breaking away.
I think the vaccine thing is a good example here, like for the problem of actually reconciling differences. I think there are some things that you cannot reconcile. There will always be a division in various aspects of somebody's experience or what they deem to be reality. They'll always have, I think there will always be a difference. Can you really picture a world where everyone agrees on everything?
Nope, not me personally.
Wouldn't want that world.
Not 9 billion people too. Like, no.
Yeah, that'd be boring.
Yeah,
as
it's tough.
fuck.
No.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
But like I said, to
Fuck
me,
no.
so to me, like I was
Fuck
like,
no.
what I've been trying to stress is that if you plant those little seeds, and like I said, probably like 95% of the time it don't do nothing. But if you plant a couple seeds, if you can get a couple people just to start thinking just slightly different,
I don't
it's
give
about
up who we
changing.
are
It's about
instinctively.
changing how
It's
people
just-
think
it-
about things. That's
it's
my
all
big
it
thing.
is. Yeah, it's like a post ideology or whatever lens. That's it. That's all it is.
Well, like I
There's
said,
no,
if you get someone to,
I am this perfect embodiment of everything. No, it's just, it's all fucking stupid shit. It's all stupid shit. All of it's fucking stupid. That's the point. We have to argue ourselves into their brain, our views, like, oh, we're
well, because
quote,
I mean,
quote, high
it
and
kind of makes
mighty.
sense
Because
because
that's what it
not everyone has the same lived experiences. So, like,
Yeah.
the Hickville guy is not going to be the same guy that lives in like Minneapolis or fucking New York City or whatever. Like they're not going to have the same life experiences, so they're going to think differently, just how it is.
That's the
So it makes
thing of,
sense.
like,
but,
anytime there's, like-
but like we should be able to, like, especially with the internet and shit. Like I said, this is where people need to not be in echo chambers per se, but like we should be able to talk to someone like that and find some common ground where we can get to agreeing on certain issues, on certain little topics, and then build from
American
there.
Shit, common sense shit. It's just taking it, but scooping out with a bigger shovel.
I think you
I
can
don't
agree
know.
on the common sense things. It's when you get more nuanced,
Mhm.
like the political or the philosophical or the
sure.
religious. This is where the things
It's
become
usually,
irreconcilable.
for me, it comes down to like context.
So
People
weird,
don't want
but
to
yeah.
like if, like I
I
said, if
understand.
something's
Because-
against you, you'll forget all context or act like it doesn't exist. But like when you're trying to argue for something, you'll add a billion little nuanced contexts because you're trying to win an
Yeah.
argument. And I get that. I mean, again, everybody does it to an extent, but I just try to stress for like you as an individual, me or anybody, you should try to catch yourself at least, and then try to point it out to other people. Like, we do this. You should try to look at it like this too. Like, because
Maybe you can have a society where you have venues within the open fence. Like you have this multicultural world like existing on the common ground, but then you have like venues where people can actually freely express themselves in whatever nuanced belief they have, whether that's a philosophy or a religion or a politic. Well, I guess not the politic because that would actually govern the whole world. So politic I'd say is probably the toughest to get everyone to agree on. But you could already see with something like the perennialist movement and like Rene Guénon or Schuon, people like that, trying to basically make a what do they call that, comparative religion system to where you can actually like reconcile certain religious motifs to where people can agree across the board on things.
I think that's very interesting, dude, because it's just like it all associates down to fucking psychology, right? And like it's sort of metaphysics about being. Not to
Yeah.
fucking interrupt you, but yeah.
No, you're not interrupting. I like it. I think, yeah, if you, instead of just in addition to having, the typical mundane venue, whether that's like sports or a good restaurant or a casino, you should have these like think tank, like fast food
like
style
town
think tank
halls kind of
places.
thing, town squares kind of thing.
Like town halls, yeah, where you have like
Yeah.
the Buddhist meet up or the Christian, not a church necessarily, but like where you can actually express ideas and make
like a
progress.
forum, a
Maybe
fucking
like
forum.
theological forums, things like that. Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know.
The
Just an
internet
idea.
is, but like
the internet's supposed to be that, but people live in echo
supposed to
chambers.
be
That's
that.
the problem. Like,
People
that's what it's
are
supposed to be.
unembodied and all this other shit. The people are just.
And you have trolls. You know what I'm saying? So like, it's
sure.
harder for a troll to show up in person at a venue.
Right.
Yeah.
And also,
Yeah, that's true.
Dude, everybody acts different when they're fucking face to face.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there are meetup, like you use the word meetup there. I actually, I'm not a member yet, but I use meetup.com, and I find these spaces where people have these gatherings together. A lot of them are virtual, or they're just Zoom meetings, but a lot of them are also in person. But both of those concepts, like, it's very hard for somebody to be a troll in a virtual meeting as well, because your face is there, like what we're doing right now. I mean, if I were trolling, y'all would catch on to it pretty quickly, and you would probably
see you
delete me from the
laughing and whatever
chat.
the fuck, yeah. No, yeah.
That's
That's why I
found
You can go.
certain. Sorry.
No, you can go, bro.
No, I was just going to say I found certain fraternal organizations and theological societies and philosophical societies. Like Theosophy is pretty open-minded. It tends to be more new agey. Freemasonry seems to be an open forum of ideas. Besides, like its ritual and its foundation or whatever, its skeleton.
Right.
These kind of organizations seem to be pretty successful at crossing borders and uniting people. Like Freemasonry is international. Same thing with Theosophy, Anthroposophy, all these.
It's community though. Like religion is
Yeah.
religion. That's the best thing that religion's ever done. Honestly, is build communities. Like I give religion a lot of shit because I don't believe in it and stuff anymore. But like that is a positive. Like it's a place where you get. It's a place where you get to meet 500 or 100 people that live in your town that you probably would never know exist in your life. But you have this one common thread, so now you get to meet them
another,
grow.
Yeah,
that's an interesting fucking perspective. Like it's like you're trying on a new system. Like there's a psychological curiosity. Like,
well, like getting back to what he's saying, though, like it would be nice if like you can get like 100 people in your city that all kind of have like at least like one common thread with you, where you can get up and meet once a week or whatever and talk about whatever you're fucking into, and then like I said, from that it builds to other things where you find out George likes this or whatever, the fuck, and that's
Yeah, with an emphasis more on progress, though. So each
correct.
one of these categories have like a logic to them, you know?
Mhm.
So like you come into it and there are certain degrees of knowledge within that study. And there are people who have made it further down the line and they can share that, you know? If they're an idea, um, an idea I have is like for instance, churchgoers, if they had a sound, if it wasn't so much about money, there would be a theologian in each church, and he'd be trying to, you know, teach people the fundamentals. He would he would introduce them to Aquinas, and you know, he would get down to the nitty gritty, and these people would actually know their faith, and not,
Right.
you know, use it as a therapeutic system
I
or
always see like oh Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. Oh Lord bless you know Jesus. It's always like a fucking reference to a symbol with like no actual refer. You know, like
Yep.
it's just the guy. There's no like
Well, usually
message.
there is. So, in some of the churches that I've attended, a lot of them are Christian. There is a hermeneutics expert or a hermeneuticist or whatever you want to call it.
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
But they don't have. But they're not the preacher. They're just the expert that you go to, who kind of like runs the library or whatever. But the preacher is
one
the
who
one
studies
who
it.
does all the preaching. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
the one who studies and kind of like translate a deeper
How
depth
about
if you
this?
really want to
Like
know.
right now in America, it's ironic because we have Trump that runs everything. He's the pastor. He's the face of the organization. And then you got Elon Musk, who's going to be running everything. He's the guy in the library that knows everything. You know, the guy that actually does things is going to be. You know, like it's kind of funny how we have an analogy that's like perfectly lined up with what you're talking about.
That's the case. We're screwed.
I think we are in a way, dude. You know, well,
No,
like I
that's
said,
dramatic.
The stupidities will like merge together into.
well, it just
I don't even know.
it's just it's always ironic that the richest man in the world is going to be regulating businesses in America, like, and nobody sees a problem with that. That's just ironic.
Yeah, it's just like
Oh, yeah.
He has nothing to gain out of it. Like he's literally the richest man in the world, and he gets all of his money from the government because it's all
no,
government
he's
subsidy
just
shit. You know,
retooling the
like
government
SpaceX and
just
shit.
like he did Twitter or whatever. That's what they think. Yeah,
I know,
so
it's just-
fucking
it's just
dumb. Like
funny.
the angle they take. Yep,
Yeah.
it's all with the angle, the face
Yeah.
of the problem.
But yeah, but I'm saying
Patrick,
Trump's
I
going to be
don't
the
have-
face.
Yeah, yep.
We'll see.
We shall
Hoping it
find
doesn't
out.
go that way.
We shall find out in a month, I suppose.
I don't know, man. Like
3 weeks technically from today.
I'm always an optimist because
I hope
that's the pragmatic choice.
Well, like I said, I mean he's still the president, so I guess I hope
But
he does the best he could do.
Sometimes there's safeguards to be found with pessimism. I don't know.
Well, it's one of those, you know, you can plan for the worst, expect the best. One of those kind of phrases, you know, like. For me now, it's just more like I can't. If it gets pretty bad, like I think it could, I'm just gonna laugh at all the Republican people
Our
that I know.
projection of our own fear onto others to think that everybody else is going to be going insane. Like that's
right.
That's probably the essence of
I mean, I
the
hope.
area.
Do have hope.
Patrick,
I
I
think
don't
that-
have any links for the Theosophical Society or the Anthroposophical Society, and the reason for that is because they're so spread out. The best way to get in touch with one of these is to look locally. So it just might be the case that you have a group locally that is set up there.
Like on Facebook or something, or like on Twitter or whatever.
No, like a physical place. They usually use like
No, but
bookstores.
how do you find
or-
this group first? I'm saying, like, would you like go on Facebook group,
infiltrate
like
this
look
cult.
for 'em?
No, I started with literature.
Okay.
Yeah, no. Started with literature. You find out you can just easily
Team Rocket.
Google this and Wikipedia the people who started it. You know,
Okay.
so anthroposophy would be Rudolf Steiner. Theosophy would be a woman named Madame Blavatsky, Helena
I've heard of these
Petrovna Blavatsky.
Yeah, I've heard of these.
They're pretty far out, but the idea here is that they're creating systems that go beyond borders and
That's
that
dope,
unify
yeah.
people in the higher nuanced studies like philosophy and religion and even science. So science should be more objective, but when it comes to, you know, spiritual matters or like philosophical matters, it's more nuanced.
Right.
So yeah.
Yeah, I just found a link. It's just find a local group, Theosophical Society in America.
Yeah.
It's a first
Yeah.
result on Google.
We have one here where I'm at, and
Study
that's how I found
yeah.
them, and just started going to meetings.
Anthroposophy.
It's awesome.
Dude, I am an agent of Odin. I'm just kidding. Well, I'm semi-kidding.
Did you say an agent of Odin?
Yes.
Oh, that's cool.
He
That's
judges
cool.
you.
Good deal.
Oh.
Are you familiar with what Hyperborea is?
No.
These,
Well,
I've heard the phrase, so I know it, but I don't. I'm like, nah, I don't know it, but I've heard the
hearing
phrase.
a lot of words lately.
Dude, I know a lot of words. Like I said, I haven't deep dived into every one of them, but like I know I've listened to people and they said all these things, like these words and stuff. I'm like, same as like Madame Blavatsky. Like I know these words and I know who she is. I just don't know how I know her.
Yeah.
I'm very good at putting words together. I'm not so good at knowing every single fucking word. You know.
It's fun. I'm good at analogies because I can link things. Because when people say something, I can, like I said, I'm really good at making things easy enough for a 4 or 5-year-old could fucking figure it out. So like I said, that's always my goal. Like when I argue with people, I'm like, dude, I know you know what the fuck I'm saying. I'm speaking to you like you're a fucking kindergartner, bro. Like,
I haven't even been putting any of this shit I've been writing the past few days anywhere. Like, fuck, I gotta collect it all again. God damn it, dude, I hate it. I hate it. Just like
give it yourself.
This process I have of like.
You know, you need to do write it down and then say it in
fucking
video form, so you have
come
both
up
forms.
with writing material. Dude, it's like the most
there
degenerate
you go,
thing.
man.
It's so dumb. That's like legitimately what schizoanalysis is.
I keep telling you, bro, get your OBS running.
But it
If you
works.
need to, I'll come over and figure it out with you. I'm not the best at it, but at least I know how to do this.
Okay.
Blame it on schizoanalysis. Just do it in as many forms as you can.
Yeah, dude.
No, that's bold language.
It's
I
so
don't mean
fun, dude. Just like it's like I'm literally, my brain is taking me on a roller coaster, and I'm just along for the ride. Like it's the weirdest thing. I don't know what
Yeah,
it
but
is.
you're
Like,
not
I don't
just
even know if
along
I'm
for the
doing
ride.
anything. I don't know if I'm doing anything. You know, I'm just like describing. I don't know. Or I think I'm getting a wider angle, like my light cone's moving away or whatever more. I don't know. I gotta be more
Definitely
structured.
doing something, man.
I was gonna say some pretty strong shit you're smoking.
That's the way to be.
Word up. Well, I gotta go. It's like 4:30 in the morning and I'm exhausted. But this has
Probably
been a
gotta
really
go
good
too.
discussion.
But yeah, dude, we've been out for like 6 hours, so yeah, we've been having a good time.
Heck yeah.
Damn.
I know.
Long time.
Time flies.
It's
bro.
fun, dude. I like it when like, you know, things get more regular and.
Yeah, you guys have some good
More-
ideas. I enjoyed watching it. I watched it for a while, probably a couple hours. So
Appreciate
keep it
bro.
up.
Yeah, dude. Like I said,
Yeah,
we
you guys have a good night.
You too, bro.
Yeah.
If you ever want to hop on, dude, I announced in the generals. I'm like, hey, I'm about to fucking chat. You know, whatever you want. You know.
Yeah, it'd be a pleasure.
Yeah, you're always more than welcome, bro. All right,
Night,
guys.
guys.
Peace
Bunch
out.
of dudes figuring shit
All right,
out.
there you
All right.
go.
All right, guys.
Night,
Love you
dude.
guys. Good night.
Yeah,